拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑贵的女妓，寡言的父亲。某种呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞静待审判。All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined. 远方的流水曾将我带入一个温暖的怀抱。在很长的一段时间里，他们将我的到来看作是上天的礼物。巧合、命运诞生了无意义的希冀，人们相信是我为他们带来了收成与希望。尽管如此，我依然对周遭的一切产生困顿与不解。水中的鱼儿似乎更能让我感到亲近。直到那日，灾难再度降临。我终于明白，是沉默让鱼成为了任人宰割的动物。为什么鱼儿不能说话呢？回答我的，只是无尽的深渊与黑暗。荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal? The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
Criminals engrave their evil intentions on their faces, forehead, pupils, cheekbones. The beast within cannot hide from science. These wax statues are my vessels to imprison evil, but in my sister's innocent eyes, they are merely works of art. And so, I left. I left her all alone. I received invitations to conduct my research across continents. My shaping fueled my theory, and my theory shaped the world. How was my sister doing? The thought rarely crossed my mind. But when I come home, I bet I still see that same happy face, the face of an artist immersed in her work. I have returned. Only too late. The escaped beast wrought its sin upon an innocent lamb. Late justice is a sin for which I must atone. The wax has been heated. The model has waited long enough. This time, let's do this together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 2 of the North America European official tournament. We had some incredible gameplay for you guys yesterday, and today we're going to have even more action from these competitive teams. Really looking forward to seeing this today. My name is Eli. I'm joined here with Gaming Grizzly. Grizzly, how are you doing today?
I am doing absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that beautiful intro. As you already said, we are here on day 2. We already saw some absolutely fantastic matches yesterday in which we saw how the teams ICT, B4U, Legacy, and IT were getting into the next bracket. And today we are determining more teams that will get into the brackets. And I am very, very excited to see these top teams perform against each other just as we spectated them yesterday. And I'm curious to see who will get into the next bracket because we have a lot of fantastic competitors today.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to these matchups today. Our first matchup today looks like it's going to be PBM versus MRH, also known as Monarch. For those of you who don't know, Monarch is a team currently coached by iAlien, one of the main hunters on the team of Legacy. So definitely going to see some high competitive gameplay from them. Monarch has performed very well in the past throughout NAEU and is a high-level competitive team overall. PBM, a little bit of a newer team to the competitive scene for sure. Yeah, just a newer team trying to make their name, get their name out there. I think that's been a theme throughout this tournament. We've seen some newer teams kind of arise and start to join in on this competitive scene, and it's really, really great to see. Our second matchup will be Garden of Eden versus MLF. Garden of Eden, another well-known team, definitely up there in the competitive gameplay. MLF, again, a newer team trying to make their name. And I'm really looking forward to these matches, Grizzly. We saw a lot of unique hunters come into play yesterday, which I was very excited to see. I'm sure you were as well. What do you think is going to happen today? Do you think we'll see more meta, or do you think we're going to have a little bit more diversity in terms of character selections?
I think we're actually gonna see both. We always have the meta players that always stick to the meta, because obviously in these tournaments you want to get the most points. But as we saw yesterday, other hunters will come in, and even the top teams that know, hey, meta hunters will be extremely strong. We saw them utilize the Gamekeeper, for example, yesterday in a very, very good way. And here we have the other two matches that we can spectate later today, which is WZ as well as EC and FCN versus EVA. Do you have any insights on these teams?
Yeah, absolutely. WZ is actually a very interesting team. Their hunter is Goated, also known as John. He is one of the top Bonbon players on the North America European server, has been first on the leaderboard many times with that Bonbon character. The survivor side for WZ is actually quite interesting. We're going to see a lot of older players, kind of veterans of the game that actually separated from IdentityV about a year ago and have returned to play in this tournament. So I'm actually very excited to see these players come back. Some names such as QC, Fanana, Samson, any of you who know those names, definitely we'll see some good gameplay from them. EC, another a newer team as well. I have seen their name around the leaderboard quite often though, so we should expect some excellent gameplay from them. I'm very excited to see what they can bring to the table. Fusion versus EVA is going to be a very interesting matchup as well. Fusion, again, another highly competitive team in the North America European server. For those of you who have seen Fusion in the past, they have a bit of a newer lineup. Unfortunately, players such as Disrespect and Joggy were under the age and not able to play in this tournament, so they have actually adapted their lineup quite a bit. We're going to see some new players from them, some new competition, so that's going to be very exciting. EVA, another newer team to this environment, this competitive environment, but very excited to see what they can bring to the table. I know they have competed in some tournaments in the past, so they should definitely have some competitive experience. So, Grizzly, I think these matchups are going to be very good, and I'm really looking forward to these.
It already sounds really, really good. It already sounds really exciting. I'm absolutely looking forward to see these teams compete against each other as well. And I have a few questions for you that I want to just throw in throughout the entire tournament day today, because I definitely think there are a bunch of good compositions when it comes to survivors. But now let's get into the team composition right here. We have Peanut Bomb, which is PBM, with the hunter who is Cappy, sorry. Then we have Teeth, Angel, Empty Moon, and Assassin. And if we look at these characters, we see Cappy right here, maining Breaking Wheel, X-Boy, and Gamekeeper, which already shows us with the Breaking Wheel we have meta hunters, but we also have the X-Boy, who we have seen quite decently in the past, but then also Gamekeeper, which I think is more off meta. So definitely going to be a surprise hunter right here. And when it comes to the survivor teams, we see a lot of meta characters being used. We also see the patient and the psychologist in this matchup. If we are talking about Angel, who is playing the psychologist, as well as Assassin, who is playing the patient. And I was just wanting to throw that question to you because it came up yesterday. Do you think that the combination of psychologist and patient in a game is actually valuable because you have that speed boost when they are close to each other? But the question is is it necessarily a good idea to have these two characters next to each other?
Yeah, it's actually, that's a very good question. It's very rare to see that actually come up. And the reason why is as a survivor team, you really want to prioritize kiting away from other people's cipher machines. So double kiting is when two survivors are kiting on top of each other. That rarely ever comes up. In a 4-person communication setting, which is a tournament as such as this one, you're able to communicate to your teammates where you're decoding your ciphers and whether or not you can kite towards that cipher or leave it. So a lot of survivors will kite away from the teammate ciphers so they don't die and get shared on top of them. So it's a very rare occurrence to see that, but once in a while, teams will communicate for the patient and the psychologist to kite near each other so they can use that pulling ability, get close to each other, and pull them away from the hunter to get some distance. Looking at the Monarch lineup now, we do have MRH Nico, very meta heavy hunter, loves the Sculptor and the Dream, which we've seen that get utilized a lot from him in the past. Big player with the Axe Boy. Nico loves Axe Boy, has been using it a lot, and it's actually quite interesting to see all this Axe Boy come up again, Grizzly, because we've seen Axe Boy get used a lot in the past, but recently all these other characters such as Breaking Wheel, Sculptor, Dream Witch has really surpassed him. But again, yesterday we saw quite a bit of Axe Boy and another Axe Boy player here. It's very exciting to see this character come back into the meta. Personally, one of the favorites, a favorite of mine. But yeah, it's great to see that this character come back. Looking at the survivors quickly, we're going to have Karis, who is an excellent kiter, one of the main kiters on this team, playing the decoders such as Mechanic and that Prisoner. Min Min, who is also known as Min, the forward player, very good forward player, good kiter as well. We may see some kiters from them. America, who was formerly on the team Arachna, now on Monarch, and Storm, who I think is a newer player to Monarch. I'm not too familiar with the name, but definitely excited to see them play here today.
Very, very excited to see them too. And yeah, just going back to the psychologist and patient's question, I definitely agree with you. What we have seen yesterday, though, was a little bit more surprising to me. We saw a lot of survivors teaming up late game, especially late game. For example, when we remember back to the kite of Wu Cheng, where we had the perfumer kiting early game, exhausting all of her perfumes, and then the better had to be in the area to make up for the loss of the perfumer's skill and just harassing the hunter. And I'm just wondering to myself, let's just say we have the psychologist in the area kiting around for the early game, taking the 2 hits that she can take and is still able to kite longer. Then we could think about the patient coming in, because maybe they don't have to decode another cipher machine with the patient. He could come in for that speed boost. But the question opens up, even then, even if you have the chance to like go together, wouldn't it be just better to pick a different character than the patient? Wouldn't it be better to come in with, as we saw, the better? Wouldn't it be better with, for example, the prospector who can just throw the magnets and buy a lot of time too? It's just, for me, it's a little bit questionable why this boost, I would say, is actually valid at all.
Yeah, it's really not utilized a lot in tournaments. Again, as you mentioned, it's more useful to use just support characters. You have your priestess, you have your forward, and we saw the batter get utilized quite a bit yesterday. We even saw some cowboy. Not much support from the cowboy as of yesterday. However, it still is definitely an option. Patient and psychologist are just such strong characters that get utilized a lot in this meta. And even if the boost doesn't get used a lot, they're still good to have, in your team compositions. Now, the difference here is Patient is very strong against chip hunters like Sculptor and Bonbon, because you can use that hook to create distance, and those hunters struggle against the characters that can make distance. They thrive against the tight kiting because they can block off those areas with their bombs, with their statues, whatever hunter it may be. Whereas Psychologist is better against hunters that do not do chip damage, because she can take up to 3 basic hits. And if you're taking chip damage as a Psychologist, then you're going to go down a lot quicker than your ability would normally allow you to do so. So we typically don't see those two characters actually get used in the same comps. However, if it does come up, that ability, the ability to get, attract each other and get close and make distance is always nice to have. It's just, it's very rare to see those two getting used in the same team composition.
Yes. All right. Okay. That is a perfect answer for this. Definitely was just thinking about, myself, who was playing the game more for fun than competitive. And I was thinking to myself, would I actually utilize that, or should I just go for a different character? And I think, yeah, not really necessary. The characters are good. The characters are great, to be honest, on their own. So that is just a little bit of a cherry on top right there when they're actually playing together and when they're in range together. But talking about the teams, we are now jumping into our first match. We can see PBM, Kapi on the Hunter side, and we see Monarch on the Survivor side. I'm very, very curious to see what these survivors are coming in with today. We have, as we can see in the top right, the Ever Sleeping Town as first map for this first round. So we can expect the Breaking Wheel, since Kapi is definitely a very, very well-known Breaking Wheel player, and he's banning the Mechanic, opening Monarch up to the Ford and the Seer.
Yeah, absolutely. Seer and Ford are the two best characters after the Mechanic to use against that Breaking Wheel. We talk about this a lot, but Breaking Wheel is a hunter that can struggle against three specific characters, and that is Forward, Seer, and Mechanic. And the reason why is the forward support is just so strong against Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel is very fragile, has a hard time with dealing with those harassing characters. So forward is just very strong overall. Seer is very good because it's very easy to farm owls off of a Breaking Wheel while he's in wheel form. It's easy to look at the hunter, build up your owls, and it also is good support because the owl will absorb an entire hit. Even if the survivor has 2 spikes and would go down, the Seer owl will take the hit instead. And Mechanic, just a good Cypher Rush character in general. It looks like we're going to have Psychologist, which is quite interesting because I think the survivors, yeah, they were expecting Breaking Wheel, and that's what we're going to see from Cuppy. Psychologist, typically not the best character for going against a wheel because her ability won't activate when you get one shot. There's just nothing you can do about it. So it looks like they were preparing for all just all sorts of options that this hunter could go. We are going to see Karis playing the Psychologist. Typically, we see her on decoding characters like Prisoner, but the fact that she has this versatility, a very good kiter overall. I'm very excited to see how she will perform with the Psychologist. And again, Grizzly, we talked about this yesterday. I love the Breaking Wheel. It's my favorite character in the game. So the fact that we are seeing here it makes me very happy.
And there we go. This team match is starting right here, and we can see Kapi already in the wheel form, already trying to figure out the first survivor to go for. And as you already pointed out, Psychologist might be a one-shot even with her ability, but we just have to see how these survivors will perform against Kapi's Breaking Wheel right here. He is just searching for the best target, and yeah, that's gonna be a very, very interesting first match of the day.
It looks like we do see the Breaking Wheel transition towards Corner House against the Psychologist. Beautiful jukes from Karis here, avoiding this. Is going to get that first spike, though. If you're this Psychologist here, you want to try to get to good pallets, so when he gets out of that wheel form, like right here, you have these pallets to work with. This is a bit of a tough situation. Beautiful trap from Puppy. Can he get the follow-up hit and the down on the Psychologist? The survivors had such a great rotation early on, but able to find that one character that struggles against the Breaking Wheel, take advantage of that situation, and get a quick down on this Psychologist.
Fantastic job right here on the Hunter side, but there's still everything on the table. This can still turn out very, very well for Monarch right here. We can see Kapi just getting into that wheel form. That is one of the big upsides when it comes to the Breaking Wheel. You can just get into the wheel form, try to put more pressure on the survivors while also being able to quickly go back to the survivor that is on the chair and protect that chair as well. And we can see Kapi already found the survivor that is going in for the rescue, which is the Mercenary, is taking the first spike. He would go down if he is taking 2 more spikes, but is concentrating on the Psychologist right here with Tide Turner. We have Kapi now concentrating on that said Psychologist. You really want to bring out the first survivor out of the game so you can just concentrate on the rest of the team, because if one survivor is out of the game, you really slow down decoding and you really make it difficult for the survivors to get back from that.
Beautiful job from Karis here. It's going to die in the top corner, the top of this 2-story here, the farthest away from Rocket Chair as possible. We actually don't see the forward coming into harass just yet. I think we're going to most likely see that after this next rescue. Now, a fun little trick with Psychologist is if you see that green bar on the Psychologist circle. If you get rescued as Psychologist without Tide Turner, they will actually get healed the amount that's on that bar. However, most likely the forward will have Tide Turner, but they can harass after save. Now, Cubby's going to try to go for 2 spikes and prevent this rescue. There's the second one. Can he prevent this save here? The forward's going to go for it. Oh, beautiful owl from the survivors to allow them to get that rescue off. He's going to try to prevent it, but it looks like they're going to be able to get off. Excellent gameplay from the survivors.
Very, very nice. Kapi was hitting the Sears owl right here on the forward, so now buying more time for the Psychologist. As you already mentioned, Psychologist, taking that blink hit right here, and that might be it for Karis. As you mentioned, if Psychologist Tide Turner would have ran out, she would slowly heal up with her ability, but this is completely preventing the ability of the Psychologist. Extremely good play from Kapi. Now also concentrating on the forward and at least chasing away the forward, because he's the only character that now could rescue the Psychologist from her fate. from her fate to get on the chair and to get out of the game. And we can see Ford is slowly making his way in, is getting healed right here, but this might not be enough to actually rescue Kara's first survivors out of the game. We still have 3 Cypher machines remaining.
A beautiful position for this breaking wheel. See them using that trump card to switch into the peepers there. When you use that blink, there's a 150-second cooldown. However, if you switch your trait immediately, then the cooldown is less because it'll go to the max cooldown of the trait you switch into, which in this case, a peeper is only 27 seconds. So that's a definitely an upside there for this hunter. We're going to see them go after, I think, the forward here. Nope, going back into that wheel form. Going to keep trying to pressure down these Cypher machines, down these survivors. You don't want to commit to a mercenary. I think they want to find the Seer. That's going to be the goal here for Cuppy. And he might have actually caught onto the trail of the Seer here. Let's see.
He is going for the Seer right here. We can see that America is trying to buy more time for the team right now. We are down to 2 Cypher machines, which could still be a really, really good play on the survivor side right here if the Seer is buying enough time for the rest of the survivors to decode. And so far doing a really, really good job. Might take the... No, is actually just forcing Cuppy out of the wheel form, is forcing him to actually go after him. And we can see he is throwing down these peepers. He's trying to get him with the traps right here. But Seer doing an absolutely fantastic job, kind of forcing Cuppy to search for a different survivor.
A beautiful job from the Seer of forcing them to transition targets. Now you have to chase a mercenary or a forward. Neither is an ideal target. Forward with almost full football. Beautiful job from Cuppy. He's going to get only 2 spikes on the mercenary. He's going to just snap him and possibly leave here. Going to drop a couple of peepers on this Cypher machine to slow down his decoding progress, and is going to transition targets back after most likely the Seer here. Yet again, you don't want to chase these rescuers. So if he's able to find the Seer, that could be strong. And wow, he catches the Seer in a pretty bad area. There's not a lot of windows here to work with, and this could be very difficult for this character.
Nice hit already. If he is able to get that second spike, that might be a 1-hit down if he's able to get him, and he is able to get him, which is actually crucial. If we look at the survivors' Cypher machines, 1 Cypher machine is remaining. Forward almost at 75%. I'm not really sure how far the mercenary on the other Cypher machine is, but this is actually a crucial moment for Cuppy right here. He really needs to put pressure on these survivors, and bring down the Seer this quickly definitely does so.
You're going to see Cuppy completely give up on the camping here. Yeah, going for this forward, not allowing them to finish the Cypher machine. This is what you see from a lot of breaking wheels. What they do is they'll go ahead and they'll allow for a free rescue, and they'll pressure down the last Cypher and try to down this survivor on the last Cypher machine. We're going to see the 2 characters that are injured heal up here forward with 3 spikes, but still almost a full football to work with. So a lot of kiting potential still available for UU here.
That's for sure, and as you mentioned it, the entire football is still here, and he is utilizing it to buy more time, to get more distance between himself and Cuppy, and we see it, as you mentioned, just healing up right there. Oh, fantastic job right there, trapping the Ford before he's able to walk. Now having the Ford on the floor and concentrating on the Seer. Really wants to get back to that Seer and wants to slow down the decoding speed. Is trying to check out the Cypher machine right here. He knows there are 2 Cypher machines that have been worked on, so he has to transition back and forth between these 2 Cypher machines, and is now getting wind of the other 2 survivors, the mercenary right here. Fantastic job so far, is getting 1 spike. He needs to get 3 spikes on the mercenary to immediately hit him down with a 1-hit, and it might actually work right here. Was able to dash away, but wasn't able to avoid that spike.
A beautiful game sense from Cuppy, acknowledging, I don't have time to keep chasing after this forward and actually chair them. He was able to get the down, but I'm going to drop a peeper on the forward, make them waste their self-heal, and they don't have it in the end game, which is very crucial. Breaking wheels often build to insolence, which means they also have the aftershock ability on the persona web. And what that means is they can only self-heal to 60%. So that's kind of the game plan here for Cuppy. 2 spikes immediately on this Seer here. And again, pressuring down this last Cypher. He's not allowing them to finish it by any means here. Forward is going to get up, but that self-heal, I think, was expired, and it looks like, yeah, does find the forward instantly right after that. So Cuppy really on point here, but you have to keep in mind the mercenary is working on that last Cypher, and now Cuppy's going to leave to go pressure it, but the corner house Cypher about 90% of the way done as well. So it's tough for Cuppy here. The survivor's doing an excellent job of splitting up these last 2 Cyphers.
That's for sure, that is for sure. And we saw how the Seer was already making his way back to that Cypher machine just to prime it. And what we can see right now is the Mercenary taking these spikes. He will immediately go down, but will the Cypher machine pop? It won't. No, it popped, but not in time. Mercenary is on the chair right here. The last Cypher machine has been popped. You can see the rest of the two survivors, which is the Ford and the Seer, are splitting up on the exit gates. Ford is trying to get to that exit gate, while Seer was making his way towards maybe a potential rescue.
Yeah, this is not as bad as it looks for Monarch, though. This Hunter is a breaking wheel. They most likely do not have detention, so they're going to be forced to get 2 spikes on this board before you can even commit to them. Mercenary will be able to take multiple hits. Oh, gets the spike up before he can football, and the trap on the Ford to get the down. Cuppy knows this Ford most likely does not have self-heal. He can drop a peeper here and just leave them on the ground. There's no need to waste time sharing the forward and go pressure this other exit gate. We see the Seer staying in the middle area here, and Cuppy has spotted him out. This is going to be very difficult for this character. Let's see what they can do. They're at a very strong window, so they can lose this for a little bit, but excellent utilization of the extended spikes there to get that first spike, and he will have the full presence to make this Seer one shot.
Seer already has 3 spikes in it, and that's a really tough spot for the Seer right here. As you mentioned, he was trying to stay in the middle area where the dungeon is, and we can see that the Mercenary is opening up that gate, but that's gonna be a really tough situation for Monarch right now. We have the Seer on the chair, which I think is already the second time, and Ford, as you mentioned, can't heal himself up because he already did before, and now we have the situation where the Mercenary is at the gate, but he can't really help either of his teammates, so he's most likely going in for the one survivor escape, because you don't want to give the opposite team the entire 5 points. You don't want to make this a 5-point game for the opposite team, but it seems like the Mercenary is actually trying to stay in the area just in case, but it's getting forced out. It's getting forced out of the gate.
Yeah, the Forward's going to try to crawl to the dungeon, but Forward most likely does not have sticker, and I expect the survivors most likely to just surrender here. The Forward, if they're getting kind of close to the dungeon, it's definitely a possibility, but I think Cuppy knows he can actually just go stand on top of the dungeon, wait for the Forward to crawl up to them, and place them on the rocket chair again. The Forward, no self-heal available, and there it is. He does see this character. There is a rocket chair nearby, and that is a 3-person elimination for this PBM Hunter right out the gate here. So a really exciting start there. Some very high-level gameplay from both sides. Monarch really putting in the work, almost able to get that tie, but you really see the big shift in that game was when the Forward used that self-heal. You see Cuppy not sharing the Forward, realizing if I can get them to waste that self-heal, I can leave them on the ground in the end game, and that's exactly what happened in this instance.
That was a fantastic play from both sides. From both sides, you really have to say. Survivors were giving Cuppy a really hard time, but Cuppy really controlling the entire map, going back and forth. As we already said, as Breaking Wheel, you don't necessarily need to stay at the Cypher machine or stay at the Survivor. You can transition away. And here we see the stats. Fantastic job from the Survivors. Again, we saw it, how they split up the Cypher machines and how they were able to get the attention of the Hunter on both ends of the map, forcing him to transition back and forth, buying a lot of time to finish these Cypher machines. But at the end of the day, Breaking Wheel was doing a fantastic job just bringing down that Survivor with the spikes and immediately having him on the chair when the last Cypher machine popped.
Yeah, absolutely. Cuppy, just excellent game sense, being able to go, back between those Cypher machines as well. That's something I really want to highlight. Is it was such a draw position. I mean, we really saw 3 survivors up, 2 Cypher machines split, so there's no way he can control both of them. But just able to somehow secure an extra kill there in the end game was so crucial. The pop might have been a bit premature from the survivors, but again, the Breaking Wheel doesn't have detention, so it still worked in their favor. But it was just so difficult, with Cuppy just going back between pressuring those ciphers, pressuring the survivors in the end game. You see how fast the Breaking Wheel is, how much time you have to work with to get those gates open is almost none, because you can get across the map so quickly. Even on a map like Ever Sleeping Town, it's not a small map by any means. It's actually a slightly larger one. So the fact that you can get around between those gates, pressure down those survivors, and prevent them from getting it open, it just goes to show the strength of the Breaking Wheel and the strength of Cuppy playing this character.
That is for sure. And I just want to highlight that both teams were not giving each other anything. It was a really, really action-packed match right here. You couldn't really tell throughout the entire match how this will go, which team would take more points right here, because they were really, really, I would even say, evenly matched. We can say that Cappy was doing a fantastic job right here, eliminating 3 survivors. But the question right now is, will Monarch come back from this? Will Monarch also get the 3 survivor elimination? Maybe even the potential 4 survivor elimination to not only make this first round a tie, but to take that home for themselves. But that is ultimately the goal, to get at least 3 survivors out of the game as well, because then you have a tie and you can easily come back into this round number 2 and round number 3. If they are only getting a tie, though, it's gonna be looking better for PBM. So that's definitely something to look forward to. And I'm also looking forward to see what we can expect from Monarch, because we have Nico on the Hunter side, and not necessarily known as a breaking wheel, but known as a sculptor or a dream witch or even an X-boy, which we have all these characters we have seen on this map performing extremely well. I would assume, since it's the first round where we don't see any bans, we might expect the Sculptor coming in from Nico. And in general, just on the Ever Sleeping Town, Sculptor is just a very, very dangerous hunter as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Nico is known to be one of the top Sculptor players on this server, has been S-badged for multiple seasons. So everybody may recognize that name from the leaderboards. But Nico, very formidable, has been able to form in a lot of high-level teams in the past tournaments as well. So Nico is just a very, very strong Sculptor player in general, especially, as you said, Grizzly, Ever Sleeping Town. There's so many narrow alleyways that it's so hard to avoid statues. And that's why this character is so strong on this map. Well, Ever Sleeping Town may be slightly survivor-sided because of all the strong kiting areas. It's just so hard to kite a Sculptor on this map because, again, narrow alleyways is very challenging. If as any hunter that can come back and get at least a 3-person elimination, it is definitely Nico playing this Sculptor. Again, known to be one of the better Sculptor players on this server for sure. I'm actually really looking forward to see him play a Sculptor here. I know he has been playing some other hunters. You know, as you mentioned, the Dream Witch and Axeboy. Both characters not too bad on this map. Dream Witch very good for trapping survivors in those alleyways. Again, another strong part about the Dream Witch. But yeah, definitely Nico Sculptor. I'm 99% sure we're going to see it. It's definitely his best hunter. So I'm really looking forward to seeing it come out and, perform to its best here.
I definitely agree. And I mean, if we just look at the tournament, but what we have seen so far when it comes to Sculptor gameplay, Sculptors are extremely dangerous, especially not only with the small narrow paths that you have to go through on the Ever Sleeping Town, but if you really know how to hit your statues, even in general areas where you have a little bit more space, it's gonna be extremely dangerous for these survivors. And I'm just looking up the survivor composition on the team of PBM right here, and I'm very, very curious to see what they will bring to the table. Will we see another psychologist, or will we maybe see a first officer? And I also can tell you that Teeth and Empty Moon is coming in as the Mind's Eye sometimes, so that might be an option too. I can't recall that we have seen the Mind's Eye yet, so I'm definitely looking forward to see the Mind's Eye in this tournament as well, because I personally really enjoy playing the Mind's Eye, so I would love to take some notes right here from the top players showing us how to utilize these survivors. And yeah, I think PBM definitely needs to prepare to face Nico Sculptor right here. That's the, as you already said, you're 99% sure that's the reasonable pick, I would say, for Nico. And yeah, they definitely have to go for the 4 survival elimination if they want to get the upper hand in round number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're probably going to see a mechanic ban right out the gate from Nico if he is playing that mechanics, or if he's playing that Sculptor rather. So yeah, Mind's Eye definitely is a possibility. Again, it's not one of the main decoding characters we typically see. Yeah. Prisoner or even Postman for that decoding letter is usually utilized over the Mind's Eye. But again, if it's a character that you specialize in, it could definitely come out and play here. So if you're looking at the PBM Survivor side, I think they definitely need to play characters to prepare for Sculptor. Characters like Perfumer, characters like Psychologist, maybe not quite as strong because of the chip damage, but I think we'll definitely see probably Mercenary, again, a good rescuer. Priestess is just very strong on this map. I would almost certainly see expect to see the survivors lock in Priestess. We didn't see it in the last round just because they were expected a Breaking Wheel, and Priestess not very strong against Breaking Wheel. They can go right through the portals with almost no effect at all. So, but against a hunter, that's most likely going to be a Sculptor. Priestess is very good. You see Sculptor having excellent chase, being one of the best chase hunters in the game with those statues, with a pretty long hitbox as well. So the Priestess support with those portals is just crucial to survivor success against this very strong hunter.
I agree, and I think Priestess was actually banned from the Breaking Wheel from PBM side earlier, so that's why we didn't see the Priestess, because she was a banned character. Again, as you already mentioned, on this map, the Ever Sleeping Town, extremely huge map where you have a lot of possibilities as Priestess to shine and to put down your portals and to support your teammates. Definitely a pick that I could see as well. And that's why I was looking at my notes. I didn't see, as you mentioned, the prisoner who could come in as main decoder when the mechanic is banned. So that's why I'm just curious to see if we will see the Mind's Eye in this team lineup right here in case the mechanic is getting banned. We can see that we have mechanic mains in this team as well. But again, the question is, will they be able to utilize that mechanic? I think we could expect the mechanic ban, and I'm just all for the Mind's Eye. I guess that's just a personal favorite right here. I want to see the Mind's Eye. I'm really hoping for it. And maybe we are not seeing it in round number 1 right here, where we have other options for the Mind's Eye, but maybe in the later rounds, round 2, round 3, where we have more survivor bans, where we have more hunter bans, which will ultimately bring out more off-meta characters. So talking about off-meta characters, I want to ask you, what kind of off-meta characters, survivor side or hunter side, would you love to see in the match?
That's a very good question. In terms of off-meta characters, I really like to see Prospector get used. I think Prospector is a very fun character. It can struggle sometimes against the Sculptor because those statues can mess with the magnets. The hitbox of the Sculptor can mess with the magnets as well. Prospector would be very strong against hunters with smaller hitboxes. For example, maybe Bonbon or, I don't know, Geisha, if we ever were to see that. Yeah, I love to see Prospector get utilized. I know it's been used. It's a character that's kind of a fan favorite here in NAEU. A lot of people love to see the Prospector get used. I wouldn't mind to see
Seems like we're having some. All right, you were just cutting out for a moment. But yeah, I can only agree. Prospector would be a fantastic character to see in this tournament as well. And as I already mentioned, maybe we're gonna see him as harasser later on when we are talking about, for example, Perfumer kiting for a very long time, what we have seen before when the beta was coming in, and late game we could see a Prospector as well, just coming in to support the teammates. Really curious to see what we can expect from the rest of this tournament, because we also have to highlight how we already saw a lot of off-meta characters in the first day, and this might actually be a theme that we can see in this entire tournament, where we have more off-meta characters, maybe because you just know that is your hunter, that's your special hunter that you know how to control, or maybe just to throw off the opponent's team, like we saw it with the Gamekeeper, where the Gamekeeper was just extremely strong coming in right here, getting the full survivor elimination too, even if you wouldn't necessarily. I mean, he was very good on the Moonlit River Park map, but there were still other options for more meta characters to use from. But now we are jumping into the second half of this match right here. We are now seeing Monarch on the hunter side, Nico. We are expecting the Sculptor to come in, as you already mentioned before. So let's see what the hunter will ban right here. We predicted the mechanic, which would make a lot of sense, and this would put the survivor team into a position where they have to opt out for a different main decoder.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, still waiting on this ban from Nico, but I think yeah, we could see the Mind's Eye yet again. Mind's Eye maybe not a bad character for this map. Mind's Eye is usually good on larger maps because it's harder to actually find that character. The Cane Tap at the beginning of the match can allow for that rotation. It can allow for the survivors to see where the hunter is and kind of avoid running into the hunter. And yeah, as you said, Grizzly, immediately we're going to see the mechanic ban here from Nico. This definitely makes sense. It looks like we're going to see Psychologist and Patient right out the gate here, locked in. Typically not characters that immediately get locked, but yeah, we could see that combo from them at some point during this match. Definitely not surprised to see the Patient on this map. Patient can use that hook to pull themselves up to those two-story buildings and sort of evade the hunter. But Psychologist, a little interesting against a Sculptor. Can struggle sometimes if they eat those statue hits, but if you're able to avoid every single statue and kite in the open, you can force 3 basic hits. That can be very strong as a Psychologist player.
Now we have Empty Moon coming in with the first officer. Now that the Seer has been banned, the rest of the 2 survivors can pick their survivors. And again, Empty Moon as first officer. And we are waiting for Teeth right here, who could, as I mentioned, come in as Mind's Eye. That was I was hoping for. We have the Mind's Eye. We didn't see a decoder in this lineup so far. So we're very strong with our predictions. Now the Sculptor is coming in. Nico playing as Sculptor. As you mentioned before, Mechanic will be banned. I was hoping to see the Mind's Eye, and we are exactly seeing that. We talked about the team composition when it comes to Psychologist and Patient, that there is an upside to these two survivors when they are in close range together. But the thing is, as you already pointed out, decoding together or being in the same area with two survivors is not necessarily something you want to do in these high competitive gameplays, in these high competitive scenes right here. So I'm very curious to see how these two survivors will obviously act on their own, because they are fantastic on their own. And we also have the first officer coming in. The Mind's Eye definitely has to push these Cypher machines, and I'm curious to see Nico coming in with the statues. It's gonna be a very, very tough match. I just want to recap this real quick. We saw a match where we had PBM on the Hunter side. They got 3 points. That means Nico wants to get at least 3 points to secure the tie in this first round against PBM, and if not even the 4 survivor elimination to get the upper hand for this first round.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, something very interesting here is that we actually don't see Priestess. So Mechanic was banned. The survivors opted to not lock in the Priestess. And Nico banned Seer, and he still continued to give them the Priestess. And it looks like PBM wanting to go with a little bit of a different character lineup here. So that's very interesting. We are going to see the Graveyard spawn here from Nico, which means he's probably going to head straight over towards Corner House. And it looks like, oh, he might have found one of the survivors here. I think this is the Psychologist, and a quick statue hit on that Psychologist. Beautiful job from Nico. This is not a great area for the Psychologist. They're kind of caught in the open, which isn't necessarily bad against a Sculptor, but there's not a lot of pallets and windows to work with in compared to something like Corner House. Wow, another statue follow-up and the basic hit from Nico. Psychologist about to go down here. This is such a strong start for the Sculptor.
And that can be a very, very dangerous area too. We have the Sculptor taking giving the hit right here, and is actually following along with normal. The Psychologist is down. We have the basement right here too. As you already mentioned, we don't have a Priestess. A Priestess could have been very, very good for the survivor side now when it comes to rescuing out of the basement. This is already an extremely strong play from Nico, having the Psychologist in the basement. And the question is, will the team now decide to just focus on decoding, since this was such an early game knockout, or will they actually try to rescue? They could just leave the Psychologist in the basement up to the very, very last minute, so they can focus on the rest of the decoding progress. And we can see that Nico really scaring away the Patient right now and forcing the survivors to get away from the basement.
Yeah, absolutely. And this really goes to show the skill that Nico has with this Sculptor. We were talking about this earlier, being one of the best Sculptor players. Beautiful game sense from Nico to acknowledge that they might not be going for the rescue, though. Does see this Patient trying to hook their way towards that chair. Nico still has teleport available. Will he teleport? Yep, back to the chair to prevent the rescue. Actually, to the Cypher machine, it looks like. And I think Patient might not have enough time to get this save off, and it looks like he's going to be able to get a free hit.
That is a fantastic job. Patient, the one who could go in for the rescue. Then we would see the speed boost that we were talking about, but wasn't having enough time. Psychologist, the first survivor, already out of the game, really utilizing the hook to get distance. But then again, you mentioned it, the narrow paths that are on this map right here allow Nico to utilize these statues, hit the Patient, and now he's in the open. He might, oh, nice utilization of the hook again, is getting away from Nico, buying more time, but this could be it. We're in a very, very tough spot right here. Statues are coming in, and Patient is going down.
Beautiful statue there from Nico to get that down. Patient did an excellent job. They were in a bit of a tough situation, able to dodge that first target statue, but that rebounding statue is so key for Sculptors. A lot of people kind of overlook that. The statue rebounded off a wall 3 times, so it's always going to come back. You have to be wary of that, and able to clip the Patient with that one, getting the down there. And it looks like we might have First Officer coming for the rescue. A quick statue hit on them already, though. There's the second one, and is he able to get the hit? Nope, gets into the watch just in the nick of time, and he can get the rescue with that Tide Turner effect because of that pocket watch.
Fantastic job. First Officer will go down eventually, though. Therefore, Nico really concentrating on Assassin right here. The Patient who we already had on the chair once. We can see the Cypher machine progress is coming along pretty well. We get on to 2 Cypher machines, but now we have the First Officer down. We might see the Patient. Oh, Patient that is having a little bit longer. to live with the last effort, but is going down right there next to the basement. Probably, I would assume Nico is not bringing him to the basement because that would waste a lot of time for him, so he's just deciding to bring him on the chair right here and concentrate on the 2 survivors that are still alive. He saw the Cypher machine wiggle and is now going for the only survivor that is still up and running, which is the Mind's Eye. First officer has the chance to heal up, but again, we are still at 2 Cypher machines. This is a really, really tough spot for the survivors.
A beautiful game sense from Nico. He knows that there's no one that can go for the rescue besides this Mind's Eye. So if I teleport here, I will find the Mind's Eye because that's the only one that can be decoding. Beautiful move from Nico. Walking through that pallet is going to get the down on the Mind's Eye. First officer will heal, but nowhere near enough time to get any chance of a rescue off here. And it looks like that patient will be sent back to the manor here. Still 2 Cypher machines remaining, only 2 survivors left. This is looking like a 4-person elimination for Nico if he keeps up at this pace. This could immediately put Monarch in the lead here. This is exactly what we need to see. I'm not really surprised though. Again, we talked about Nico being such a strong sculptor player. Another beautiful statue there. All he needs is 1 more to get this follow-up. Mind's Eye has now used her self-heal, so if Nico at any point finds her later in the match, she will no longer be able to get up. There's the pocket watch. Can he get the hit in the watch? Gets the hit in the pocket watch as well. Excellent statues from this hunter.
Just going to transition over to the Mind's Eye. As you already mentioned, this will be a back and forth to secure the 4 survival elimination. First officer already exhausted his self-heal and now concentrating on the Mind's Eye. As soon as the Mind's Eye is down, these 2 survivors can't get up anymore, and therefore Nico will just concentrate on picking them up, bringing them to the chairs, and the Mind's Eye is the one who can stay alive and tries to stay in the area of the dungeon. The thing is, the first officer is taking a long time to bleed out, and really waiting for the dungeon to open up is gonna be a difficult task, especially with only 1 chip damage left to go down.
Looking around for this Mind's Eye, all you have to do is down the Mind's Eye, leave her on the ground, and then go find that first officer yet again. We do see the Mind's Eye doing a good job of hiding away from this hunter. Nico still without tonight. Oh, has picked up tinnitus now, so he may go ahead and use these target statues to locate the where the Mind's Eye might be hiding. And let's see if that's what he opts to do here. He's going to go around the backside of Graveyard. Does he catch sight of the Mind's Eye hiding behind this wall? I think he might have seen the trail here. Let's see if he's able to find her. Yep, there it is. He's going to be able to chase the Mind's Eye, get her down, and then he needs to go back for this first officer. Beautiful target statue again. No chance for this character, unfortunately, and he's going to place him on the rocket chair. And yeah, I guess first officer has wasted their self-heal already, so he's going to place the Mind's Eye on this chair.
Yes, he was already exhausting his self-heal. That's why you could just go for the Mind's Eye, concentrate on that Mind's Eye, because there's no way that that first officer would make his way to the dungeon. And this is the 5-point game that we were talking about, that Monarch needed to actually get the lead for this first round. So right now we are at 6 points for Monarch, 3 points for PBM. PBM was doing a fantastic first match right here, but Monarch was coming back. 1 point for round number 1 goes to Monarch. We are going to see round number 2 in a little bit, and we are I'm very curious to see if this will actually go into a round 3, if PBM is coming back. And here we see the stats, the Sculptor doing an extremely good job. We can see the Psychologist was not really able to do anything on the Cypher machines right here, and the Kite early game was extremely difficult with the statues coming in, hitting her left and right, and going down right at the basement where the rest of the survivors had no option to necessarily rescue before halfway and were kind of forced away from the dungeon in general. So Psychologist was a really, really good early first target and first elimination for Nico right here, and allowing him to really pick up the pace for the rest of the game.
And as you mentioned early, Grizzly, not bringing Priestess really kind of, it was a bit of a downside for the survivors because they were not able to perform that basement rescue. And again, going for a basement rescue against a Sculptor is just very risky because of how strong her camping abilities are. It's so hard to actually get that rescue off and get out of the basement. However, it makes things a lot easier when you have that Priestess. You have a free path into the basement to get that save. And it looks like the survivors were going to go ahead and sell that character anyway, and that ended up being a smart play. However, again, the Priestess would have at least threatened that rescue. But it looks like, yeah, again, Nico able to get a 4-person elimination with 2 Cypher machines remaining, and that's with a Mind's Eye on the team. Mind's Eye Cypher Rush is so fast, especially not finding that character first. It means that they can get through those Cypher machines so quickly, and still 2 remaining at the end of the match just goes to show, you know, how strong that gameplay was. And, you know, just PBM doing their best there, but unfortunately, Nico was able to come out on top.
Yes, that's very right. We are now looking forward to round number 2. Nico doing a fantastic job. And here we can see the first half has been decided in Monarch's favor with the 6 points. We can see 3 points on Peanut Bomb. Very, very good gameplay from both sides so far. PBM needs to come back from this in round number 2. If Monarch is winning round number 2, they will decide their spot in the next bracket in this tournament. But if PBM is coming back from this, and I think they can, they already showed how extremely strong they are with the breaking wheel. The question right now is when we look at the second half, we will see that, at least in my opinion, we can assume that Peanut Bomb will ban the Sculptor from Nico, but we also know that Nico is very, very strong with the Dream Witch, with the X-Boy, who are extremely dangerous hunters. And if we look at the hunter side of PBM, PBM is bringing in the breaking wheel as well as the X-Boy and as well as the Gamekeeper. So it really comes down to what map will we see and who will perform better on both sides, on the hunter side as well as the survivor side.
How this needs to go for PBM is they're not actually in that bad of a position. They definitely do need to win these next few rounds, but down 6-3, it's not too bad of a difference. We saw some larger margins in some of yesterday's matches. So 6-3, you can definitely come back from this. They can, if they want to, play for a tie in this next round and then try to win on points in the last round. How that would have to work is that they were able to tie the round 2, that would push them into a round 3 situation where they need to get 6-3 points, winning that round to tie, or 7-2 to win. And how that looks is, let's say, for example, the survivors were able to get a tie and the hunter was able to get a 4-person elimination. That would give them the 7-2 points they need to proceed to the next round of competition. So, yeah, so the points not too big here. Only a 3-point lead for Monarch. Definitely can come back in this. Now, I'm very interested to see what Hunter Cuppy will play in this next round. I think for Nico, it's most likely going to be the Dream Witch, maybe Axeboy, depending on the map. But for Cuppy, we saw that S tier breaking wheel being the best, one of the best characters in the game. Really working for him, getting a 3-person elimination, a win on his side in terms of the hunter side of that round. So yeah, what does he go with here? Again, you mentioned Axway, you mentioned Gamekeeper, such a fun character to see. But again, those are tying hunters. They're very hard to get wins, and in a situation where you need to start pushing for victories as a hunter, it could be challenging for him.
It could be challenging indeed. And I mean, there are still options left. You know, if you know that this hunter is extremely strong at the breaking wheel, maybe you're going to ban the breaking wheel, which still allows him to utilize the Sculptor. Question is, will he go for that Sculptor? He could, you know, throw in a surprise and really come in with the Sculptor, getting that 4-point win, the 4 survival elimination, a 5-point win for their team as well. It's really coming down to what hunter PBM is going to select and how they will perform. As you mentioned, you don't want to get a tie. You don't want to throw in a tie hunter. I mean, ultimately, if you look at the points, yes, if round 2 is a tie, that is already a good situation. But it would be better if they would win that round to put a little bit less pressure on the side of PBM. And at the same time, we saw PBM's survivor side right here with the psychologist-patient combination as well as first officer and mind's eye. Question is, will they go for a little bit more of a meta composition in the next matches to really maximize their possibilities to win these matches? Or will they try to surprise with more off-meta characters that we will see? And if so, which characters can we expect? We could expect Barmaid. We saw Assassin utilizing the patient in this map, but he's also known for his Barmaid. He's also known for his Cowboy, which could come into play. Yeah, just very, very curious to see both of the sides picking hunters and survivors. Yeah,
so Barmaid might actually not be a bad character. If you're going up against a Dream Witch, Barmaid is such a strong character for playing against that Dream Witch, because Dream Witch is one of those characters that usually will take a significant amount of time to get the first down, but then they have incredible cipher control in the late game. But what they do is they'll go for a patroller, and they'll patroller the Barmaid to get that first hit. And then they'll try to use a second patroller, but the Barmaid can kite for 20 seconds before that patroller comes up and is able to actually get that next hit. So Barmaid is just so strong. The only way to deal with a Barmaid as a Dream Witch is to bring Blink originally instead of that patroller, but then that makes it harder because patroller is just a more consistent way to get downs, whereas Blink is less consistent. You need to have your leech followers next to the survivor to use that Blink. Whereas with the Patroller, you can just use that main body Patroller. You can use the Spawn Follower Patroller from a distance. You have so much more versatility using that trait. So yeah, Barmaid could definitely come out. If we do see the Barmaid from Assassin, we might actually see Nico go Axe Boy instead. While Axe Boy may be less of a winning hunter and more of a tying hunter in comparison to the Dream Witch, it may be a better option. Again, Blink Axe Boy is a very strong character to use against a Barmaid. If you get that first hit, you can follow up with a Blink. You can make it so the Barmaid is unable to get that heal.
All right, so now I have another question for you, since we are talking about the Barmaid right now, and we also talked about the Psychologist and her effect of self-healing. There are a few differences when it comes to the self-healing effect. Obviously, the Barmaid needs to trigger the self-healing effect if she is getting hit while she is healing, or after she drank her drink. That self-heal will cancel out. On the other side, if we look at the Psychologist, if she is healing, she is healing. As soon as she starts healing, she can take another hit because the healing progress won't stop right there. So my question for you right now is, they have similar healing effects right there. What are the upsides and downsides, and which character would you, declare as a better character?
I always believe that Psychologist is better. And the reason why is Psychologist is just so much more versatile against other hunters. Barmaid is very specific to going against Dream Witch, but with Psychologist you get the heal instantly, which means there's no option for a hunter to blink you before you get that heal off, which is what would happen with a Barmaid. So with Psychologist, she can also heal survivors from across the map. Now, the only downside is Psychologist will take an injury in the process. However, it wastes a lot less time. The Barmaid actually has to meet up with the other survivor to give them that drink to get the heal off. Now, Barmaid does have a special ability in which they can use that speed drink to increase their speed, make some distance between them and the hunter. But in the long run, Psychologist just being able to take 3 hits guaranteed is just, it's a whole nother level that unfortunately Barmaid cannot really compete with. And while Barmaid, again, strong against the Dream Witch, you have to be careful of these other hunters that would carry Blink that can hard counter that Barmaid. Whereas with Psychologist, you're guaranteed to get your heal and the Blink is less effective.
That is, very, very good explanation right here. And I could only agree. As we already said, Psychologist taking that hit and the safety immediately starts. You can't really escape. As Hunter, you can't escape her healing ability. Like, she will definitely heal up. Barmaid would be a different story. You could still land that hit, as you mentioned, with Blink to catch up and really bring down the Barmaid before her effect kicks in. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. But again, I just want to mention that we might see the Barmaid coming in right here. As you said, if we can expect the Dream Witch, we might see a Barmaid. And at the same time, there is the chance for other characters too. We see a Cowboy on the lineup right here when it comes to PBM. And if we look into the lineup of Monarch, it's very, very meta-based. You can see a lot of meta characters, a lot of meta survivors, as well as on the hunter side. We already talked about this, and I think that is definitely a really good way to go. If we look at these tournaments in general, you always see meta characters. You always see meta characters scoring, and you always see meta characters being used over and over again. And that is for a very good reason. You want to get the victory. You want to get the points to go further in this tournament, to get into the next bracket. And this might actually be a little bit of an upper hand right here when it comes to the survivor side of Monarch, because they are so meta heavy and they are so focused on the meta characters that might be a little bit of an advantage over survivors that are playing off meta characters that might not necessarily perform as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about this a little bit earlier with how iAlien is the coach for this team, Monarch, how Legacy kind of helped develop this Monarch team and bring them up to this high level, and that's why they're competing at such a high level. They have excellent players as well. And we saw Legacy play yesterday, heavy meta comps. Legacy loves to stick to the meta, and you really see that translating into Monarch's gameplay here as well. So that is why I think we're seeing Monarch use these meta characters quite as more than we might see with other teams. It really is interesting to see the differences. So far in this tournament, we've seen the meta characters kind of outperform the non-meta in day one. But yeah, again, who knows? Maybe it will go a little bit differently here. So far, it's working in Monarch's favor. Although, again, Cuppy having an excellent start with that breaking wheel. Let's see how his non-meta hunters. Axeboy is not so much of a meta hunter, utilized sometimes in tournaments, but not as often. But Gamekeeper almost never seen at all. So if that comes out to play and has an excellent showing, we saw it get a 4-person elimination yesterday with Blue Race Car on ICT. So Who knows? Maybe it'll happen yet again. Another thing I want to talk about is who has map selection, right? You know, if you're Monarch here, what map do you go for? It's hard to tell based off of the first round because Ever Sleeping Town works for Breaking Wheel and the Sculptor. It works for both of those hunters. So it's really hard to tell which team actually had that map selection. So if you're Monarch here, if Nico's planning to play Dream Witch, I would expect us to see the Arms Factory. I think that's the best map for the Dream Witch. And if PBM has the option of map pick, what do you go with Axeboy? I mean, there's a few maps that are good here and there, but I think that is this Sacred Heart Hospital? I believe might be the map.
It is Sacred Heart. Yeah, that is for sure. And we can see Cappy on the hunter side right here. He's going to start with 2 survivor bands before Monarch is able to pick their survivors. And I'm very, very curious. We see the very meta bands right here of the mechanic as well as the forward. So that's going to be, Breaking Wheel. The Breaking Wheel is being banned because obviously they did their homework. They know, okay, Cappy is very, very strong with this one meta character, with the Breaking Wheel. And even if the hospital map is not necessarily the best map for that Breaking Wheel, if we take away the chance of Cappy to utilize that hunter, he is forced to go into the arsenal of the non-meta hunters that he is able to play. We can now see the Priestess coming in, extremely strong character on this map as well as the Seer. We have the Psychologist being banned, and this is giving the option for characters like the Mercenary to come in, as well as what we might see could be the Gravekeeper. I was about to say, okay, did not expect that. Did not expect that.
Yeah, I did not expect that either. Acrobat, a very interesting character to go here. I do know that, and it looks like it is Gamekeeper from Cuppy, one of the characters we were discussing earlier. I know Karis is an Acrobat player, has played a lot of Acrobat and been very successful with this character. But to see it early on in a tournament like this, a bit surprising. We would maybe see it in round 3, maybe round 4 in a later situation if it ever were to get to that. But it looks like we're going to have the statue spawn from this Gamekeeper, which means he's going to rotate immediately towards this area that we call Forest or Hospital Gate. A survivor does spawn over here, and I believe it might be the Acrobat, so not a bad chase target for Cuppy if he's able to locate this character.
Not a bad start right here at all, but Cuppy needs to get to these survivors extremely fast. We have the Gamekeeper right here, who is not necessarily known as one of the meta characters, and is now trying to get for to get those survivors and trying to place down these traps in very convenient spots for himself. That could be a very, very difficult start if he's not able to chair a survivor extremely fast. Look at these traps, just placing them all around the hospital area, because the hospital area is one of the strongest kiting area for the survivors, and you really want to slow down these survivors and avoid them to kite you around for longer than needed.
We're going to see the teleport from Cuppy here. Who does he find? It looks like this is the Priestess, so this is not a bad target here. He's going to set another trap here, trying to trap this Priestess in. Beautiful job from the Priestess to see that there's going to be... portaling into him, unfortunately, though, and that's going to allow for that first hit. We'll see if the Priestess can make her way towards the hospital area. That is the best kiting area for this character, but it looks like she's trying to stay in ruins here, going for yet another portal. And goes right back into him as well, and he gets the down.
Fantastic job right here from Cuppy, really utilizing the Priestess portals in his advantage. Was really getting the Priestess that was teleporting onto him, and now we have the first survivor. As I already mentioned, you want to get a survivor early in the game on the chair, so you're able to pressure these survivors more, to pressure the survivors from getting away from the Cypher machine, slowing down the Cypher machine progress. And we can now see he is going towards slowly towards the Seer, but kind of staying in the area, really wants to secure that first survivor, and we can see that transition into the survivors gameplay. They are focusing on decoding right now. They are leaving the Priestess on the chair after halfway mark, and they might only go in for a rescue before she is getting out of the game.
Yeah, it looks like we do have the Gravekeeper going into that shovel form here, trying to go for an after half rescue. They're going a bit late, though. Against a Gamekeeper, you want to go really early because that Gamekeeper can hook you, pull you back, and go for that Terror Shock play. Let's see if that's what he's going for yet. Trying to time this, and there we go. We're going to see the Owl get used for the rescue yet again. Beautiful job from Monarch. This is the second time we've seen them utilize this Owl for a rescue, and it's worked out both times for them. We see the Gravekeeper trying to body block. Excellent move from Cuppy, getting that hit around the Gravekeeper, avoiding that Owl, and trying to go for a follow-up on the Gravekeeper as well. What a hook!
Fantastic job. Is focusing with the camera. You can see it is really focusing on the priestess because you want to concentrate on that one survivor. You want to get the survivor out of there. But with the hook right here, really putting pressure on the Gravekeeper. Now Gravekeeper can't really go in for a rescue because he will go immediately down if he is taking that hook. He has to transition out. Oh, can't even go for the rescue because priestess will be out of the game right away and is now being forced to get out of this area. 3 Cypher machines remaining. Fantastic job right here, teleporting towards the Acrobat. Acrobat, oh, took the hit while throwing down that bomb. This looks extremely good for Kapi right here, putting pressure on the survivor side, while we can see in the main building, the Sacred Heart Hospital, we have the Gravekeeper getting healed. Oh, did not hit that hook right here.
Beautiful bomb from the Acrobat there to slow down this Gamekeeper, and they're going to try to keep going around this area. We see the Gamekeeper utilizing this hook to the best of their ability, gets the hook on the Acrobat and gets the down. They were unable to get that jump off, and it really goes to show how well Kapi knows this Gamekeeper. Once you reach that full presence, you can infinitely hook walls until you hook a survivor or miss a wall, and Kapi abusing that ability there, using it to its full potential to get the down on the Acrobat. Not a bad position for Kapi. Gamekeeper, again, we talked about Gamekeeper not being much of a winning hunter, but Kapi in such a strong position here, it might work out in his favor.
It might indeed. I did not imagine this match to go this way that quickly. Fantastic job from Kapi right here. We saw the Gamekeeper being utilized yesterday with a 4 survivor elimination as well, so Kapi can definitely pull that off. We can see the survivors really concentrating on these Cypher machines because they have to. They have to bring down these Cypher machines. 2 more remaining. We can see the Seer is pushing the Nidus and is going into the area, is trying to probably transition in for the rescue because the Acrobat will go out of the game quite soon. So maybe not so much. Maybe, oh no, he is transitioning in, and we can see the Gravekeeper who was finishing up that one Cypher machine is now transitioning out to get to the last Cypher machine.
Looks like we're gonna have that Seer going for that rescue after half. Beautiful job from the Seer, gets the rescue. Can he body block? No, unfortunately. Gets that hit through the pallet as well. That last Cypher machine almost done, but not quite enough there. And it looks like the Acrobat being sent back to the manor here. 2 survivors remaining. There's still a chance for a 1 survivor escape here, but Kapi in such a dominant position. If you could get a 4-person elimination here, that would put PBM in a beautiful position. Looks like he's going to tunnel after the Seer. Excellent trap setup as well. This is such a strong pallet that a lot of survivors like to utilize, and they're unable to do that here because that trap is set up.
You can see the Seer really trying to get away from that, saw that there was a trap and trying to go into a different route, taking the hook, taking the hit, and is now a 1 hit down. This could be very, very dangerous. The first officer is getting pressured right here, really wants to slow down that decoding progress, is getting out of his skill and now has no skills left. Will be, if he is getting that hook, that might be extremely good for Kapi. And he is going in, not taking the hook though.
Good job from the Gravekeeper. Wow, and this is the hook, so there's no hook for another 14 seconds now. Beautiful job from this Gravekeeper. If the Gravekeeper gets hooked there, they will go down immediately because of that added damage. The Seer's going to now try to finish up this last Cypher machine. Let's see if they're able to do it. It looks like the Gravekeeper trying to kite. Excellent hook from Kapi. Gets the hook. And there's the pop. The Cypher machine is primed. They're off to for the races to this exit gate here. Let's see if the Seer can get there. No teleport available for this hunter. He did use it recently, so I think the 1 survivor escape is in order for Monarch.
That is for sure. That is definitely the goal that you want to go for. At least 1 survivor out, so you don't give the hunter the complete 5-point game. And we can see Gravekeeper doing a fantastic job. Gravekeeper just needs to buy enough time for the Seer to open up that gate that he already started opening. And this might actually be a fantastic... Oh, there we go. Gravekeeper goes down. But as you already mentioned, there is not enough time for Kapi to actually relocate towards the Seer's exit gate. Seer will make his way out of here, and this is a 3-point game yet again for Kapi. Extremely strong start, especially with the Gatekeeper. Was really performing well. The question now is, will Monarch show again that they can get the 4 survival elimination and decide this round number 2 for themselves? Or will, PBM come back on the survivor side and get at least 1 survivor out to tie that second round? Very, very interesting match that we have seen right here. Again, I was surprised to see the survivor lineup with the Gravekeeper and the Acrobat, but I was also very, very positively surprised to see the Gamekeeper and how well Kapi was able to utilize him.
Absolutely. Gamekeeper getting a win on a survivor-sided map is so challenging to do, and Cuppy really just excelling there, getting that three-person elimination, putting his team in a good position. Again, PBM went down in that first round to a score of 6-3 to Monarch. So, yeah, Cuppy again getting this team in a good position. Now, it comes down to what hunter is Nico going to play. I think we're going to most likely see the Sculptor ban. So are they going to go for Dream Witch, or is he going to go for the Axe Boy? Dream Witch, not a very strong hunter on Sacred Heart Hospital. It's very spread out. The Cypher machines are kind of spread out in a circle, which means it's very hard to actually get three ciphered. So they're very widespread, very laid out in a position that's favorable for survivors against a Dream Witch. On top of that, the two-story hospital area is so challenging to trap survivors in. Dream Witch loves to use that leech follower in the main spawn to trap in survivors, get a free hit, and it's almost impossible to do that in Sacred Heart Hospital because you have those holes that you can drop down, you have the pallet upstairs that you can work with, you have the window in that birdcage area. It's so challenging to play Dream Witch on this map, so I actually think we're going to see Axeboy from Nico here.
I would definitely prefer to see the X-Boy, as you already mentioned, not so much a meta character, and I'm always for these non-meta characters that we don't see that often in the tournament setup. So yes, I'm definitely all for the X-Boy, and I'm curious to see what we can expect from Nico right here, because with that X-Boy, as we already mentioned, if he is getting that 4 survival elimination, they will proceed into the next bracket. So that means that PBM knows what to do. They know they have to get at least 1 survivor out of the gate, and they might adapt their strategy right here. You might want to, you know, just leave the first survivor on the chair for a little bit longer to focus on decoding, because you just want to secure at least 1 survivor through the gate, maybe through the dungeon. And that is definitely, in my opinion, a better situation right now for Monarch, because all they have to do is they have to get 4 survivors eliminated, and that is usually very, very possible. As soon as you have 2 survivors out of the game and the Cypher machines haven't been primed, you can just go back and forth, exhaust their self heal. We have seen this in the match before, where they just had to exhaust their self heal, and then it's just, you know, where are the survivors? You have to find them, you have to bring them down, you concentrate on the next survivor, and then you get your 4 survivor elimination. So that is definitely something that is in reach for Monarch. But at the same time, PBM might surprise us with their survivor lineup, just as they surprised it in round 1.
Absolutely, it's definitely possible. And I know we just talked about Axeboy being a good pick for Nico, but in a situation where you really want to get as many kills as possible, do you play the Dream Witch? Again, it's a tough map for Dream Witch, but Dream Witch is one of the best hunters for getting a 4-person elimination, especially compared to an Axeboy. So while Axeboy may be fairly strong on this map, Dream Witch could be the pick here. Again, does Monarch really just want to push for the win? Do they want to try to win this in 2 rounds and just propel to the next round, or do they want to slow this down? Maybe go for a draw with the Axeboy and have a pretty decent position going into the 3rd round. It really just comes down to what do they decide to go with here. As on the side of PBM, looking at the survivor side, I think you probably may... we see a Psychologist ban, which I think we will, because Psychologist is strong against both Axeboy and the Dream Witch. I think that Barmaid might not actually be a bad character selection, because it forces Nico to go with the Axeboy. You can't really play Dream Witch, especially on such a tough Dream Witch map, against a Barmaid. And if you're forcing a hunter to play a tie hunter in a situation where you guys, you know, as a survivor side, only needs to get a tie, I think that's the best position for PBM.
Yeah, that sounds very, very reasonable right here. If we can see the Barmaid, we might see an X-Boy. The question is, we also know how confident Nico is with all of the hunters, right? Like, not only the Dream Witch, but also with the X-Boy. And since it is such an, you know, difficult map for the Dream Witch, I think we might even see the X-Boy when we see the Barmaid, just because there's a lot of confidence behind Nico when he's utilizing that X-Boy, and that might be just the overall better hunter when it comes to this map. And I almost feel like a Barmaid is not something that, you know, will scare him off this hunter. And yeah, I mean, still curious to see the hunter play from Nico either way. If it's gonna be an X-Boy, that's fantastic. If it's gonna be a Dream Witch, that's fantastic too, because we haven't necessarily seen Dream Witch being utilized too often in this tournament yet. So seeing a Dream Witch is definitely something that I'm looking forward to. I personally think that not seeing a Dream Witch too often is something in favor of the entire game of IdentityV, because we have seen her being utilized in previous tournaments, I would say a few years ago, over and over again, where she was just a dominant hunter and she was coming in on every map and she was always the hunter that we saw. I feel like now with more diversity when it comes to the meta, where we see Breaking Wheel, where we see Sculptor, where we also see the Dreamwitch from time to time, and these off-meta characters that are also extremely strong depending on the map and also depending on the skills of the player, of course. I think that's making it very, very interesting because you can't always predict which hunter we will see, and it's always a little bit of a surprise, not only for us, but also for the opponent's team. And that's definitely something we have to take in consideration too. PBM might have prepared themselves for the Sculptor of Nico because, yes, you know, you want to be prepared for that Sculptor. But what hunter is he bringing out now? You don't really know, so you have to be prepared for all eventualities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Monarch is one of those teams that really likes to, adapt with newer hunters as well. We see Nico use Axeboy a lot. We see him use Dreamwitch. We see him use, the Sculptor, of course. But he could potentially break out a new hunter we haven't seen. Maybe he's learned Breaking Wheel. Maybe he's learned Bonbon or Bloody Queen. Who knows? Definitely could be an option here. In fact, Bonbon would actually be a pretty good character for this map. There's a lot of places where you can have a lot of nice bomb chains. You can utilize the peepers in the hospital. We see that used a lot, where they'll put the peeper in the bottom floor of the hospital, and then it will also reveal the survivor's location on the upstairs floor as well. So that can be very strong for for a Bonbon player. So maybe Nico will play Bonbon as well. I know he has played a little bit of Bonbon in the past, but not so much in comparison to something like the Axeboy like we were talking about. But it's definitely a possibility. So yeah, the only issue with that again is Bonbon is such a tie-heavy hunter. Very, very good for securing ties because once you down that first survivor, it has such a strong camping ability to a point where the survivors almost never want to rescue anyways. So it'll eliminate one survivor, then you just have to eliminate one more in the end game and get that tie. But in a situation where Nico might want to go for a win, he may have to go with something more aggressive. Axeboy has probably a little more win potential than a Bonbon, but Bonbon's more for securing those ties. So again, does Monarch want to go for a tie here? It's not a bad position. If they get a draw with this Hunter side, they still have a lead in terms of points going to the last round. Well, maybe the rounds will be tied 1-1. Monarch will still be up on points. So they'll have a favorable position nonetheless in that last round.
So since you were talking about how Nico can adapt to new hunters and how he might have learned the Breaking Wheel, do you think there's a possibility for him to utilize Nayat as well? And if so, how would you group Nayat as a hunter? Is Nayat a winning hunter, or is she more of a tying hunter, just as you explained to us with the Guard 26?
Yeah, Nayat is definitely more of a tying hunter, although she does have win potential in compared to something that may have less win potential like Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen is very heavy with the tie, and she has win potential, but not as much. Nayat is very strong because she has very good speed. She can get around the map very quickly. If you can get a quick down with Nayat, you usually will utilize that blink. You can get it down within 60 seconds if you find a good survivor to chase in the early game. You can then have pretty strong camping abilities with the Nayat because you can use that water to try to get the survivors to 100% and then get a second hit on them to get the down. But Nayat is just very fast. When you throw that trident and you're in that fast movement form, you can get around the map super quickly. You can pressure those cipher machines. What a lot of Nayats will do is they'll throw their trident onto a cipher and then they'll pull it back, and it'll create a water path on top of the cipher machine, so the survivor cannot decode that cipher until it wears off. So while Bonbon may be a hunter that's very strong with camping and very strong with chase, Nayat has all of those things. Maybe not as strong camping, but is a lot faster and has better map pressure than some of these other tie hunters.
Definitely something we might see if Nico wants to bring out a new hunter that we haven't seen from him so far. But yes, as we already talked about, we are going to jump into that second half, round number 2 right now. Nico on the hunter side will start with the 2 survivor bands, and then we're gonna see what PBM will bring out on the survivors. They already were surprising us a little bit in round number 1. So I'm very curious to see what they will pick now. Obviously, we have the Sculptor ban, as we have predicted. You don't want to go against that Sculptor that was just for survivor eliminating you. And we have the Mechanic. Oh, same lineup when it comes to the first 2 survivors. We have Mechanic and Ford already banned. The 3rd survivor will be banned in a second. And now seeing that we have the Psychologist and the Patient in this lineup already, we might see, Priestess coming in, since Sacred Heart is... Oh, Priestess actually being banned. So then we might see the First Officer again. We might see the Mind's Eye again. There's also a chance for mercenary now, but it's going to be the same lineup. We're going to see the same lineup on Sacred Heart Hospital. Very curious to see if PBN can pull off a better game than we saw in round number 1. What they want to do is they want to get at least...
It looks like he's going Breaking Wheel. Wow.
So you were right. You were right that he's doing a new hunter right here.
I'm so sorry to cut you off, Grizzly. I was just so surprised to see this Breaking Wheel get used here. This is so this is very unique from Nico, and it looks like the survivors didn't even take the Seer, which is one of the characters that's so strong against his wheel. So Nico looking so strong here moving into this next round. It now makes sense why he doesn't ban the Psychologist. As soon as I saw Ford and Mechanic, I was very surprised to see no Psychologist being banned, because Psychologist would be very strong against a Dream Witch, against an Axe Boy. But against Breaking Wheel, we talked about this earlier, Grizzly, not as strong. And yeah, the Breaking Wheel, now it makes sense. We do see the Breaking Wheel does spawn behind Ruins over near the shack area. This is a pretty good spawn for survivors against a wheel. Although it looks like he's immediately heading towards Double Doors, which is the location of the Mind's Eye, I believe. So if he sees this Mind's Eye, this could be an excellent start for him. And looks like, yeah, he's found her.
Still, Mind's Eye being in the area of the building, that is definitely a good start for the Mind's Eye, because that's the strongest area when it comes to kiting around the hunter. And we can see Nico right here with the Breaking Wheel doing a great job navigating around that building, but also just wants to get out of here and is trying to cut off the way of the Mind's Eye. Was hoping to find her right here, but now has vision on a different survivor. Again, the hospital building for a Breaking Wheel is extremely difficult to navigate around, so for the survivors to be in this area and to kite around the Breaking Wheel right there was a fantastic start too, and was allowing the Mind's Eye to actually get away, and we now have the patience and the attention of Nico.
He does get that first spike on the patient there. Looks like he's going to go for the classic two-hit. Wow, beautiful hook from the patient, pulling himself inside the hospital. Nico's going to go ahead and blink here, trying to get this one hit on the patient. It looks like he should be able to do this. Maybe with no attack recovery. Oh, he gets the no attack recovery hit.
That is extremely strong, and we can see that the trap right here slowing down the patient. Patient is down, first survivor will be on the chair right here. Did a fantastic job, and we can see how Nico is putting him into a rocket chair that is better for him, that is just allowing him to, you know, concentrate more on these Cypher machines while he's also having the survivor on the chair, and is now transitioning out. We have seen, oh, what a prediction right here. We see Wanted Order is on Empty Moon, and therefore we have Nico just utilizing his spikes and getting that first spike on the first officer. If he is taking another spike, it might be very, very difficult for the first officer to actually pull off that rescue.
Might see Nico get out of wheel form, gets the second spike there. He's going to get out here, try to get this double hit on the first officer. It looks like, nope, just going to go ahead and hit the patient instead. Maybe he'll go for a snap on this officer to get that damage ability in, but you really don't want to lose that character. He's really going deep for this hit here, and yeah, isn't able to get it. Now he's forced to go back. Going to use that snap to injure the first officer like we mentioned, and will now go look for this patient. I think the patient actually just used a hook there to create some distance, even with that tide turner. Oh, gets a free hit on the Psychologist. Wow, unfortunately caught in a bit of a bad area. Beautiful game sense from Nico to acknowledge this character was here. Getting that extra damage down is so crucial with the Breaking Wheel character, and he's going to be able to put the patient on the rocket chair for the second time.
Fantastic job. Psychologist was just trying to, you know, get the attention of the hunter, maybe get the attention away from the patient, but patient was laying there visible for Nico. Nico now having the patient on the chair for the second time. This is definitely putting him into a really, really good situation. Giving the second spike to the Psychologist right here. We talked about this. Psychologist is a really, really good target now, since she also already used her skill. She will go down immediately if this hits right here. We now have the patient out of the game, since nobody was able to get in for the rescue. We have the Psychologist on the balloons, who will be the second survivor on the chair. We still have 2 Cypher machines remaining, but one of the 2 survivors needs to come in for the rescue very soon. We see the first officer already injured. That means the Mind's Eye might be the one who is coming in for a rescue.
Beautiful game sense from Nico to acknowledge the only survivor in the vicinity was that Psychologist. No one else could perform a rescue there, so he, instead of camping, went after that Psychologist, cut them off from a distance, and was able to get an immediate 2 spikes on them to prevent any sort of rescue. We're seeing this strategy come up again, where the Breaking Wheel, instead of camping, is going to change targets to this other character, trying to down this Mind's Eye. Beautiful movements from this Mind's Eye, going down this hole to avoid the wheel form. and is able to kite out those extended spikes as well. It looks like the first officer continuing to decode, not going for any sort of rescue here. So this is going to be very challenging for PBM if they want to at least get one survivor out and tie up this round.
Fantastic job from the Mindset. We are down to one Cypher machine, and as we have seen this before, Mindset was kiting around Nico in that building before early game and is now doing the same. Now taking the first hit, taking the second spike when she's coming, when the real form is coming out of her, out of his form, and we can now see Mindset being down. The first officer was not able to go in for the rescue. I am not sure how far that Cypher machine is been. Oh, it just started, so that is a very, very tough situation for the survivors, because now it's going to be a back and forth between the first officer and the Mind's Eye. As soon as the Mind's Eye gets up and the first officer is down, we will see Nico going back to that Mind's Eye and basically exhausting both of their stealth heal abilities. But Empty Moon right here, the first officer, is on the dungeon, so that could still be a potential dungeon escape if Nico decides to put the Mind's Eye on the chair, but it could be a very, very difficult situation right here for PBM.
Mind's Eye did use up that self heal. You see some beautiful controls from Nico. They're going back to this this area down here. Oh, they're going to leave the pallet going in the open. This allows Nico to get this first spike on them. He's going to be able to use this full presence in the next 2 seconds. Here it is. All he has to do is snap this Mind's Eye for the down. He knows the Mind's Eye no longer has their self heal. They just used it. All he has to do here, go back to this first officer, pick them up, put them on the chair, and this will be a 4-person elimination. First officer does get up though, staying alive, and beautiful blink from Nico to secure the last down on this Mind's Eye. That is a 4-person elimination, and Grizzly, that's moving Monarch into the next round.
That means 5 points right here for Monarch, just as we saw it before, where PBM was able to get the 3 survival elimination to get the 3 points for their team. But then we also have Monarch securing that 1 point that allowed them to, you know, take the victory in this round as well as in round number 1. And yeah, congratulations to Monarch for moving on into the next bracket of this tournament. Also congratulations to PBN for making it this far. We are still talking about the top 16 teams that are competing right here, so they were definitely a really, really good opponent. We saw a lot of action from these survivors. We saw a lot of actions from the Hunter, from Kapi. But at the end of the day, we also saw a lot of action from Monarch's side, and they definitely deserve to get into the next bracket. We are talking about the match stats real quick of this match, and we can see the strikes right here of Nico, 22 in such a fast time, and even with not being able to get the Mind's Eye early in the game, he was still able to make up for his time by just going for the patient, who didn't really decode a lot, since he was basically the first kite that Monarch's Nico was continuing to follow up on.
Yeah, beautiful job from the Mind's Eye. I want to give a shout out to them. They played excellent that match. They immediately got a bad spawn, acknowledged this, and pushed straight into the hospital area, which is, as you mentioned, Grizzly, such a tough situation for a Breaking Wheel to deal with. And he forced the Breaking Wheel to leave hospital and go for a different character that was harder to chase, that being the patient. You see a solid containment time from the Mind's Eye. Nico able to keep most of these survivors under 60 seconds, but the Mind's Eye able to surpass that with her excellent jukes, her excellent kiting ability to just avoid the Breaking Wheel at all costs and stay alive for as long as possible. But ultimately, Nico coming out on top, excellent controls. Breaking Wheel, not an easy hunter to play by any means. It's actually one of the harder ones because of how hard those controls are. So Nico coming out here with a new hunter, with the, and playing it to this this level is just incredible to see.
That's for sure. And you also have to point out how Nico was able to put these survivors on rocket chairs where they were not really able to go in for a rescue, really far away from the rest of the teammates. And then as soon as a teammate wanted to come in for the rescue, he was immediately cutting off the way of that survivor and potentially even, hitting them with the spikes and almost bringing them down before they were able to reach the rocket chair. And even if they were able to reach the rocket chair, really focusing on the survivor that was getting off the rocket chair to just secure that elimination. So fantastic job from both sides. But we have to give it to Nico right here, who was able to eliminate all 4 survivors before all Cypher machines have been able to be popped. And yeah, congratulations to both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, PBM playing really well. We see the match points here, 6-3 in both rounds for both teams. Those 3 points coming from on each side of those rounds, coming from the Hunter side of PBM. PBM's Hunter Cuppy played beautifully in these rounds, getting 3-person elimination in both rounds. But Nico coming out on top again with those 5 points. But I do want to point out. Cuppy in the first round played a Hunter that has win potential, but was in a tying position and was still able to pull out a 3-survivor elimination. In the second round, playing a tie Hunter and was able to get a win with that Hunter. It's just incredible to see that sort of gameplay at this level of competition, especially against a team like Monarch. Again, they're a high-level team, a high-level survivor team, and playing these sort of Hunters and getting wins in those sort of situations that Cuppy was able to do really goes to show how well he played today.
That's for sure. The gamekeeper that we saw on Sacred Heart Hospital was extremely strong. We have seen 2 gamekeepers so far in this tournament, both of them extremely strong, really showing us that even if you pick non-meta hunters, you have good chances of winning. And here we can see the MVP, who was Nico, who was whipping out that breaking wheel that we didn't necessarily expect. We saw Sculptor in the first match where we were on the Ever Sleeping Town map, which would have been a better pick for the breaking wheel, and was coming in with the breaking wheel on the Sacred Heart Hospital. Was having a little bit of trouble on inside the building, but what was definitely making up for that outside the building and bringing down these survivors. Fantastic job right here. MVP, well deserved for Monarch's Nico.
Absolutely, especially in a situation where Breaking Wheel struggles in hospital, acknowledging that you need to leave that hospital and go chase a survivor outside of it, even if it means giving up that main decoder, which in that case was the Mind's Eye. It ended up being the right call there. So Monarch advancing to the next level of competition here. Congratulations to them. Again, PBM playing so well. Just a little bit short in each round. 1 survivor escape behind. These matches, they come down to the wire like this, and it really makes it exciting. I love to see these close matches. Of course, PBM being a new team, Monarch being more of an experienced one. PBM just played so well. A newer team being able to only go down by a single survivor escape each round. It's incredible to see, and excellent job from them. These close matches are just so exciting to see, and I love it when they come down to the wire like this.
I couldn't agree anymore. That's for sure. PBM was definitely making a name for themselves right here in this tournament, really showing that they are a team that has to be feared in the future. But for now, that is the conclusion for the match between Monarch and PBM. Monarch will continue in this tournament. We'll get into the next brackets. We're going to jump into a quick break before we see the next teams go against each other.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey, it's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Hey there, welcome back to day 2 of the official North American and European server tournament in IdentityV. We already saw some action right here. We already saw the heat between Monarch as well as PBN, and luckily for Monarch, they were able to secure more points in these rounds. PBM was putting up a fantastic fight. Just want to say congratulations to both of these teams again, because they were outstanding on both sides when it came to the Hunter selection as well. Seeing a Gamekeeper yet again on this day 2 already. Very, very exciting. But we are moving on. We have Kahel right here next with me, and next up we're gonna see GOE, which is Garden of Eden, going against MLF, which is Maleficent. I am very, very excited to see both of these teams. What are you saying about this?
Well, I'm actually also equally excited, especially because with the start of the tournament, we've already seen some non-meta picks. So I really don't know what to expect. If this is really how it is in NAEU server, I am enjoying it, Grizzly. I'm really excited to see this.
Yes, me for sure as well. I mean, we have already seen so many off-meta characters, not only hunters, also when we talk about the survivors, and that's gonna be very, very interesting to see throughout this entire tournament. These teams not only necessarily sticking with the meta, but also just switching it up. We saw in the matches before where we had Monarch, who's very well known for just utilizing very, very meta characters, coming in round number 2 with a Gravekeeper and an Acrobat. Gravekeeper we have seen, I would say, quite frequently, but an Acrobat in round number 2, that not so much. So I think we are definitely in for a treat while we are watching this entire tournament, because even the players that utilize the meta quite often to just, secure these points, because if you can main a meta character, this will definitely up your chance to actually get more points, to actually secure the victories in these tournament matches. But if you also bring in, some off-meta characters in the mix and you perform just as well, that's going to make it not only exciting for us to watch, but also exciting for them to play and for the opponents to go against these survivors and to basically deal and adapt with these survivors' abilities.
That's right. And actually, we do know that these most of the teams participating today are actually one of the newer teams, and so it's really exciting because although we don't have that much data on them, it's still pretty exciting to know what they're gonna bring out. So it's gonna be a pleasant surprise. Like you said, we're gonna be in for a treat. I'm really curious to see what they're gonna bring out. I'm also excited to know what the maps are, because this is going to greatly influence what those picks and bans are going to be. So, of course, like we keep on saying, if it's the earlier rounds, players really will do whatever it takes to rack in some points, and that is why they will naturally bring out the meta picks, and then we'll start to diversify as the later rounds come. But like you said, we've seen a Gamekeeper in round 2, so I would expect no less from this matchup that we're casting today.
I mean, if we just look at Garden of Eden, where we can also see a gamekeeper in the Hunter lineup right here, we have, I'm just gonna refer to them as Eden from now on. We have Bacon, who is also previously known as Walmart. Walmart, very, very established name in the community. Very good sculptor and Guard 26, as well as gamekeeper player. As I already mentioned, maybe we're gonna see another gamekeeper. Maybe this is the tournament where the gamekeeper has his revival. Then we have Zero, who is a forward coordinator and seer player. We have Websees, who is known as a mechanic, prisoner, and psychologist. Very curious to see if Websees is sticking to the decoders or if we're gonna see a psychologist. Then Chris, priestess, entomologist. Always excited to see an entomologist, and seer. And then we have Sam right here, who is known for the mercenary, gravekeeper, and coordinator. Very, very interesting team lineup right here. Definitely a lot of meta characters being utilized in this survivor as well as hunter composition. But we can also expect a little bit of a, mix when we see entomologists maybe coming into the play, or maybe again another gravekeeper. And I really, really hope for Websees to bring out that psychologist again, because we have seen a lot of psychologists being used in this tournament so far. And I have to say, I really enjoyed it so far.
That's right. And like you said, entomologist, always an interesting character to watch. Very dynamic. I mean, her decisions are just they vary according to the situation, and it does call for a lot of situational awareness. So now here we are with a lineup of Maleficent. We have Nitty here. Actually, we know that he can use Sculptor, but he can also use Evil Reptilian and Hell Ember. Very interesting picks. I mean, we don't see these hunters every day. We've seen Evil Reptilian yesterday. Who knows? We might see him again, and that'll be really exciting. And then we have Tarukis, who plays Postman, Gravekeeper, and Thief. Okay, we've seen a recent adjustment on the Thief, so that'll be interesting to watch if ever he does decide to bring him out. And then we have Banri, also a female dancer user, a mechanic, and toy merchant. So it looks like I'm getting non-meta vibes from this team, so this should be really interesting. And then we have Gaku, also a lawyer and mechanic, perfumer, like you keep on saying, Grizzly, always suggesting the use of perfumer. She is such a versatile player, really good for first kites. She really does have her value in the lineup, especially at the start of the game. And then we have Holic Star, who also uses Gardener. I'm really excited to see this, especially with the ability to make those shields. And she also uses Perfumer and Gravekeeper. So really interesting picks here. A lot of non-meta lineup I can see, but still a bit of meta. We see Postman that has been rising in popularity lately. So I guess it's just gonna boil down to the map, to the bans, and then that's when it's gonna start to get interesting.
That is for sure. And you pointed already out very, very off-meta characters and a lot of OG characters as well. You mentioned it. Thief is coming into this lineup. You mentioned Gardener. You mentioned Lawyer. So this is going to be very, very interesting. But of course, they also have a lot of other characters that are very, very interesting to spectate, like the female dancer, the toy merchant, and the perfumer also coming into this play. But right now, we are starting with Nitty on the hunter side, which means Maleficent will be hunting right now, starting on the red church map. First ban of this round will be the forward, which allows Sam and Chris to pick their survivors. Sam, known as the mercenary, yes, utilizing that mercenary. And I'm very excited to see Chris utilizing the priestess, because priestess on the red church can be extremely dangerous, and having that priestess in the lineup will be definitely something to watch. We have mechanic being banned, so we could expect a seer coming into this lineup next. When we look at Websees, we can also expect the prisoner coming in for the decoding power, or we're gonna see Websees coming in as seer and Zero coming in as patient.
What's really interesting is how the patient is coming out so frequently throughout the tournament. And here we see a sculptor pick on the part of Nitty. Of course, very understandable choice. This is the first round after all, and we do know her full potential in Red Church. She could be very dangerous, and these survivors need to be very careful with how they transition and scale the map. So now here we are, Grizzly, at the Red Church with the sculptor spawning at the red carpet, already making her way towards the graveyard area in search of her first target, and rightfully so. Here is the first one, Zero, who is playing
As
the patient. Yes, here he is, and now it's the patient's time to shine once more. I wonder how this is going to play out, Grizzly.
Definitely a good find right here on the patient. He can utilize his hook to get a little bit more distance, to get away from the statues, but at the same time there are a lot of narrow paths right here, and we can see he's taking the first hit, trying to get away and trying to establish more distance, but the statues are always coming in. The statues are pressuring, and if we refer to all the games that we have seen so far, the sculptors, there we go, another hit. The sculptor statues, when they are precise, you are immediately in a tough situation. Nice portal right here. Oh, destroying the portal, really allowing the patient to get away, to break line of sight, and really helping the survivor team to actually keep up the kite and keep up the decoding.
Actually, that was a really good decision on the part of the patient, and also good coordination on the part of the priestess installing those portals right there, because now the sculptor has lost sight of the patient and might need to transition once more to a new target.
Fantastic job right here. Found the seer right away, which is a really, really good find, because you can just cancel out that seer's out with your statues. So going for the seer is definitely the right way to go right here. But you already pointed out, fantastic play on Eden's side right here with that portal, and with not going back, Nitty expecting the patient to actually come back through that portal. Nitty destroyed the portal, and therefore we are now seeing a little bit of a, a really, really good play on Eden's side. Now the seer is the one who needs to keep up that kite, and he does a really, really good job doing so. He still has his owl left, and he is really buying a lot of time for his team.
That's right, and now here they are at the back gate area. Well, really, as a seer, you really need to be careful with how you... oh my goodness, takes that statue hit and regular hit, and now transitioning towards that window area over there. Wonder if he can make that vault, if he will. Oh, there it is. And that'll give him some time to transition a bit into the graveyard. But then again, Nitty just staying on top of it. Eyes on the prize there, aiming those statues and going for that hit. Just one more chip damage away from downing this really nimble seer right here.
Want to say fantastic job from Nitty right here. Not only connecting that one statue and also giving an immediate hit on the seer, but also continuing to chase it. But seer doing a fantastic job right here. Buying more time, goes down to that statue. Now we have the first survivor on the chair. That was a fantastic play from both sides, but Nitty is having a little bit of a tough situation right now, because the survivors were already able to decode 3 cipher machines. We have the priestess with that global portal setting up a really, really good escape route right now for the seer when they are going to rescue the seer off the chair. We can see that we have Sam coming in for the rescue right now. Sam playing as Mercenary, the character that wants to come in and tries to avoid, is actually immediately rescuing. Seer is taking that last effort. But again, look at the cipher machines. 1 cipher machine remaining. I'm curious to see how far that progress on the cipher machine is. But either way, the rescue was, as far as I know, before halfway, and that is definitely buying more time for the survivor side. Seer can get on the chair yet again, and that will definitely be a tough situation for Nitty.
That's right. But look, on the bright side, they've already located the dungeon, so he's probably coordinated that already with his teammates. And then this cipher is really, really hot right now. All it's going to take is just one more rescue before they are able to pop that last cipher and go for the gate. Will they make it? Look, they're going for a double save.
As the job patient is taking that hit, cipher machine is now primed. We can see they are trying to create distance between the hunter and themselves. The cipher machine immediately popped since Nitty was trying to get that pallet down, and now we can see Websy's just trying to get away from both gates, luring Nitty away from both gates, allowing the rest of the team to just focus on decoding. We also have the global portal that is basically giving them the chance to go from one end of the map to another, and in general, Websy doing such a good job, but saving up that Sears Owl for the late game fight. The dungeon is right here, the exit gate is open, we can see one survivor is already out. We need the Mercenary to get out as soon as possible. Mercenary now, Seer now having the chance to get to the dungeon, but detention is activated. There's not an owl that can protect the Seer from taking damage. Oh!
Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Oh my goodness, that was so close. He was so close to getting that dungeon escape, but still a really good start on the part of Garden of Eden, because that is 3 points to their team and 1 for MLF. Wow, a really strong start, Grizzly. I'm really impressed.
That is for sure a really, really strong start, especially considering that you are starting in this first round right here against the Sculptor. Sculptor being extremely dangerous. We have seen it in previous matches, and now just being able to really contain that Hunter, first of all as Patient, where you utilize the great portal of the Priestess to break line of sight, to really get out of there, buying more time for the team. And then Seer being the perfect pick. If you look at the survivor, Seer was the best survivor to find, and also was able to chair that survivor twice. But the Cypher Machine progress that was made during this entire match while chasing down that Seer was enormous. And we saw that Cypher Machine popping. We saw that great team coordination late game, where the Seer was going not only away from the exit gates, but also knowing, hey, the dungeon is right there. If my teammates can get through the exit gate, I have a potential dungeon escape. But at the same time, we have Nitty right here, who already knows, hey, I'm in a little bit of a tough situation because we have other survivors going through the gate, and I don't want this team to get the 5 points. So I need to eliminate at least one survivor. And here we can just see the stats of this match. And if we look back at the Patient, he has a containment time of 50 seconds, the first survivor to kite, as well as a survivor that was coming in as rescuer, and in general, Seer keeping it up for almost 150 seconds, making it extremely difficult for Nitty.
Actually, I really just wanted to highlight once more that the use and the how they conserved their items, their resources, okay, and how they were able to use it at the right time. So let's talk about the use of hooks. He used it when he really needed it, okay? So there are some times when players would use it prematurely and then it wouldn't count, but then this was some perfect use of those hooks, going towards that portal and transitioning. And then let's talk about that owl too. He saved that for the last moment. I think he wanted to save that for the dungeon escape, but then again, it did buy some time. It did help his teammates buy some time to get out the gate. It's just a little sad that he wasn't able to make it to the dungeon, but then if he was able to save it for that last second, he would have made it for the dungeon. It would have been 5 points. That would have been really cool.
That is for sure. That would have been very cool, especially for the team Garden of Eden right here. But at the same time, you have Nitty right here as Sculptor, and you know exactly where the Seer is about to go, right? You know exactly that he wants to get to this dungeon. So with the Sculptor being in play, even if that last hour was still, you know, available, it's still difficult to utilize it in the right way, where you know, actually block the hit instead of a statue, because an immediate statue could cancel out that owl and you could still get knocked out before you reach that dungeon. So it's definitely, first of all, saving up that owl late game to really secure the 3 survivor escape was already fantastic, and almost getting that 4 survivor escape was beautiful to watch, absolutely beautiful to watch. But Nitty right here realizes that this situation has to be a situation where they get a point, where they are not allowing the opponent team to get 5 points. They need to get 1 point. The opponent's team is getting not this additional point that you get when you have 4 survivors escape. And this is putting the survivor side now, when we look at Maleficent's survivor team that will play next, is putting them into a better spot, because now to tie that round, they don't have to necessarily get out with 4 survivors. They have to get out with 3 survivors. On the other side, when we are not talking about tying, if they are actually getting 4 survivors out, they still have the chance to actually win this first round for themselves. And if we already looked at the survivors, right? We already talked about their survivors, and we already talked about their very, very off-meta lineup. So I'm curious to see what they will surprise us with. I'm actually not necessarily thinking that we will see, as we already mentioned, Thief, Lawyer, or Gardener in these first rounds, but I'm very curious to see what else they will bring, because they also have, as you already mentioned earlier, Postman in the lineup. They also have a female dancer, a perfumer that we have seen in previous matches as well. For example, yesterday, Perfumer kiting basically Wu Cheng throughout the entire match with the help of the battle that we saw. So there are a lot of options for Maleficent to come back from this 3 survivor escape to actually get a 3 survivor escape themselves, or even better.
That's right. And speaking of points, they really do still have a chance to make up for it and to catch up and potentially win this first round, like you said. So they're really going to have to answer back with either a 4-man kill or a 3-man kill just to tie up the points. But you know, I'm sure players are going to want to just do whatever they can. And so I'm expecting Bacon to do his very best to secure that 4-man kill. That's why I'm actually rooting for both teams too. I think at this point, Bacon would probably bring out the Sculptor first, because this is a red church after all. So that's just my prediction. And it is the first round, so I'm expecting a lot of meta picks as usual. What about you, Grizzly?
Yes, I couldn't agree more. If you get Bacon, also known as Walmart, if I am messing this up, if I'm saying Walmart throughout this match, it's Bacon, the Hunter of Garden of Eden, very well known for his Sculptor plays. And I just think Red Church will be the best pick is the best map right now to go as Sculptor. He also plays the Guard 26 very well as the Gamekeeper. But I just don't think that we're gonna see Hunter like Gamekeeper or Guard 26 if you still have the option to go for Sculptor, because I'm pretty sure, as we have seen it in previous rounds, in round number 2 we will see a ban of the Sculptor, because Sculptor is just extremely dangerous, and both of these Hunter players, they are specialized in that Sculptor, that very, very meta character. So I'm predicting to see Sculptor bans. Therefore the Sculptor would be the pick that you want to go for right now as Bacon, because that's your option that you have right now. That's an option that you might not have later on in this tournament, or at least in this matchup between these two teams. Yes. And of course we're gonna see, and we are very, very patiently waiting for this next match to start, because I am extremely curious to see that that team of Maleficent right now, because again, there are a lot of off-meta characters that are expected from this team, but then we might also see a little bit of a surprise. We have seen it in this tournament over and over again, where we see Survivor picking their not necessarily favorite characters, at least not the characters that we are used to see from them. Maybe they have adapted, maybe they brought in some, more practice, they threw in some more practice into these meta characters, and now they are surprising everyone by coming out with the meta characters. We saw, I just want to go through the survivors real quick. We saw Postman, we also saw Gravekeeper and Thief, Female Dancer, Mechanic, Toy Merchant. As you can tell, there is no forward, there's no mercenary, and this is very, very unlikely that these teams actually come into this matchup without a forward, without a mercenary, without a seer. I don't see a seer right here. I don't see the priestess. So are they really throwing us off that much by bringing in off-meta characters that are like only off-meta characters, not even utilizing the new characters like Psychologist, who is proven to be extremely strong? This is the question right here. Will we really see the characters that they were teasing us with, or will we see a very strong meta lineup that will actually give them a really good chance to escape through the gate and to secure points as well? Am I? Okay, all right. So, so yeah, we are just waiting for this match to start right here. And again, very, very curious to see. I'm extremely curious to see Maleficent right here. A little bit of a newer team going against Garden of Eden, because we already mentioned it. Very, very interesting character selection that we have seen so far, or that we haven't really seen. So the character selection so far. So that's something we can definitely be super, super excited about. But when it comes to Garden of Eden, when it comes to Walmart, or when it comes to Bacon, we can definitely expect that Sculptor on the Red Church map, because Red Church, just being such a good map for this character, can only turn out in favor of Garden of Eden. Again, Garden of Eden right now is having a little bit of an upper hand, because in the first rounds you usually have a stronger hand when you're on the hunter side, because you can still select from a wide range of hunters, not the meta hunters being banned like in round number 2 or round number 3. So that's gonna be very, very good for Bacon right here, who probably can still use that Sculptor.
And now here we are, finally, with the picks and bans. Just waiting for the bans of Bacon. I am predicting a mechanic ban, of course, as always, and then probably a seer or a mercenary. But we shall see. Like you said. Oh, what is this? I am seeing a priestess ban, of course. Very understandable choice too. You don't want to be dealing with a priestess, especially not in Red Church, because we've seen how that portal was able to assist in the Kite of the Patient in the earlier match. So Bacon is probably smart to not let this priestess roam around the map and place those portals, just to be able to provide support for her teammates' kites. And that's actually really exciting, because I was expecting to see a mechanic getting banned yet again, but I'm pretty sure this last slot is for the mechanic, if I'm not mistaken, which means that it'll open up a slot for the seer. So while they're getting their picks and bans going, what do you think is that last slot of the bans for?
We can see it's the priestess that is banned, and we can also see it's the seer that is banned. I'm very, very curious to see the next two picks right here. I'm not gonna make any predictions with this team, because I already mentioned it a little bit earlier, where I was saying this team, Maleficent, was showing us that they are good with, you know, thief, postman, female dancer, toy merchant, lawyer, and all these off-meta characters, but they didn't really tell us, you know, we are also good as forward, we are also good as mercenary, we are also good as mechanic. So that was already throwing me off a little bit. Like, why would you not have the ability to play any of these meta characters? So here we can see that exactly this is happening. We are not, I mean, maybe I was expecting a thief, a lawyer, or a gardener just because I wanted to see them, but at the same time I wasn't necessarily expecting to see them right away, because that's just, I don't know. In the first round, you get the chance to use all of these good survivors. You definitely want to stick to them. Mercenary, mechanic, entomologist, and postman. Now going against Walmart's Sculptor. As we already predicted it, Sculptor very, very strong on the Red Church map. I'm very curious to see this lineup going against Walmart right here. Again, if we look at the points, they need to really, really get out of there. They need to get 3 survivors out of there to actually tie this first round. Maybe even get a 4th survivor through the dungeon or through the exit gate as well to get the victory for round number 1. On the other side, if we look at Garden of Eden's chances right here, if we look at Bacon, it's really, really good situation for him, because his teammates were already securing so many points that they are now in a position that as Hunter, they only need to get 2 survivors, a tie in this match, to actually secure the victory in this first round. So very, very good setup for Bacon right here. Curious to see how this will play out.
Okay, so looking at the lineup here, it looks like we have a support and rescue centered lineup along with a decoder. And I'm actually pretty pleased to see the mechanic in an early round. This is really refreshing. So we know that the strength of a mechanic, if she's able to successfully hide her doll and create some distance between herself and that doll, she will be able to decode. And then if the hunter finds her first, and if she, well, we do know that the mechanic doesn't have the best kiting potential, but even if she does get down early in the game, she does have that doll to make up for that decoding. It's still basically 3 people decoding while somebody comes in to go for the rescue. So I'm actually quite interested as to why Bacon wouldn't ban the mechanic in the first place and would rather ban the seer instead. Because, like we keep on saying, the seer really isn't that much of a threat to the sculptor anymore because of those statues that can actually cancel out the owl even with just chip damage. So I'm really curious to see if Bacon is this confident in his skills in not needing to ban that mechanic. So I'm actually also expecting such a fast chase on the part of Bacon here. What do you think, Grizzly?
That is true. That is true. I'm still very curious to see how Holly is going to perform right here with the entomologist. If we look at the lineup, we have the very meta characters. We have mercenary, we have mechanic, but we also have a postman who can accelerate the decoding speed, who can help other survivors to kite, and we also have the entomologist who can be extremely strong, especially when we look at the Red Church building. And we are starting into this match. Bacon already on the hunt for the survivors, is finding or is trying to find the first survivor. Great rotation of the postman, getting out of this area, buying so much more time. Now we have Bacon right here. Tinnitus is activated because of the mercenary. Mercenary, not the worst find. Yes, he has his elbow pads, but if you have to commit to a survivor, Mercenary can still go down with the help of the statues. You don't necessarily have to wait out after that hit. Oh, but as I said, elbow pads definitely dangerous.
That's right, a nice use of elbow pads just there. And I'm pretty sure Bacon's plan of action right here is to just, let him exhaust his resources early in the game just so he can get rid of those pads and secure a double hit when the mercenary does rescue. But now I think he is transitioning towards the shack. Grizzly, am I seeing this correctly?
Yes, this is going to be very, very good right now because Mechanic was found, and Mechanic is going to be the target that you want to concentrate on the most. As I mentioned, yes, Mercenary might be a find that you can pursue, but there are obviously better survivors. For example, the Mechanic going down means Main Decoder going down. Main Decoder going down means you have more time to actually harass the rest of the team, because this is slowing down the entire team progress. As far as I can tell, the robot was placed. The robot is still on the map, which definitely helps out the team right here. But we can also see the placement of the survivor. Mechanic was placed right there, so the hunter could actually chase away the postman from the not from the rocket chair, from the cipher machine, and again slow down the decoding progress. The more you slow down the decoding progress as hunter, the better for you, because the longer time you have to actually chase down and bring down these survivors. Mercenary coming a little bit surprisingly in for the rescue right here of Bacon, and was able to take that hit too.
Okay, so now it's gonna be the job of the mechanic to try to buy as much time, but takes that hit already. It looks like Bacon is on a mission here. Mercenary luckily didn't get that double hit and still will be able to keep on decoding, but it looks like Bacon is aware of that and is going to cheer the mechanic once more.
That is a really, really good play. Mechanic is on the chair, but Mechanic is on the chair for the second time, and she was rescued just in time. So that is definitely buying more time, especially for the Mechanic's robot to even decode more. And right now we have the first cipher machine. We might... Oh, you're right. Yeah, Mercenary was taking these hits. You're right. I actually didn't see it. Fantastic job so far from the statues right here, and this might be...
Oh my god.
You just want to focus. You want to focus on the mechanic.
Double down right there. Really good stuff from Bacon here, and looking really good as well, because these are only one cipher that has already been decoded. 4 ciphers remaining, already 3. But look at this mercenary already down, and that'll leave the decoders with 3 more ciphers left to decode. And we aren't seeing the progress on this, but if my sense is serving me correctly, at least one would be past 50 at this point. So now the pressure is going to be on the survivors to get this decoding going. Well, the mercenary is a very resilient character and has a longer chair time, so they can capitalize on that. But then again, Bacon is on top of it, has his eyes on the graveyard. Looks like he's really putting some pressure on these ciphers here. And now here is the entomologist, probably gonna try to go for the rescue here. Look at her use of bees right there. Oh, a teleport to the chair. Really good decision on the part of Bacon here. And things are getting really intense. And with just 2 ciphers remaining, will they be able to rescue this mercenary?
Not only denied the rescue before halfway, but also was bringing down that entomologist. We now have the postman right here, but that also means nobody is decoding, which is fantastic for Garden of Eden right here. And this, fantastic hits! All these statues coming in with the combination of a normal hit is bringing down that postman right away. Now concentrating on the entomologist. Doesn't want the entomologist to get up again and actually picks up the entomologist in time. So that might be a shared entomologist after that concentrating on the postman. This is giving the postman an opportunity to heal up and potentially get up and find the dungeon, but at the same time, there won't be enough time to heal up. There won't be enough time to get up and to find the dungeon. And this is the 4-point game for Garden of Eden, for Bacon on the Hunter side. And since this is a 4-point game, this means we are now at 5 additional points for this team. 8-1 in round number 1 right here. Already looks absolutely fantastic for Garden of Eden. We saw how Maleficent was actually surprising us with very, very meta characters. We saw the lineup with a mercenary, we saw the lineup with a mechanic, even if, again, we just have a chart right here of which characters they are most likely to play. But they didn't really pull out all of these off-meta characters. No, they went and sticked with the meta to maximize their chances to actually win these matches. But at the same time, a sculptor, especially such a strong sculptor right here, that is definitely difficult to go against. And again, they had to get at least 3 survivors out. And that in the first round is extremely difficult.
That's right. And now the pressure is going to be on MLF. They really need to come back from this at the second round. Maybe it's time that they actually bring out those non-meta picks. Maybe this is the time that they will be able to really excel. So I'm really excited for that second round, Grizzly. And the same also goes for the Hunters as well. Like we said earlier, we're pretty sure that during the second rounds, Sculptors will be banned. So this is now the time to bring out your hidden aces if there are. I mean, we do have some data on you, but we want to see if you're really going to bring them out, because this is how it becomes entertaining for us. This is what we live for.
That is for sure. And I mean, we looked at these Hunter players, and I mean, Walmart right there, very, very well known as Sculptor as well as Guard26. Guard26 can be a strong pick, also known as Gamekeeper. I'm curious to see if we will see as Gamekeeper, because we have seen Gamekeeper being utilized very, very frequently, at least for me, surprisingly frequently in this tournament. So that would be something that I would absolutely love to see. And you mentioned the Hunter side of Maleficent, where we can see, beside the Sculptor, we can also see the Evil Reptilian and the Hell Emperor.
Yes.
We already saw an Evil Reptilian yesterday, which is very, very interesting. These Hunters are always interesting to watch. And maybe we're gonna see an Hell Emperor. I would love to see an Hell Emperor. Hell Emperor can be extremely dangerous if you know how to utilize these puppets, if you know how to use these puppets throws and teleport toward the survivors while also hitting the survivors mid-air. It's gonna be very, very interesting to see what Maleficent is bringing into the match in round number 2. But going back to this match that we just spectated, we can see how the survivors were having a little bit of a harder time, especially if we look at the containment time. Decoding speed was extremely good. Decoding speed was fine, but at the end of the day, they were not able to pop off that last cipher machine. They were not able to, I think they were still missing 2 cipher machines, and the containment time against Walmart right here, just extremely difficult. Sculptor, Walmart, I wouldn't want to go against him.
That's right. I mean, it is a sculptor after all. A lot of players banned the sculptor in rank for a reason, and here we are witnessing that reason indeed. And look at that. I see a B badge there. It looks like Bacon really is putting in the work in mastering the sculptor and just killing and racking up those points, not just in tournament, but also in rank match. Because look, he is currently already a dragon. Wow, great stuff.
That is for sure. Definitely worth to mention as well that extremely good in ranked right here. You also have to point out that a ranked situation is always different from a tournament situation, especially when you look at the survivor side where you can really coordinate with your team. So we are not supposed to get thrown off by these badges, because the badges doesn't necessarily mean or doesn't necessarily reflect their tournament experience, or at least tournament gameplay right here. So I am very curious just to jump into the round 2. I want to ask you, what do you want to see when it comes to the survivor side? Because we talked about the hunters, and I feel like we can almost expect the hunters we have mentioned, like Guard 26, maybe a gamekeeper in the second round, and maybe we're gonna expect the Evil Reptilian or a Hell Ember. I would love to see that Hell Ember.
Yes.
But what do you want to see from the survivor side?
Well, based on the data here, they did mention that Banri uses Toy Merchant, so depending on the map, I'm gonna want to see these survivors. So if it's a tighter map, I'm probably gonna want to see that Gardener and the Perfumer as well. We love to see these first kites by the Perfumer whenever she's able to quickly time those perfumes. It's always such a joy to see. And at the same time, it does buy a lot of time for the team to decode. And as for hunters, well, since we're not seeing the sculptor anymore, again, depending on the map, if it's going to be a large map, of course, this is just me, but I'm really fond of Breaking Wheel. So I'd really like to see him again. So if he gets brought out again, that would be such a joy to watch. Then again, if we have a smaller map or a tighter map, Dream Witch, definitely. Because we haven't seen much of Dream Witch. Actually, we've seen Gamekeeper more than Dream Witch. So that'll be interesting.
I actually really like the fact that we have seen Gamekeeper over the Dream Witch right here, because I mentioned this while I was on the cast with Eli earlier. We have seen the Dream Witch very frequently in the past, and I feel like, we are slowly moving onward, like we are moving on from the Dream Witch. Dream Witch is definitely still extremely fun to watch, definitely an extremely scary hunter, but it seems like there is like a new era of hunters. We have other meta characters like the Breaking Wheel, the Sculptor. We don't see the same meta hunter over and over again. No, we actually see a variety of hunters, and yeah, you mentioned it, Dream Witch would definitely be fun to watch, but I personally, I enjoy that we have watched more Gamekeeper matches than Dream Witch matches. Also because, Dream Witch matches usually give me a headache because I just can't multitask and I can't keep up with what these top tier players are doing with the Dream Witch. But yeah, I would love to see that too, and I'm curious to see the map that we will play on next, because that's definitely a deciding factor when it comes to the Hunter, as well as the Survivor picks. And just want to jump on that, what you mentioned before, the Toy Merchant would definitely be an interesting Survivor to see. I haven't really spectated a Toy Merchant in this tournament so far. A Perfumer, would love to see a Perfumer. I personally enjoyed to play the Perfumer lately because I feel like you can really, as you mentioned, accelerate the decoding speed of the team if the hunter is going for you as Perfumer, and you can take these additional hits that you can reverse with the Perfume. I'm curious to see if we might expect another Psychologist, because Psychologist has been utilized over and over in this tournament, but I personally feel like there's so much potential in that Survivor that hunters realize that. Hunters go strategically after the Psychologist and really bring her down. For example, with the Breaking Wheel that you mentioned. Breaking Wheel can cancel out your skill completely, and we saw it in today's matches. Breaking Wheel, concentrating on the Psychologist, bringing down the Psychologist, and sending back the Psychologist without her even being able to utilize that ability of her that she can heal on a normal hit. So it's all very, very interesting when it comes to these survivors as well as hunter compositions. And yeah, if we look at the stats right here, or at least the stats that we are given with the Thief, the Lawyer, or the Gardner, I would definitely love to see one of them too.
Yes. Actually, additionally, now that I thought about it, I think I would also like to see Nayad because we haven't seen much of her. And I think that there are still lots of ways to master her and to showcase her skill in tournaments. So may it be large maps or small maps. Based on my experience, Nayad really does have that potential to secure at least a draw, if not a 3 or 4 man kill. So if somebody were to really master her and bring her out here in the competition, that'd be really exciting to watch. I'm really excited to cast that. And I think it'll really give the survivors a run for their money. It's going to be really interesting because we know about the ability of Nayad. And also, again, based on my experience, it does get a little bit confusing looking at those puddles. So it'll also depend on the skill of the hunter to lay down that trail. Okay, so if it'll be hard for the survivors to figure out where is the outside area, where is the dangerous area, then that'll be really cool to watch and fun to cast as well.
That is for sure. And you mentioned it, Nayad utilizing her skill. She is extremely fast too, so she can really accelerate on all of the map sizes. Even if they're bigger, she can just like go from one point to another, which is definitely in favor of her. She is definitely a TIE hunter. She can bring out more if she is able to put a lot of pressure on the survivors, if she is able to just bring down the survivor early in the game and, you know, keep putting pressure on the Cypher machines. I would also like to see that. Definitely a big fan of Nayad. I'm curious to see if we're gonna see Nayad in round number 2 right here, because there are different hunters that might be better than Nayad. That are not banned. For example, the Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel also having the ability to really go from one point to another extremely fast in his wheel form, and he has a lot of more potential when it comes to specific maps. Yes, there are maps that the Breaking Wheel is not necessarily good in, but I would argue that Nayad also has these maps and is also struggling when it comes, for example, to the Sacred Heart Hospital map, where you have that building that is just being utilized by most of the survivors to kite because it's such a strong area, especially if you go against the Breaking Wheel, especially if you go against the Nayad. So there are a lot of options when it comes to hunters, and I still, like, I hope, if I'm looking at this list right here, I hope that we see what we have heard. And I mean, you know, talking about Walmart, very, very well known as Guard26 as well as Gamekeeper. Really, really looking forward to see both of these characters of him. But then we also have Nidhi, who is known as Evil Reptilian or Hell Ember, which I think could be, you know, very, very interesting to watch. Evil Reptilian. Again, just Hell Ember. I would love to see a Hell Ember, not gonna lie. Hell Ember is a really, really fun character to use, and also very dangerous for the survivor side, depending on, you know, the knowledge of that Hell Ember and of his skills.
That's right. And now here we are. This is it. This is the next match already, and I'm really excited. But this time it'll be Slade who will be doing the hunting. So that's really interesting because this is the round 2. So there'll be more survivors to ban. And although there is going to be one hunter to ban, I'm pretty sure Slade has something planned up. And look, we are at Ever Sleeping Town. I am getting some Breaking Wheel vibes here. Also looking at the bands, we have the Seer and the Priestess already. Yes, of course, you really do not want to be dealing with these characters, especially the Priestess not in Ever Sleeping Town. But look at these survivors. Look at their first picks, the Gravekeeper and the Prisoner. For the somebody to choose the Gravekeeper, looks like they are looking for that Breaking Wheel because they have banned the Sculptor. So who else is left to use that is really efficient in Ever Sleeping Town than the Breaking Wheel? Oh, look at this. We have the Lawyer finally making it into the tournament for the first time here in NAEU. And we have that Toy Merchant as well. I'm really excited about this lineup because we have a strong decoding lineup. We have one rescuer and one support, but look, we have the lawyer and the prisoner. Imagine if they were to connect these ciphers. And look at this boy. Wow. Okay, here we are. Let's not delay anything and get straight to the match already here at the geisha house. Nipping out his first survivor, and looks like the prisoner is at the second floor, and let's hope for his sake that he doesn't get spotted first.
Fantastic job right here. As you said, if the prisoner is being the first spot, oh, that's extremely good for Slade right here already, because that's the main decoder, and obviously, oh, what a fantastic utilization of his ability. Getting that first hit on the prisoner, now concentrating and really sticking to that survivor. You want to concentrate on the prisoner. If you are able to bring down that survivor early game and bring on the chair, this is definitely putting a lot of pressure on the survivor side. And we also see the basement is right here. Fantastic utilization of these ghost spirits right here. And now is bringing down that survivor into the basement. Fantastic job from Slade also banning the priestess. She's extremely good on this map in general, but also when it comes to rescuing from the basement. Now, survivors have a really tough time. They have to focus on decoding right here. They have to really concentrate, but they also want to get that prisoner out of the game. Not out of the game, but out of the dungeon, out of the basement, excuse me. At least before he hits, not halfway, but before he gets them back.
Well, this is definitely not the rescuer that I'm expecting to see at this time.
Wow.
That. Look at that. Look at the toy merchant gliding towards the chair and is able to pull off that rescue. Now they really need to get out of that basement, because if they do, then it'll be quite a bit of time before the axe boy will be able to cheer the prisoner in the basement again. I really was not expecting that. I was expecting the gravekeeper to go for the rescue, so this is really interesting. But then again, the toy merchant is down, and Slade is already cheering the prisoner. Probably in the dungeon again, if not this chair right here by the tree. Okay, it's gonna be by the tree. We really need to make up for this decoding, because the prisoner is going back to the manor. Banri will be chaired, the toy merchant, so they have one gravekeeper, not the best decoder, but they do have a lawyer still, so they could still turn this around. We'll see about that.
Wow, really putting the pressure on these survivors, teleporting to the cipher machines. They still need 3 cipher machines to go, and they only have 2 survivors that are on the map right now decoding. We saw the Gravekeeper was getting ready to rescue, so we can expect Toy Merchant off the chair. But Lawyer being down, focusing on the Lawyer right here, putting that Lawyer on the chair. We can see Slade really playing aggressive, not sitting on the chair waiting for the survivors to, you know, get back out of the game. No, with that early elimination of the prisoner, he is able to really pick up the pace as well. He doesn't necessarily have to wait on the survivors to get sent back to the manor. He can really... Oh, what a prediction right here. Gravekeeper is getting hit. Gravekeeper is getting out of the skill, and now he's a 1-hit down. Will he be able to actually get in time to the chair? Probably not. He's getting caught off by the skill of the exploit. Now trying to buy more time for the team. But this already looks extremely good for Slade right here, bringing down that Gravekeeper with the Spirit, and we can see the Toy Merchant trying to decode that one cipher machine. The thing is right now, Toy Merchant will be chased, because this is going to be a back and forth. There's no way that the survivors will rescue the Lawyer. So now concentrating on the Toy Merchant is the... Oh, she tried to get into that. She tried to get into the tram. Concentrating on the Toy Merchant while the Gravekeeper will get up. And then when the Toy Merchant is down, concentrating on the Gravekeeper. It will be a back and forth. This is a setup for the 4 survivor elimination right here. And there we can see Toy Merchant is going down. The attention will go back to the Gravekeeper.
Now this is a really interesting decision on the part of Slade here, and quite understandable, because yes, like you said, back and forth, you do want to secure that 4-man kill, and this is exactly what Slade is going for. Oh, was barely able to land that hit right there, but look at the follow-up right there. All of the survivors are down, and now it is a 4-man kill, looking like it, for the part of Slade, and yet another 5 points for GOP.
We have the Toy Merchant still being able to stay right here. We have the Gravekeeper who exhausted this ability, so therefore as soon as the Toy Merchant will go down again, I can only say that you were very right. We have the 4 survivor elimination, the 5-point match on Slade's side. There's still a very slight option for the Toy Merchant right here to actually buy more time. But again, Gravekeeper can't get up. Now Toy Merchant can't get up either. This is a really good match for Slate right here. 3 Cypher Machines still remaining, putting so much pressure on the patient early in the game and then denying, not necessarily denying the rescue, but while the Toy Merchant was going in for the rescue, she was also taking the hits, going down, and that was just a fantastic start of this match for Slate and really setting the pace of this match as well, right? Like if you bring a survivor down that quickly and down into the basement, which allows you to put even more pressure on the survivor if you are able to hit the survivors like Slate hit the Toy Merchant. Fantastic rescue by the Toy Merchant, by the way. Even if she took that hit before going into the basement with that slide, she was avoiding to take another hit, and she was able to rescue the patient out of the, not the patient, the prisoner out of the basement. Activating Tide Turner, they were able to get out of there, but at the same time, it was a double down. Slate was able to bring both survivors down before they were able to get away, and that was just really setting the pace right here. Slate putting pressure and not sticking around on the rocket chairs, waiting for these survivors to get sent back. No, immediately teleporting to the survivors, teleporting to the lawyer in that case, who was decoding, and just putting pressure on the decoding survivors, putting pressure on the survivors that now have to go in for a rescue. And at the end of the day, this resulted in the team still having 3 Cypher Machines up and running, while Slate was already having 4 survivors eliminated.
Yes, and here we are with the match stats. Slade not hesitating, not giving them time to decode at all, already chairing the first survivor in the basement. Look at these containment stats and the use of those flame snipes. It's just on point. He hardly missed any of those. None of those shots were actually unintentional. It looks like they were all very calculated, very perfectly aimed. Look at the best containment time being 49 seconds, and the rest, it's just that Slade really is so quick on his toes. That Axe Boy really is quick on his toes, because 3 ciphers remaining, that means that he was able to apply that much pressure on the cipher progress just for being able to chair that first survivor so early in the game. But let's definitely not take away from the survivors as well. They did exhaust all means necessary. I love that great that rescue from the basement by the Toy Merchant. Actually, that's the first time I've seen that, so that was actually pleasantly surprising. I didn't know that she could do that actually. So I was pretty pleased to see that glide down to the basement and to the chair.
I was kind of hoping to see the Gravekeeper coming in as a rescue when it comes to the basement too, because he can just drop down when he is utilizing his skill. But yeah, I can only agree. Seeing the Toy Merchant flying in like that was absolutely spectacular. Beautiful to watch. Now, talking about the upcoming second half of the second round, this is a very tough situation for Maleficent right now, because they are under a lot of pressure. They need to secure a 5-point game as well. Now they are on the Hunter side, so that's definitely possible. Not saying that it's not possible on the Survivor side, but they have the chance to get a 4 survival elimination, a 5-point game as well. We are seeing the same map, which is the Ever Sleeping Town map. And again, even if they get the 5 survival elimination, that would mean they would tie that second round. That is still putting GOE, Garden of Eden, into a better position, because they already won the first round. Now they would have tied the second round, and they go into the third round with a better placement, because even if they would tie the third round, Garden of Eden would win. So right now, there is a lot of pressure on Nidhi right here, because Nidhi needs to get the 5-point game. They need to have 4 survival eliminated to actually stay in this competition, else Garden of Eden will proceed into the next bracket. Therefore, the entire mindset of both sides will change. If you look at the mindset of the Hunter, you need to eliminate all of the survivors. Therefore, sitting at the rocket chair waiting for someone to get sent back to the manor is definitely not a strategy you want to go for. You need to put pressure to all of the survivors at all times. You need to put pressure on the Cypher Machines to slow down the decoding progress. And if you look at the survivor side strategy, Now you don't necessarily need to get as many points as possible, because usually you want to get as many points as possible, because the more points you get, the better you're standing in this competition. But right now, one survivor out of the gate,
That's right.
maybe out of the dungeon, is more than enough, because one survivor would secure them the victory in round number 2 and would secure them a spot into the next bracket. So again, that's definitely something to keep in mind. We might see a very, very action-packed game right here, not only from the survivor side, but also from the hunter side, who needs to apply a lot of pressure to stay in this competition.
And speaking of the hunter side, I think this is about time. It's about time for us to see that evil reptilian, if not the Hell Ember. Based on the previous matches, it looks like they're actually listening to us. So if they catch wind of what we are predicting here, they just might bring out what you're looking for, Grizzly. We might actually see that Hell Ember. But I just like to talk about the potential of the Hell Ember in Ever Sleeping. What can you say about the potential of the Hell Ember if used in Ever Sleeping Town?
In general, Hell Ember with the dolls definitely could bring a very, very good map awareness to the game, because obviously you have the dolls as soon as your skill is charged. You have the dolls that can, give you an indicator where the survivors are as soon as they are moving around. You can also teleport to said dolls, which will definitely make it easier for you to move around on the map by utilizing your dolls. And in general, you can easily trap survivors between the doll and yourself, maybe even the spirit form and yourself. So there are a lot of options for the Hell Ember to come into this game and to really, really put pressure on the survivors. If we would look at traits, for example, if we think about the Patroller, imagine you're going against the Hell Ember and you're trying to get away from him and you're actually able to. He can just put a spirit and the spirit will follow you. He can use the Patroller and he can also follow up with another hit. So that's gonna be very, very dangerous if we are going to see that Hell Ember. At the same time, if we look at the team of Maleficent, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see, honestly, the breaking wheel. If we look at the survivor side, they were never showing us, any signs of, we know how to play the mercenary. They were showing us signs of very off-meta characters. And now we have maybe the same situation when it comes to Nidhi, who is showing us, hey, I can play Sculptor and I can play Evil Reptilian and I can play, the Hell Ember. But maybe right now on the Ever Sleeping Town map, Nidhi will just whip out the breaking wheel, who would honestly... Yes. When we look at the meta and when we look at the hunter options that are available, would definitely be the best pick, because I think Garden of Eden might ban the Sculptor after they face the Sculptor in round number 1 of Nidhi, and that might actually be his opening to actually utilize the breaking wheel.
Well, hopefully, Nidhi does have some practice on the breaking wheel, because if ever he would be such a threatening hunter on Ever Sleeping Town, he will be able to use his mobility to put pressure on the ciphers and to easily chase down these survivors. So if ever the Sculptor does get banned, and although we do want to see the Hell Ember and that Evil Reptilian, it's really a smart choice, I would say, to use Breaking Wheel instead. Because, like I said, this will make or break their place in the competition. So they're going to want to do their very best, right?
That is for sure. That is for sure. They have to do their very best. As I already said, they need to get a full survival elimination, and camping on chairs is not necessarily something you want to do. And breaking wheel is the perfect hunter for this situation they are in right now. Probably the best bet to go for right here on Ever Sleeping Town, on the situation where you can't really afford to stay on the survivors for too long, because you want to put pressure on the cipher machines as well. That would be a very, very good pick. But obviously, there are specialty hunters where they just know how to play these characters, and Hell Ember might also bring a really, really good valid point when it comes to, the puppets, teleporting to the puppets, utilizing the spirit to really accelerate that hunting time, or rather decrease the kiting time of the survivors, but we are about to find out because we are jumping into the second half of the second match right here on Ever Sleeping Town. We can already see Ford being banned, we can already see Mechanic being banned.
Ooh.
Sculptor is the banned survivor, as we already predicted. The question now is, what will Nidhi go for? We see Mercenary, we see Priestess. Definitely characters that were expected. Because, you know, Ford being banned, Mechanic being banned. What are the next meta characters? We still have a Seer on the plate now that the Patient is being banned. So maybe we're gonna see a Seer. And then we could also expect survivors like the Prisoner to make up for the lost decoding.
That's right. And here we have the psychologist that you've been looking for instead of the patient. And a geisha pick. Very feasible in my honest opinion, because we've seen the geisha excel in many a map, and no less, of course, Ever Sleeping Town. So I'm really excited to see how this will play out. And like we keep on saying about the psychologist, it takes about 3 hits just to down her. So I'm really curious to see if Websies will be able to contain Nidhi as best as she can before her stress response runs out and she's able to secure that Cypher Rush with her teammates. Then again, we do have the Priestess and the Mercenary decoding here. Again, not the best decoders, but we shall see. And I'm really excited to see how their coordination will play out and if we're gonna see those supportive portals. So now here we are at the match with Nidhi spawning at the last station, making her way towards the tunnel, not wasting time to find her first target. We do know that these butterflies, that if she places them correctly, she can quickly dash towards her target, which she does just about now, finding her first target here at the graveyard. But looks like she's not gonna be focusing on that for now and will instead look for a better target. I'm guessing it's probably going to be the Priestess or the Seer, if not the Psychologist and the Mercenary. Already here at the middle, coming from the corner house. Ooh, this is some good rotation that we're seeing right here, because she hasn't seen a single target since she encircled the map the first time. But here is the Psychologist finally. Not the best target, I would say, especially if this is a skilled kiter who knows how to make use of this terrain and these obstacles and pallets. So let's see how this first kite is going to go. I can see that Nidhi isn't really afraid of these pallets, because she's just attacking through them and just going for it. But Websy's also doing a good job doing the containment here for now. Will she be able to extend? Oh my goodness! A nicely done tear shot. Beautiful work on the part of Nidhi here. That was really fast, Grizzly. And look at this Cypher progress.
Wow, Websy is just predicting these butterflies. You have to point out how much of a prediction was coming in right here. Whenever Nidhi was throwing a butterfly, Websy was going into the opposite direction. Fantastic job right here. Very, very good early game kite, especially taking that hit. Gonna go and rescue. Just want to point out how strong the Psych... That owl was a millisecond too late. Now the owl is exhausted. The Psychologist will eventually go down and isn't even able to utilize her skill yet again, because Tide Turner is kicking in. Very, very interesting start of this match. She will go down across the map. Will she be able to get healed up? No, teleportation is coming in. This might be extremely... Wow. Want to point out how amazed I am by the Psychologist's early game kite, but also how amazed I am by Nidhi right now, really picking up the pace right here, knowing that, hey, we need to come through, we need to get these survivors out of here. Fantastic job. Psychologist has still her skill ready right here. She gets rescued and now her skill is activated, which means she will get healed. And now she is definitely going to be a more difficult target yet again, because she can take 2 more hits before she actually goes down.
That's right. And here, oh, looks like she's able to take that hit just right there. And now it's just going to take 1 more for her to finally go down and go back to the manor. So these survivors really need to make up for that lost decoding progress, because if the psychologist does fly back, then it's gonna put a lot of pressure on them, and it's gonna, there's that hit that we've been waiting for on the part of Nitty. Looks like Nitty is understanding the kind of pressure that the team is under at this point in the game. So now, 2 ciphers remaining. Really good coordination on the part of the survivors here. It looks like they've still got it in terms of the decoding progress, because they are coordinating really well. This cipher is already done right here, which means that it looks like they are planning actually for the priestess to distract the geisha as best as she can, so that they can get these 2 ciphers going. Oh, wow. A nicely performed pallet stun right there. Not something you get to do every day in tournaments, which is something you should really be proud of. So now the chase continues. I think this is all going according to the plan of the survivors, because there's another pallet hit. And look at these ciphers already. Really good progress right here.
Fantastic job, and you can really see the team coordination. We saw Websies kiting Niddy, and you can really tell that they were learning from this hunt. That they saw, hey, Niddy is not necessarily respecting these pellets. She is immediately going through with the geisha, going through the pellets, trying to hit. And with that information, we just saw how the priestess was really utilizing that information and being like, okay, if she is just going through the pellets, I'm gonna stun her, and I'm gonna stun her again, and I'm gonna make up for all the time that we need. Oh, fantastic job right here. The cipher machine is popped right now. The last cipher machine is wow, sorry, this game is going on very, very fast, but at the end of the day, if we look at the stats that has to be achieved right here, Niddy needs to get all survivors out of the game, while Garden of Eden only needs to get 1 survivor through the gate. Another stun right here, fantastic job. Oh, look at that, waiting on the dungeon. Will she actually be able to, oh, juke the hits and get on the dungeon? That is denied. It will most likely be a tie right here, but again, this is more than enough for Team Garden of Eden right here to secure the victory in round number 2 when it comes to the points. Wow, what an eventful match right here. Again, we had to see Niddy picking up the pace right here, getting the 4 survivor elimination, and Niddy was doing such a good job, not gonna lie. Yes, I just want to highlight this very, very early in the game. Fantastic early kite from the psychologist, but then the ability of Niddy to really almost completely cancelling out the skill by terror shocking and then by hitting after she got rescued was fantastic and was really picking up the pace right here. Then obviously, like, which poison are you going to take? Seers on the map who can actually utilize the Seers out. Then you also have a mercenary who can tank another hit. And then you had the priestess who can utilize these portals. And I mean, yeah, early in the game you had the psychologist. All of these survivors are extremely, extremely difficult to go for early in the game. And you know, you had to pick your poison. Niddy was doing a fantastic job, but at the end of the day, survivors were getting out with 2 surviving survivors, and that is definitely giving them the chance to proceed in this tournament to get into the next bracket. Congratulations to both sides right here. Definitely congratulations to Garden of Eden for proceeding. But now let's look into the stats and let's look how well they all performed.
I think, Grizzly, the changing point in the game was when they were able to successfully coordinate getting Chris, the priestess, to contain the geisha at that dungeon area near the graveyard. So it was actually a very good insight that you pointed out, her being able to absorb that kind of information. They were probably able to coordinate, okay, Niddy is not afraid of pallets. She just goes straight for it. You can pallet stun her and buy us more time. So she was able to quickly absorb that piece of information and turn it to her advantage, because she was able to pull off 3 pallet stuns just before getting down at the dungeon, which she actually tried to go for. So that was really interesting. And although they were starting off rather weak at the beginning, they did make up for it. I mean, we do know that the Seer was able to send in that late owl, but because of that priestess kite, that was how they were able to secure that tie. So still a very valiant effort on the part of the survivors because they were still able to manage that tie. But that's definitely not take away from Nitty here. That terror shock at the beginning, that was really good. Canceling, as you have said, the skill of the psychologist and putting a lot of advantage on the part of the hunter.
That's for sure. And again, you can't take away from both sides. The psychologist's early game kite was absolutely fantastic. Just jumping into the match results real quick, you can see Garden of Eden was deciding the first two halves for them, not first two halves, the first two rounds for themselves, and therefore proceeding in this tournament. Again, Maleficent, congratulations for making it this far, being one of the top 16 teams in this tournament, the top 16 teams on the server, I wanted to say. Absolutely achievement that you can be proud of, and you definitely made a name for yourself. But just coming back to this match, I want to say both Survivor side and Hunter side, both teams were just not giving each other anything. The psychologist, that early game kite, I was extremely happy to see that, especially the prediction of the butterflies. Literally every single butterfly that Nidhi was throwing was into the wrong, not necessarily the wrong direction, but was predicted by the psychologist, and she just went into the other direction, was transitioning out of this area, was getting into a new kiting area. That prediction was absolutely amazing. But then Geisha, Nidhi coming in with a butterfly that allowed her to actually hit the psychologist while vaulting. That was really changing the speed of this game, especially when it comes to Nidhi's part, because she was really paying attention on how to handle that psychologist, on how you want to deal with that, utilizing teleportation to immediately make up for the global portal that she was able to use. Fantastic job. At the end of the day, we saw all of these survivors. If you find any of these survivors, who do you really want to go for? All of these survivors were extremely difficult to go for, and they were buying enough time to finish all the Cypher machines to tie that round, and ultimately all they had to do is they had to get out with one survivor. Now we're coming to the MVP. Slate right here, very well deserved, extremely dangerous hunter, was able to eliminate the survivors with 3 Cypher machines remaining, landed these absolutely fantastic skill hits with the ghosts of the trees, almost with a precision of 100%. I cannot recall that he was missing any of these hits, so fantastic job right there, putting pressure on the survivors very early in the game, and basically putting pressure on these survivors throughout the entire match, not giving them a break. So well deserved MVP right here.
Congratulations to Slade. Actually, I would agree, especially because, yes, he did not miss any of those fireball hits. And if it does appear that he did, it wasn't. It was because he could get that speed boost. So that is some really calculated use of fireballs there and some really on-point decision making. But then again, let's not take away from the survivors because they also did a good job, and we were really happy to cast your matches, and we're really happy that you are able to advance to the next round. Congratulations to Garden of Eden, and we're looking forward to seeing more of you in the next round.
We're gonna jump into the next break. Okay, already braked.
Oh my goodness.
Evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light? summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is day 2 of IVT NAEU 2021. Now we've seen an amazing 2 matches, and now we are on to the 3rd match for today. And here we are. This is Kahel, and here we have Eli to tell us about the teams that are competing for this match. We have WZ and EC. What can you tell us about these teams, Eli?
Well, Kahel, WZ is actually a team I've been looking forward to watching play. Their hunter, Goated, also known as John, is a top Bonbon player. Has actually been the #1 Bonbon for quite some time over the past few seasons. So definitely going to see some very high-level Bonbon gameplay. If any of you guys are excited for that, take some notes. Keep an eye on that. As for the Survivor side for WZ, it's going to be quite interesting. A lot of these players on WZ are survivors that have played a lot in the past and actually left the game for about a year. They haven't actually played for about a year, and they have returned for this tournament. So a lot of a high-level gameplay probably going to be seen from these players. But again, I'm going to be very interested to see how they will be able to compete after coming back from some time. As for the other team, Eclipse, I'm actually not too familiar with this team. I know they're one of the newer teams for sure, although I have seen a lot of their players around the leaderboard here and there, so they definitely should see some high-level gameplay from them. I think we're going to have a great matchup coming up.
That's right. And because you said that you've seen these players in the leaderboards, I'm pretty sure that they've got something nice planned out for us. And here are the players that we've been talking about. We have Goated, Jojo, QC, Ghost Queen, and Fanana. I'm really excited to see what they have been practicing on, especially because you did mention that they are coming back from a year-long hiatus. So I hope they've been brushed up on the current meta, and I hope they are well practiced. But even then, we still really do enjoy these non-meta picks. So I'm saying that these picks are actually welcome still in the tournament.
Absolutely. Now, Goated and Jojo are 2 players that have been around the game fairly recently. I know Jojo's played quite a bit recently, and then again, Goated being the #1 Bonbon player. QC, Ghost Queen, and Fanana have been away. I think Ghost Queen actually has been around the game a little bit, but not as much. But QC and Fanana definitely have not been here for about a year. Back when they did play, they were very high-level competitive players. I know Fanana was a top forward player. QC, a very good kiting player, likes to play mechanic, seer, anything that requires a lot of kiting skills. So again, yeah, we'll see how they can translate those skills over from about a year ago into today's current meta. It's going to be very exciting to see how they're able to adapt. I do think this is a very strong lineup here. Again, when these players did play, they were very good, and they do have a lot of players from the current setting of IdentityV that can update them on the meta. So I think they're going to give us a great show today.
Oh, that's actually really exciting because it'll be always such a treat to watch players come back from hiatus, and we get to see if they've rusted, which of course I'm not expecting. So here we are with the lineup of EC. We have Antonio's Vaio, which is actually telling me a lot about his main hunter already, and we have Karu and Spirit, Saru and Corpse. But let's just zoom in onto this violinist pick right here. Are we expecting to see this in the tournament today?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, based off this name, it does indicate towards this player being favored toward the Violinist character. It doesn't necessarily mean they will play them, but it's definitely a possibility. We haven't seen Violinist yet in this tournament so far, I don't believe, so it would be very excited to see this. The name Spirit does sound familiar to me. I believe I have seen them around the top of the leaderboards as well. Not quite remember exactly for which characters, but I do know that they are a top competitive player. The rest of this team, yeah, EC, seems like they're going to be a very strong team. Going against week 0 here. I think it's going to be a very good matchup. Again, we talk about Antonio's Vio. Are they going to be a Violinist player, or are they going to play more meta-type hunters? Now, Violinist isn't necessarily bad later rounds. It is a hunter that can be played in like round 3 situations. But will we see it early on, or are we going to see more of the higher up characters such as Sculptor, Dreamwitch, or the Breaking Wheel?
And since you did mention that these players are equally skilled, we are expecting and hoping to finally see a round 3 for the first time in the tournament, because I am expecting a bit of a close fight between these two teams. These are veteran players and new players as well, in the mix. So to know that they are both in the leaderboards and to know that they have been consistent in staying in those leaderboards, knowing that this is a good match, I hope to see that Violinist in round 3, if not in the earlier rounds, because if ever, it'll be really exciting to watch and fun to cast as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Violinist, a very fun character. So one of the downsides to Violinist and why we don't see it used as much, we'll go ahead and we can analyze it real quick, is Violinist is one of those characters that can not only get rotated in the early game, you also can get kited a significant amount. Violinist, believe it or not, takes a lot of skill to master hitting those notes. You have to be able to drag and drop very quickly, or the notes will go out at a slower pace, and it's harder to actually to land notes that way. We do see some Violinists actually bringing Insolence, which is not something we saw originally when that character first came out, but over time, acknowledge that with this excellent in the early game, so I think a more stronger strategy.
Well, speaking of the Violinist, I actually have seen him in recent tournaments, so I still do believe in his potential, in his chasing potential as a hunter. Then again, I also still want to see more of those meta picks in the earlier matches, because like we keep on saying, these players really do need to exhaust all means necessary just to secure points in the earlier rounds. So not saying that I don't want to see a Violinist, but then again, we are expecting some meta picks. So, but if we do see the Violinist, that's really that's fine with me. I mean, I'd still enjoy that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it comes down to what maps are going to be selected by these teams. Violinist is a character that can, again, we talked about it being one of the slower characters in the game. It can get rotated, so bigger maps may not be as strong. For example, Lakeside Village, possibly Moonlit River Park, may not be as good for Violinist, whereas something like Arms Factory or Red Church might be a little bit stronger. And Violinist is a hunter that thrives on blocking off certain windows or pallets that survivors like to utilize. So Red Church, for example, would be very strong for Violinists because a lot of survivors like to abuse those church windows, and there's really nowhere to go after that window. If you block off that window with that note, there's nowhere as a survivor where you can transition to, or you're just going to give up a free hit. So Violinist is a good hunter in those maps. Also, Ever Sleeping Town isn't too bad because again, we talked about this a little earlier, but the alleyways are very narrow. There's a lot of places where you can hit notes. There's a lot of pallets which you can throw the notes into and force the survivors to either, if they walk through it, they'll get hit by the note, or if they walk around it, then they'll just take a basic hit. So, and that's where Insolence comes into play as well. Once you have that first presence ability, you can use those notes to slow down the survivors and prevent them from actually reaching those pallets in the first place.
That's right. And so much for the Violinist. What about the Bonbon? We haven't seen much of him in the tournament. Actually, we've seen more of the Gamekeeper, like I keep on saying with Grizzly. So for us to see this Bonbon earlier in the rounds would be a treat, if not in the second or third rounds. But I do also believe in the chasing potential of the Bonbon, as well as his ability to do chair defense. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Bonbon is one of those characters that's very good for securing draws, and we talked about this a little bit earlier as well. But Bonbon's very good because it has good chase, Bonbon's very good if you can hit those chain bombs, you can get that chip damage. It's harder to dodge bombs than it is to dodge statues. Because going against a Sculptor, you can double back into the Hunter and stay away from walls, stay in the open, and the Sculptor can't really do much when you're in the open, whereas with Bonbon, you can hit those bombs regardless of where you are on the map. It looks like we will have Goated playing Hunter first here. Immediately with the mechanic ban, this 100% makes sense. Bonbon is a character that struggles heavily against Cypher Rush, very limited map control. So the mechanic ban, a very logical, ban here. And we are going to have Seer and Mercenary locked in again, 2 meta survivors. So it looks like we're going to have a meta heavy matchup coming up.
That's right. And if we do expect to see that Bonbon, we're going to need a forward somewhere in there. Oh, okay. Banning the Gravekeeper. What is this telling us? I am feeling Breaking Wheel, if not the Bonbon, because Gravekeeper is a hard counter to the Breaking Wheel after all. So, okay, the Prisoner, like we said, the next best decoder after the Mechanic, very understandable choice, and is able to manage those ciphers even from miles away. Oh, ho, ho, ho. An Explorer in Ever Sleeping. This is really interesting. Eli, what can you say about this lineup?
Yeah, it looks like, okay, we are going to have Sculptor from Goated. This is a bit of a surprise. Again, we talked about Goated known to be a Bonbon player, so going with the Sculptor here could be that he has practiced and improved the Sculptor gameplay to get the Sculptor to a tournament level. We have a heavy decoding lineup from the EC Survivor side. I think essentially the idea here is they're going to be playing for a tie. You have Explorer, which is not a character we see a lot. We actually saw it get replaced by the Postman for the most part, because the Postman can deliver that decoding letter to one of the main rescuers and give them a 20% increased decoding speed. However, Explorer, it looks like, is going to be the character selected here from EC Saru, which is a little interesting. Again, Explorer on a map like Ever Sleeping Town could be risky. There's not a lot of hiding places. Explorer loves those grass patches, but again, they're going heavy for Cypher Rush, really trying to push for a draw. The Gravekeeper ban from Goated here is very interesting. I did not expect this at all. I would have expected something like Forward or Priestess, but it looks like it worked out because EC decided to not lock in either of those 2 characters.
That's right. It's actually interesting why the Gravekeeper would be banned here. That's why I kind of thought it would be the Breaking Wheel, but instead it's the Sculptor. Again, the NAEU keeps me surprised, and I'm actually enjoying this very much. And an Explorer in Ever Sleeping, well, that's something that you really don't see every day, but it looks like they are really going to push for the Cypher Rush. I mean, we do have the Seer, and then the only survivor here who isn't really good at decoding is the Mercenary, so they could just achieve this Cypher Rush if they coordinate correctly, and if they get the Hunter to find whoever it is that they plan for him to find first. So, as an Explorer, where would you go?
Yeah, that's a very good question. A lot of Explorers would like to go in the graveyard area. It's more isolated from the rest of the map. The biggest part is, as an Explorer, you don't have a lot of options on where you can go, and the reason why is you're kind of forced to go towards your password page. So you get in a situation where, depending on where your page spawns, it might be a bad area, it might be a good area. And that's why, Explorers kind of been weaker, as time's gone on. Players have realized that Explorer is just not as viable because he's so dependent on how far away your pages are. If you get a spawn and your page is really far away, you waste a lot of time going for that password page. You might even run into the Hunter in the process, and it becomes it's very tough as a survivor side to deal with. However, yeah, if you can get your page in graveyard, or at least in any good kiting area, again, there's not really any patches of grass where the Explorer can hide in, but graveyard is very isolated. That's the one very strong area of the map for survivors because of how far away it is from the rest of the map. It's really just off to the side. And as a survivor, if you die in graveyard and get shared there, and your team is playing for a draw, you will most likely achieve that draw because the Hunter has no real way to pressure Cypher machines all the way from the corner of graveyard. The survivors just can decode away for free.
That's right. Then again, we do have the Sculptor, and if at full presence, we'll still be able to somehow pressure those ciphers, even if she is able to cheer someone in the graveyard. But then again, we do need to have her build her presence for that. So we'll see how it's gonna play out when he does do the chase for these survivors. I would also like to highlight this the Prisoner Explorer tandem. So if one of these survivors do get shared, would you say that it's better for the prisoner to get spotted first or the explorer?
It's really tough. You don't want either of them to go down. In a situation where you have a mechanic, it's actually better that the mechanic gets found first because
Yes.
mechanic is a character that one struggles to decode when other survivors are injured. Also, two, while she's on the rocket chair, she can continue to decode for free. With prisoner and explorer, it's really tough. Ideally, I would say it's better that you find the prisoner first because the explorer prisoner can still make a connection mid-kite or can make a connection after getting hit with Tide Turner. Whereas with the explorer, you're completely useless as an explorer if you get found. You have no way to find those password pages. It's not bad to find it's not bad for the survivors if the explorer gets found after he picks up his page because he'll actually drop it in front of the rocket chair. However, against a good camping hunter like a sculptor, it's rare that you go in for a rescue anyways. So it's kind of a tough situation for the survivors if either of them get found. But yeah, definitely, you cannot let the explorer get found. That is the best target for the sculptor. It's almost like finding a mind's eye. Mind's eye is such a strong decoder when she doesn't get found. That's the same concept with explorer. And explorer actually has a defense mechanism to stay hidden, which is to go in in the small mode. So if you're looking for a character as goated here, you're 100% want to find that explorer, but you may have to take prisoner or seer depending on where the explorer hides.
Right, and actually, now that I think about it, he may the explorer, might just be able to use the size of the map to his advantage, because although there aren't a lot of grassy parts in Ever Sleeping, it is a large map. And so there are a lot of structures that he can use to conceal his presence. We have No Man's Land. Yes, we do have the graveyard. We also have the corner house. There's really a lot of options here. And if they do coordinate this correctly and do those transitioning and rotating along the map, they just could be able to pull this off. But then again, let's just discuss again, as we keep on doing, the full potential of a sculptor. Realistically speaking, how would you view this kind of lineup? How would you approach it?
Well, from a hunter's standpoint, again, it really just comes down to you have a lot of good chase targets as this hunter. So it's really not bad in terms of will you get rotated? That's not really the question here. The question is whether or not you're going to whether or not you're going to get cipher rushed. You have one slow decoder again with the mercenary, and there is no postman. I would have actually expected to see postman to help the mercenaries decoding, but yeah, you just have to avoid getting the cipher rush. Looks like we will have the match getting started here. The No Man's Land spawn from Goated here, immediately going to head towards middle. That is the closest survivor that spawns there, and I believe that might be, it looks like the Explorer is fairly close, but he does have something to hide with. Something to point out is the Seer with an Explorer is a very weak combo because the Owl will actually give away the Explorer's location, but it looks like he did not see him. He actually found, I think that's the Mercenary, so that's a pretty good start for EC.
That's right. Then again, we do know that sculptors have this tendency to chase mercenaries even early in the game because they do want to exhaust those resources. And again, the mercenary isn't that much of a threat anymore if they are able to place those statues correctly. So it looks like this is just what's happening right now because Goated seems to be focusing on Spirit right here at the corner house, giving the other people, the other survivors rather, time to decode. And now that she is able to land one hit, she can now transition, which she is now doing. And there's that teleport towards the prisoner here at the graveyard.
Beautiful statue from Goated. We actually are going to see a teleport and insolence build from Goated. Walks through that pallet. There's the shot. Gets the ball before he can get the hit. That is in a crucial play for the prisoner there. If he goes down there, he's in a very bad position. But now you can make it to this graveyard window, force the hunter to vault it, get that broken window speed boost, and transition towards middle two-story, creating a ton of distance for this character. And Goated looked to be in a pretty good position, but all of a sudden right back into EC's favor with a beautiful shot from that prisoner.
So just when I was expecting him to actually go for two-story, he actually goes for the tunnel instead, which is kind of interesting because this is one of the more uncommon kiting routes. I thought that was gonna be an epic juke right there, but it looks like Goated was able to predict that and will now be able to share the prisoner. But look at this, already one cipher has been decoded and they can still make up for it.
trying to get this heal off on the mercenary, it looks like, and they're not going to be able to do it. That is very important that Godin was able to find this survivor's healing up in time. Something I like to point out, he is carrying insolence. Oh, beautiful move from the Explorer, dodging that hit and getting the pallets done. Mercenary's gonna be able to get a free rescue as well because he got so far away from that rocket chair. He's gonna get that full presence. Again, he did have insolence, as I was pointing out. He does most likely have detention as well as that teleport and the double hit on the mercenary. Beautiful full presence predictions from Goated here, and this is a pretty good start here for WZ.
Well, this is really gonna put a bit of some pressure on the part of the decoding because the mercenary is down, which means that he needs to get healed. He needs to either heal up by himself or ask for somebody to heal him just so that he can use that self-heal later in the game. Then again, time spent healing is actually time spent not decoding. So this is really good on the part of Goated because he can just deny that. So, oh my goodness. Explorer is down. Seer is the only one that is healthy and can do a rescue. But look, Prisoner is almost back to the mansion. And now Goated is just staying on top of it all. All of these survivors are injured and one is down. Looking good for Goated right here.
See the teleport towards that corner house. Cypher knows this is the location of the Explorer. He did get him down with that full presence spike earlier on, so he knows he can share this character here. If there were any password pages available, it would go to the bottom of the chair, but it does not look like that is the case. No one's really able to rescue here. If you're the mercenary, going for a save against a full presence sculptor is almost impossible at half health. They do still have the owl available, so I would expect to see maybe an owl rescue, but it looks like they're going to stop to heal up here. It does say 4 Cypher machines remaining, but based off of this decoding that's happening so far, I assume that most of these Cypher machines are close to being primed. So if you're Goated, you cannot get too confident. You need to pay attention to these last Cypher machines and not allow them to finish them.
Right, and now that they are able to fully heal the mercenary, it looks like they're just gonna try to go for the rescue now. But look at this, Karu here at the front of the graveyard, containing the sculptor, and also using that owl to extend the kite.
Yeah, it looks like Goated really just giving up, changing targets here. Didn't allow the Explorer back into the game, which is not ideal. Going to be able to get the down on the Seer. Still 4 Cypher machines remaining. Explorer was rescued after half. Typically, changing targets like this is not a bad play. However, Explorer is one of those characters that has trouble, that you have trouble finding at any point during a match. He was considering the basement there, but it looks like we're going to see a chair in front of Graveyard, and the survivors are going right back to healing instead of going for the Cypher rush. In this situation, I think they kind of just have to prioritize decoding and hope that they're not able to find the Explorer.
That's right, and apart from that, they also need to get at least one more Cypher done if they should they want to go for the dungeon instead, because this is like already the best scenario for them. Because Goated is just such a fast worker, already focusing on denying these survivors the objectives that they need to achieve. So now here comes the mercenary once more with that rescue, taking that hit and going towards the chair already. Oh, past half. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is tough. We're going to see that statue does connect to the Seer. Beautiful drop from Goated. It's going to walk right through that mercenary, right through that body block. It's going to get the down, and he knows the mercenary is going to be going down. No need to spend extra time there. All you have to do is find this Explorer now, get that 4-person elimination. Still 3 Cypher machines remaining. Well, again, a lot of these Cyphers are probably close to being primed. You can't all pop them at once as the Explorer, so this is just so strong for the Sculptor.
That's right, and just observing at their comms, it looks like somebody has pinged towards the Explorer that the dungeon is here. So now that he knows that the dungeon is in front of the graveyard, it's just gonna be a waiting game now on bleeding out probably the mercenary and not cheering him at the last moment just so the Explorer could get out. So on the part of the Explorer, the best thing he can do is just continue to touch these Cyphers just so he can avoid having those crows flying above his head and revealing his location. So it's just back and forth again, back and forth, looking for the Explorer, looking after the mercenary, because who knows, the Explorer might come in for a heal. Oh, looking, putting that chisel in that area already, I think, sniffing out the location of the Explorer. Really good stuff from Goated here. It looks like he knows exactly what to do.
He has found the Explorer briefly, but it is an Explorer, so you still have to find him again here once you actually get to this area. So as long as this character is able to stay hidden, it's going to be very difficult for him to actually locate. You cannot use these full present statues while he's in small mode. It's not going to reveal his location. Will he go for the pallet stun? Throws it down, does take that statue. I think it would have been better to try to keep staying hidden there, but it looks like he's going to take a second statue hit as well. Mercenary, I believe, has already used up that self-heal. He's going to make it to this pallet, but it's just a matter of time here for this hunter.
That's right, and all it takes is just one more hit, and there it is. All of the survivors are down, and Goated just might walk away with a 4-man kill. And like you said, the Mercenary is not going to be able to heal up anymore.
Yeah, so he's going to use that spike just to make sure he knows the location of this character. I'm curious why he's actually opting to leave Explorer. If Explorer's wasted self-heal, and I didn't realize that, I apologize, but leaving the Explorer on the ground is so risky because if he is able to actually get up, then he's able to continue to hide, and that's a character that's very hard to actually find. So if the Explorer has self-heal available and the Mercenary bleeds out, he could hide his way out and make it to dungeon. So yeah, it's a little bit risky. It looks like he is crawling around, so it could be that Goated knows that he's already wasted his self-heal and he's just playing it safe.
That's right, and Goated here taking his time, not sharing any of these survivors. I think it's high time that he does, though, because like you said, the Mercenary will not be able to heal anymore, and all that's left is to just cheer the Explorer. So I wonder what he's thinking right now, scaling the map like this.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. One thing he can do is actually just go stand on top of the Explorer. You can just wait for the Mercenary to bleed out and then share the Explorer, which guarantees nobody gets out the dungeon. I think he's not quite sure who's wasted self-heal. That's most likely is the case here. So he's just trying to be as safe as possible. So yeah, he's just going to wait for this Mercenary to bleed out, and he can just share the Explorer. That will guarantee the 4K, which is exactly what he needs. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. And yeah, there we are. We're going to see you get shared here. Mercenary will expire, and that is going to be a 5-point lead. Oh, dropping again.
What do you think is going on here?
I think he's...
Just waiting for that. Okay, now we get it.
Okay,
And
there's
there
the
we
down
have
on the
it.
Explorer. And there is the surrender. Yeah, so Explorer, I didn't use their self-heal earlier on. I'm very surprised to see that. You are a character that can heal. I think they were trying to avoid getting crows by self-healing too early. But again, it's a character that can hide so well from a lot of these hunters. Even on a tough hiding map like Ever Sleeping Town, I feel like that's your best bet at getting out. So Explorer really conserving that self-heal to the end. And I think that's why Goated was waiting for so long, is he knew the Explorer still had self-heal, and he was just playing it safe.
That's right. And like you said earlier, I think it would have been better if the Explorer stayed hidden, and that would have changed the story a bit. But then again, still a really fantastic job on the part of Goated here. He was such a fast worker. He barely allowed us any time to talk because look at this. Not all of the ciphers have been popped. 3 remaining ciphers, 4 pallets destroyed, 29 strikes, and 9 knockdowns. Really good numbers right here, and the best containment has been on the part of the Mercenary. He had to do most of the rescuing as well. I mean, he did pull off 3 rescues, and that's still a really good number. But yeah, Goated, that skill level is just on point with those statues and that game sense, and that is why he was able to secure this 5 points in favor of his team.
Yeah, and if you look towards the early game, you may have noticed that he actually committed to the Mercenary for a decent amount of time, which is, it might be a surprise to a lot of you guys, but if you notice, he did have teleport, so you can actually commit to a rescue character in the early game, especially, if it's a character that you can get easy statue hits on, like a Mercenary, and that's exactly what he did. He acknowledged, I have time to chase this Mercenary till my teleport's going to get up. If I leave this Mercenary and go for another survivor, my teleport's going to be up by the time I find that new survivor, so I might as well commit to this Mercenary, slow him down from decoding, and potentially waste some time, get some elbow pads out of the way, and get some injuries on him as well. He's able to land 2 statue hits on that Mercenary early on, which was a huge part in that match. The survivors were stopped to force and try to heal that Mercenary. There was a lot of decoding time lost, and you saw EC heavily prioritized healing over decoding. which
Yes.
really was a bit of a downside for them because of how fast you said Goated moved throughout this match. So it became a really difficult challenge. Even if they were getting most of those Cypher machines done, they were not able to pop them in time because of, just early game injuries make a difference in a match because it forces heals and it slows down the Cypher rush.
That's right. And then let's also highlight that double hit after the first rescue. That was really good on the part of Goated because, we keep on saying, time spent healing is time spent not decoding. And who better to injure among the survivors than the mercenary, who does take a bit of time to heal. So really good decision on the part of Goated there. I'm really, it just really goes to say how dangerous a sculptor is in Ever Sleeping Town. And although we weren't expecting Goated to bring out the sculptor, if not the bonbon, I would say he does know how to use his sculptor.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will probably see the Bun in round 2. But yeah, I mean, Goated, not really known, again, not known for his sculptor, has played sculptor in the past, but again, known for the Bon. So going with the round 1 sculptor, it does make sense because of how strong of a character sculptor is and how much win potential that character has in comparison to Bon. We do see maybe in the other servers, Bon get used sometimes a little bit more just because they like to play for ties. But here in NAEU, we really see a lot of these hunters pushing for these extra points, for these extra wins. And that's exactly what happened in this instance. Utilizing those statues perfectly. He had a lot of nice hits with those. Prisoner did a very good job landing that shock. You see the sculptor trying to walk through that pallet in the early game. Almost got that hit off. It would have been an instant kill on the Prisoner, which would have put him in a beautiful position. But the Prisoner able to extend that kite by almost 60 seconds because of using that shock, vaulting that pallet, and then getting to that graveyard window. And that's one of the reasons why Ever Sleeping Town is such a survivor-sided map. There's a lot of very strong areas that hunters can struggle with. For example, that window. There's no way for the hunter to go around it. They're forced to vault the window to catch up, and the Prisoner got a speed boost and was able to transition all the way towards middle. Looking forward for the rest of this, we're going to the next ban system here. It looks like back on the side of EC, they're going to be in a bit of a tough situation to try to turn things around here. They really need to have an excellent performance from their hunter, and it's going to be quite challenging. It depends on what they're going to go for. We immediately see the Mechanic ban. This definitely makes sense. Mechanic is one of those characters that is just so strong in the Cypher Rush. Very good for securing draws. Mechanic Cypher Rush is so fast that even though she's an easy chase target in the early game, she's very hard to actually get down. Or she's not hard to get down, but she's hard to stop her bot from decoding, which means the survivors can rush through those Cypher machines, push to the end game a lot quicker than they normally would be able to. So in a situation where you need a 4-person elimination, definitely banning the main decoding character makes a lot of sense for this hunter.
Now here we are finally with the psychologist coming out so early in the game. I'm really interested to see how they are going to utilize her skill to push for that Cypher Rush and achieve those objectives, because this is a really good lineup. Not much decoder presence. Oh, we have that breaking wheel that we're talking about. I'm really excited for this match because it's just as we hoped. We expected Antonio's Vaio to bring out Violinist in the earlier matches, in the later matches rather, but who would he bring out in the earlier ones? No less than the breaking wheel, of course, in Ever Sleeping Town. So this is gonna be an interesting match. Again, looking at this lineup, it is explainable why you wouldn't ban a priestess as the breaking wheel, not the forward, not the mercenary, because Breaking Wheel is just such an efficient hunter in this map with that high mobility and the ability to cancel or be immune to those stuns from the forward. Oh wow, look at this Breaking Wheel sporting the limited S skin already spawning here at the gate and making his way towards the graveyard, and will find the psychologist first. Oh wow, I think this is a good find in my opinion, because those spikes can cancel out that ability of the stress response if she does get those 2 spikes in and gets hit.
Beautiful game sense from the Breaking Wheel, acknowledging that if I spawn at Graveyard, the key spawn is actually over at the Geisha Gate, and that's exactly where this Psychologist did spawn. Forward and Mercenary, not very good chase targets, so able to find this Psychologist early is a really good situation here for this Hunter. Already one spike on the Psychologist, they're forced to go for two, just missing that one, unfortunately, and now this is a bit of a tough situation for this Hunter, because even if you get a hit on this Psychologist, they still have the ability to heal, so you really want to go for two spikes. I believe the Hunter's actually carrying Excitement, which really trying to play around that forward, so it's going to make the early game chase a little bit more challenging. We see the Psychologist transitioning toward Graveyard, does get that second spike on the Psychologist. Now, normally you would be able to just blink this character here to secure the down, but now it's not really an option because you do, again, carrying Excitement for that forward.
So that was a fantastic first kite so far on the part of the Psychologist here. I would expect that she should be panicking already, but no, it looks like she was just calmly containing this Hunter right here, because knows when to time those pallet drops, which takes an immense amount of discipline. So really good stuff on the part of the Psychologist here. And it looks like the Cypher progress is really going well. Look at the Mercenary already about to finish one Cypher, and this one is already almost done as well.
Wow. Beautiful hit from the Breaking Wheel there. Priestess got a little bit too greedy, not going through that War Portal, and that cost him a free hit. So excellent turnaround for this Hunter. Now he's going to go for these spikes here, most likely. Does have quite a few portals to work with, so if you're the Priestess here, you're most likely going to wait until he gets out of wheel form. Another spike there, still has those extended. Oh no Insolence. This character is not. This player's not bringing Insolence, which means there's no option for the extended spikes, and is going to get the second hit on the Priestess. As soon as he gets out of his wheel form, Priestess should portal away here and try to avoid the snap. Oh, I forgot, they don't have Insolence. They're not able to do that either. Wow. Looks like they are able to create some distance here. Back into the wheel form yet again, changing targets. Already these Cypher machines winding down, trying to pressure down this middle Cypher. And I think this is the forward. Again, not an ideal chase target. This Excitement, unfortunately, not paying off for this Hunter. If they had Blink, they could have potentially gotten an early down or Insolence, but really trying to prioritize the mid to late game with that Excitement, maybe bringing detention as well. But instead, no real options for quick downs with Insolence or with that Blink. We're trying to football away here, is going to be able to get to this next pallet. He's going to get the pallet done in time before he gets the swing off. This is going to allow him to transition farther away here, and still has football available. Another portal going down there. Has this trap, one spike on the forward still, it looks like. And beautiful job from the forward, avoiding every single hit so far from this wheel. You see really abusing that pallet throwing speed, and this is just looking incredibly strong for this Survivor team right now. And it looks like we're going to see forward just trying to stay alive again as much as possible. Only has used half of football, has a little bit more to go with here, and is going to keep trying to transition towards these pallets. Goes for that trap a little bit short, and last of that football to get through this area. I think he's going to get the down right here, and does get that down finally on the forward, but already a lot of Cypher progress done for these Survivors. And again, this Hunter needs a 4-person elimination to try to tie this round, and I don't think they're going to be able to do that in this current situation.
Look at this, just one more Cypher remaining. All that it's going to take is one rescue before they actually pop that last Cypher. So it's going to take a bit more coordinating just to get this done, because this one is already really hot right here. They're going to want to come back to this Cypher, if not decode another one, but still a good decision on the part of Antonius Vaio here to put pressure on this last Cypher, because although the forward has been rescued, he can at least guard this and compel them to get started on a new one.
It looks like we're going to see, they're going to try to possibly just heal up, slow things down. It looks like the Breaking Wheel is going to go after the Mercenary. This is not an ideal chase target by any means, but in this situation, you don't really have much choice. You have to be careful not too long to finish the Cypher. They are going to get all their heal off. Beautiful elbow pad from the Mercenary. He's just going to take a snap here, get that injury in the Mercenary, and most likely transition away, or maybe continue here. And yeah, back into the wheel form, going for these survivors, making sure they're unable to finish this corner house Cypher, trying to prevent them from getting the heal off on the forward. But beautiful game sense from Antonio's Vio to acknowledge these survivors are probably trying to heal up over near the Spade Gate area.
That's right, and he did spot them healing at this area right here, but using that mobility just to be able to guard everything that's going on in the map while guarding that last Cypher.
And it looks like we're going to have them try to push forward this endgame. Ghost Queen really pushing the exit gates, not able to get it open in time, which means the survivors are going to need to split it up here. If you're Antonio's Vile, you need to get at least one person elimination here. Ghost Queen going to take the tram. Dungeon is in that middle area and still has, I believe, 2 elbow pads to work with, and also has that delayed effect. If this exit gate is open, these 3 survivors get out, this is going to be a 4-person escape.
That's right, and the Mercenary really good going there, going towards the tram and trying to... I'm wondering if he will be able to catch this priestess. Oh no, she has to go back through the portal and probably go for the dungeon, but here is the Mercenary probably going towards the other gate if I'm not mistaken, because I did see him go towards the tram. Oh, look at that, she was able to circle back and go towards that gate, and that is already 3 people out. And where is the Mercenary? Going towards the dungeon, Eli!
And there is a 4 survivor escape there for on the side of the WZ team. Beautiful job there. Actually, it was mistaken in that the Hunter did have detention, so Mercenary would have gone down in 1 hit, but 2 elbow pads available for them. They were able to get out there, so just, very great gameplay from the side of WZ. Again, this is an older survivor team that has kind of come back and sort of done a very good job of adapting to this new meta you saw, able to get a 4 survivor escape against the Breaking Wheel on Ever Sleeping Town. This is such a hard map to beat a Breaking Wheel on, because there's a lack of windows, a lot of areas where the Breaking Wheel can easily get spikes on survivors, but WZ coming out to play here, not giving any free opportunities to the side of EC, and this is looking very strong for them right out the gate. 10-0 instantly in round 1 here for WZ. Breaking Wheel did try their best. They had a pretty good start, actually, able to get 2 spikes on that Psychologist fairly quickly, but you see the downside of bringing the excitement instead of the blink. And that did allow the Psychologist to transition towards Graveyard, make a new kiting route for themselves, get to that window, and transition towards middle as well. You have the forward into support, but it didn't really matter. He was forced to change targets to the forward, and at that point, it was already over. Too many Cypher machines were being decoded, and he was a little too far behind in that Cypher rush. So beautiful job from the Psychologist, staying alive as long as possible. Again, it was a pretty good find for the wheel, immediately heading towards the Geisha Gate area, which is the key spawn if you're if you spawn at that Graveyard Gate. So it was looking good for the wheels out the start, but unfortunately did shift back into the survivors' favor because of some beautiful kiting from that Psychologist. 10-0 again is the current lead for WZ after the first half of this first round. After the second half of the first round. We're going to be going into round 2. Eclipse in a bit of a tough situation. We've seen a lot of these sort of situations occur yesterday, in which we discussed what needs to happen here if you are the team that's down in terms of points, which in this case it is Eclipse. They're going to need to really win the next 2 rounds. They can't really afford to tie any of these rounds, and this really shifts into WZ's favor because again, Goated most likely will be going with that Bonbon in the round 2, which is really just his strongest hunter. So it's going to be very challenging for the survivors to come back, especially when you have a tie hunter coming in from Goated.
That's right. And because it's already the second round, I would just like to say that I'm really excited for him to pick Bonbon this time. We finally get to see that Bonbon, that top tier gameplay on the part of Goated here. But then again, congratulations on getting the first round, but definitely this doesn't take away the opportunity from EC to make up. They do need to do their very best to bring their A game to come back stronger from this loss of the first round. They can still make up for this with another 10-man kill from the Hunter and a 4-man kill from the Hunter and a 4-man escape just to be able to tie up with the points with 10 points as well.
All right. Yeah. So it looks like what's again. So I just wanted to real quick. I just wanted to go back to the point we were talking about with the before we move on. I wanted to go back to the point we were talking about with having them trying to have to push for wins on the side of EC, and that as a Bon player, again, it depends on who picked this first map. I actually don't know. It's hard to tell based off of this. Again, Sculptor and Breaking Wheel, characters that are very strong. That are very strong on the map, like Ever Sleeping Town. But it's really, again, going to come down to whether or not they can actually get a win against a Bon. It's very hard to win against Bon again because their camping ability is so strong. Once they get that first down on a survivor, you typically would bring Blink with Bon, helping you get that first down, and you can make it so the survivors really can't go for a rescue. If you want to rescue a Bon, you're forced to go in with two survivors or have some sort of support, whether it's forward support or entomologist support or coordinator, whatever it may be. You're really required to have that if you want to perform a rescue against that sort of hunter, because Bon is the best camping hunter in the game, and it forces the survivors to sell them, and you can the Bon can easily secure a draw.
That's right. I mean, based on my personal experience, if somebody does get chaired by a Bon early in the game, we usually would not rescue anymore, if not at the last second, just to be able to get those ciphers going. So although I really would like to see this Bon in the second round, this is NAEU. After all, we're in for some surprises, and if we do see those surprises, it'd be really exciting. I'm excited to see if there will be some more non-meta picks that will be coming in the later rounds.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for that. We had a short break to get things figured out, but it looks like we are going to move into the next part of this best of three here. It is currently a 10-0 lead for WZ, so it's going to be a very high hill for this EC team to climb if they want to get back into things. They are going to have to most likely push for wins in these next few rounds. Cahel, if you're on the side of EC, what hunters do you think we're going to expect here? Do you think we'll see more win hunters, most likely to push for more winning strategies, or are we going to see something maybe less meta?
Well, since it's the later rounds, it is round 2 after all. We might just see those non-meta picks, especially I'm really looking forward to seeing Antonio's bio right here. Because, even if it's not a meta hunter, this is his main, I'm guessing. This is your main. So this is who you're strongest at. So I guess it's safe to assume that this is also what you'll be saving for that moment when you really want to feel that you can rack up those points. So I'm not going to be surprised if I see more non-meta picks. But then again, as always, safe to assume that the picks will mostly be meta. I'm just really excited if it's not.
Yeah, of course. And I think it's going to be, again, a situation where if you're EC, we did see the Breaking Wheel in round 1. Violinist, definitely a pretty decent character, but it's extremely difficult to actually get more than a tie with Violinist. Even in rank matches, it's just so hard. Violinist is one of those characters that has very limited cipher control, very limited chase in the early game, and just not great map pressure overall. So, while he may have some pretty good camping abilities and some fun little tricks that you could do, like throwing the notes at the ciphers to slow down the cipher rush that way, it really becomes not too relevant in the long run. So I think we're definitely going to see from this hunter probably something a little bit more meta. I don't know whether or not WZ is going to opt to ban the Breaking Wheel or maybe go for a different ban, like a Sculptor ban. Round 2 Sculptor is just such a formidable hunter to deal with. Sculptor with up to 3 bans in a round, again, in that round 2 situation, is so challenging for any team to deal with. So I expect the survivors probably to maybe go for the Sculptor ban and just take the Breaking Wheel again. It does, of course, depend on the map. Breaking Wheel does struggle on certain maps, such as Arms Factory. So again, it really just it depends on what we're going to see. But I think if you're Antonio's Vow here, you need to play something that has winning potential and can actually, help your team excel in winning these next 2 rounds.
That's right. Actually, that's a really good point. I mean, the survivors that just survived the Breaking Wheel probably would think we've already won against the Breaking Wheel. We could probably do it again. We'd better save that ban for the Sculptor instead, just to be able to secure those points. So really, depending on the map, I would also like to save my predictions because we haven't seen the map. But if it is, for example, Moonlit, we haven't seen much of Moonlit in the tournament yet, so I'm pretty excited to see if it's either going to be Moonlit or Lakeside. Really large maps. I love these large maps. Lakeside, as Grizzly would say, it's his love-hate map. It's both difficult for the survivors and the hunter to achieve those objectives. And then not all hunters are suitable for Lakeside, and not all survivors are suitable for Lakeside. So that's also going to influence the picks. And I don't think in this case, Antonio, the violinist, would be a good pick as well. Bonbon, I think, would be okay in Lakeside. Would you agree if for Godin to bring out Bonbon in Lakeside or Moonlit?
To be honest, Cahel, I actually think Lakeside's the weakest Bonbon map, and the reason why is because there's just so many transition areas that can be very hard for a Bonbon to deal with. Moonlit River Park is doable if you're going for a tie or a one-man, but again, Moonlit is a map that Bonbon can get rotated on. There's a lot of areas that can just struggle for the Bonbon to deal with. Moonlit River Park being slightly better for a Bonbon, but Lakeside Village is pretty bad, and the reason why, again, is because you have that 2-story big boat area. It's so hard for a Bonbon to deal with. There's a lot of nice windows throughout that map that you can use for transition kiting, as well as pallets here and there. It really depends on where you catch the survivor. In some instances, Bonbon isn't bad if you catch the survivor around the shore area,
Yes.
or perhaps around maybe the mini boat walls area. That might not be too bad. But if you catch them around big boat, shack, or any of those strong kiting areas, it can be extremely difficult for a Bonbon to actually get it down. On top of that, large maps for Bonbon are just so weak because they have no form of cipher control other than throwing bombs at the ciphers while they continue to camp. If you give up on camping as a Bonbon, you're losing your main strategy in that match, which is preventing the rescues. So if you're on a big map, it's very hard to throw bombs at the ciphers to pressure those down. So Bonbon typically would thrive better on the smaller maps, but again, it depends on who has map selection here in round 2.
That's right. And speaking of map selection, is there a specific map that you want to see for this round with 1 hunter ban and 3 survivor bans?
Well, it depends on whose side we're talking about here. If you look at the side of Goated and WZ, they would definitely go for a smaller map. If he's going for that Bonbon Arms Factory, the most logical choice. Red Church, also not too bad. Another map that Bonbon players like to play Bonbon on, of course. If you're going on the side of Eclipse here, you really need to push 4 wins again. So it really depends. Do you have more confidence in your survivor side getting a high escape, or do you have more confidence in your hunter getting a high kill? It really comes down to, are we picking a survivor-sided map so our survivors can do well, and then maybe our hunter can do pretty well as well in there when they hunt, or are we going to have the hunter try to get a good map for themselves, and maybe the survivors might not do as well, but as long as they can take the round, that's what matters. So you really have to decide that. Is your team more of a survivor-sided team or a hunter-sided team? And under most circumstances, it's survivor-sided, but for some teams here at NAEU, it can be more hunter-sided as well. So you really have to keep that in mind. So going for a smaller map, again, would be better for the hunter, like Arms Factory or Church, but that also allows for a favorable map for Goated because he would like to play Bonbon one of those maps. So if you're on the side of Eclipse here, I think you really need to go for possibly a larger map that your hunter may like, possibly Moonlit River Park. That can be a favorable map for some hunters, and it can also be tough for some hunters to deal with depending on what you're playing. For example, Bonbon might not do as well in Moonlit because of how far apart those cipher machines are spread out.
That's right. And we did mention before that if the maps are large, although the mechanic really is such a strong decoder, you really don't want her to be used in large maps because just being able to transition using the doll takes up a lot of juice. So it's better for a mechanic to come out in smaller maps. Whereas the prisoner, we do recognize his ability to provide that decoding boost from ciphers away. So based on what we've seen so far, we've seen prisoner, we've seen explorer. I don't expect actually to see that explorer anytime soon, but if we do, it better be in Arms Factory. And then Bonbon, yes, in I think if it's moonlit, Bonbon can actually work. I do agree that the ciphers are too far apart, but we've seen in previous matches that it's really gonna boil down to the skill level of a hunter to do that chase.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yes.
definitely true. It does matter, of course. It really comes down to survivors' communication as well, because large maps can be tough for some hunters. I think if you do go Moonlit Bonbon, you're most likely going to be bringing Teleport, so it does prevent the rotation. I know Goated really is a huge advocate of bringing Blink on Bonbon. I have played against him quite a bit in ranked matches, and I know that he really likes to use Blink, even on large maps, even on Moonlit River Park. However, in a tournament setting, when you have a lot of communication from the survivors, and you can communicate where the hunter is and how to counter rotate things like that, bringing Teleport might be an option.
And here we have, again, yet another surprise, the Sacred Heart Hospital, far away from our predictions. But I really do also like this map because of the hospital itself. At the middle, there's a lot of things that can be done there. Oh, and look, we have a priestess. It looks like I am really going to enjoy this match because the priestess really can utilize the hospital to place her portals and extend those kites and provide support as well. We're also seeing a gravekeeper I'm seeing a mechanic and mercenary band here, really understandable. And then it looks like EC really did do their homework because look, Bonbon is banned.
Yeah, going with the Bonbon ban, I don't actually know if this is the best course of action for them. Sculptor's just such a strong character. Again, Bonbon, of course, Goated known to be one of the top Bonbon players on the server. It's just so tough when you have to go against that Sculptor again. We're almost 100% going to see that. We actually see Perfumer from Spirit here, which is actually quite surprising because Perfumer does struggle quite a bit against the Sculptor. However, Perfumer inside Hospital is a force to be reckoned with. You have those perfumes which you can use. Once you go up to one of those holes, you can drop down while after using a perfume, and the Hunter actually has to wait before they can drop down and continue after that Perfumer. So even though Perfumer's not too good against the Sculptor, they're really going for a comp that can thrive on Sacred Heart Hospital. Priestess and Perfumer are such strong characters when kiting inside that hospital, and Gravekeeper and First Officer are very difficult chase targets because they are rescue characters.
Right, and again, we're not seeing any decoder presence in this lineup, which means that they must be prioritizing containment and support over the Cypher Rush. So if we can't survive against this Sculptor, we can at least buy enough time just to be able to get those ciphers going. And of course, I'm really understanding the decision of Goated to go for the Sculptor here because she can be really efficient in this map as well. So let's see how this is gonna play out with the Sculptor finally spawning here at the ruins, looking for his first survivors, taking the hunting route towards the hospital right off the bat. And now, oh, look at this Perfumer sporting the Conan skin. I really like that.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna have going for beautiful move from the Priestess, doubling back through the pallet. You almost never see that get utilized in competitive gameplay because it's so risky. If you mess it up, you do give up a free hit. And it looks like Goated might have, for a second, lost trail of the Perfumer, trying to mind game here, wasting a lot of time here. This is risky from Goated. Oh, beautiful light game from Goated. For those of you who don't know, what he did is he hid his red light, so it made the character think he was going in the other direction, and instead he vaults that window right into them. Beautiful job from the Priestess, able to avoid that second statue, but does get one down here, and she's going to try to make her way back into the hospital area.
That's right, and actually I do think that they planned this out for the Priestess to get oh my goodness, a hit so early in the game, just when we were about to do some analysis here. It looks like Goated really doesn't want us to talk anymore and just wants to go ahead and control the Cypher Rush and tear his first survivor. The Priestess here in front of the ruins, placing pressure on the one who is decoding at the ruins, which is a really good move on the part of Goated here because that's gonna hamper the decoding progress a bit. 5 ciphers remaining. Do you think they can still turn this around?
It's going to be very challenging. You still have, again, this comp is so built towards kiting and having difficult chase targets. You do have Wanted Odor on the Perfumer, which is definitely going to be your next chase target if you are Goated here. However, if the Perfumer at any point is able to make their way into that hospital area, it's a very difficult chase because, again, with those perfumes dropping down those holes, it just wastes so much time, and it's going to be very challenging for Goated at that point. Using that spike on that with that Wanted Order, Perfumer able to pop that first Cypher machine. So the survivors working quickly here, already 2 ciphers down, although the Priestess did die on top of that Gravekeeper Cypher. This rescue is going to be very crucial. They're going to have to get it off here if they want a chance at least securing a draw in this round.
That's right, and they did decide to rescue at the last second, but was not able to, which means that Goated was able to successfully defend that chair and deny the first officer that rescue, and now he's just 1 chip damage away from getting hit, and that's just gonna place a lot of pressure on the survivors here. But look, he's still got one more one. Oh, wow, takes that hit. There's that 5-second tide turner right there, but that's not gonna do a lot on his part because he's gonna go straight for the chair, and 3 ciphers remaining. It looks like the survivors still have a lot of work to do.
Beautiful hit from Goated, getting that hit through the pocket watch there. That's not easy to do by any means. We're going to see him pressure again, going after this Perfumer, not giving them any chance to decode. Beautiful. Oh, gets the perfume off to avoid the full present statue. They would have eaten up 2 hits from those statues there, but a very good perfume to avoid that. We're going to have the Gravekeeper come to the rescue. Gets the blink, hair shot A beautiful play from Goated, acknowledging that the Gravekeeper might immediately go for that rescue, times that perfectly, and stuffs that rescue. 3 Cypher Machines still remaining, 2 survivors down, and 1 back to the manor. This is looking incredibly strong for this Sculptor.
That's right, and now that Terror Shock just actually almost puts the nail in the coffin. If the Perfumer is not able to perform this rescue perfectly, it will really put a lot of pressure on their team. And there's that rescue. No Ty Turner in effect, but at least the Gravekeeper is able to get away as well as the Perfumer. But again, the first officer is down, and it looks like a Godin is gonna want to chair him at the same chair and continue the work.
All right, so back on the rocket chair for the first off. So the rescue was after the halfway mark because of that prevented save with that blink terror shock. He's going to use the chisel, just trying to look for the closest survivor, unable to find that Perfumer there. And oh, all right, we're back. And unable to find the Perfumer there, and it looks like he's probably going to look for this Gravekeeper, who is over near this birdcage Cypher Machine, using those statues to point the location of the Gravekeeper, and did find them. Gravekeeper does have a shovel available, but it's so hard to kind of full presence Sculptor even with that shovel form.
That's right, and he's only 1 chip damage away from getting hit. Uses that last shovel to run for his life. Godin committing to this Gravekeeper just to be able to down him before focusing on the Perfumer, who is already doing the decoding. Oh, there's that falling hit. Nice move from Godin right there. I don't think he's gonna chair the Gravekeeper at this point because he wants to secure these points. He wants that 5 points for his team. So all that's left to do is to find the Perfumer, who is incidentally at the statue area.
He used those full presence statues to point to the location of the closest survivor, that is the Perfumer. And yeah, I think he does spot him out there. There it is. Does have 1 perfume left available here, and they are going to go ahead and use it up. Wow, nice dodge from the Perfumer. Let's see, are they going to go back? And they are going to go back to avoid this hit here, but go with 2 more statues available. That full presence coming in, and there's the hit on the Perfumer. That is the down, and that should secure the 4-person elimination. Gravekeeper may still get back up here, but it's only a matter of time before Godin chairs these last 2 survivors.
That's right, and actually Godin will decide to chair the Perfumer first, bringing her closer towards the Gravekeeper so that it'll be easier to pick up, and they have surrendered. And outstanding job on the part of Godin here, securing 5 points for his team. Amazing effort. But let's not take away from the survivors. I mean, that perfume at being able to pull off that perfume against a full presence Sculptor is an amazing achievement in itself. So we've seen some good stuff from the survivors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The only downside, again, to this situation is now we were talking about how this team really wants to try to win this round and win the next 2 rounds to go to advance in this competition. Now it's going to be increasingly difficult because you no longer have an option to win this round, even if your hunter is to get a 4-person elimination against a very strong survivor team. It's just going to be still an uphill battle. They're going to have to go 15-0 on the side of EC here. This is the situation. It's just a very, very tough situation again for EC. It's going to be very challenging moving forward.
But then again, they can still come back from this. I do believe there's always a chance. Even if it's 15-0, the survivors really need to do, the hunter rather, really needs to do his very best to make up for those points lost. But then again, let's definitely not underestimate the team of Godin here, because it's just going to take 1 more win. Just 1 more win to advance to the final, to the next round. And so I expect both teams to do their very best.
Yeah, absolutely. And not even that. It's not even a win. They just need a 1 survivor escape. They need any point. They need any point anywhere in the next 3 halves of rounds. So it's just so challenging. Again, 1 survivor escape, one less kill besides a 4K, and it's unfortunately would be over for EC at that point. So WZ really surprising here, coming out again, as you said, Kahel, really coming out from hiatus here. Not having played this game in a long period of time, many of these players, really came out and are giving a good show as we expected, and it's really great to see that these veterans of the game are coming back for this tournament, coming out to support this server and play their best, and it's some incredible gameplay so far. So again, for EC, moving into this next half of the round, they're going to need a 4-person elimination from the side of their hunter on a survivor-sided map. Again, going with a more of a hunter-sided map might have been more beneficial for EC here, but now it's just it's going with Sacred Heart Hospital. Again, we don't know who selected the map, but on a survivor-sided map like Sacred Heart Hospital, it's getting a 4-person elimination here would be extremely difficult.
I think now is the actual time to bring out that violinist, if not more meta hunters, because I'm just really curious to see how well Antonio's Vio does using the violinist. It's probably also because I'm actually also a fan of the violinist, although we don't see him much in tournaments, and of course there are some better hunter picks out there. He's still really enjoyable to watch. So all it's gonna take is for one survivor to get out the gate or the dungeon. Things are looking really good for WZ, but still do not underestimate Antonio's Vio, because he just might bring that guy out, and it might be an interesting match.
Yeah, definitely possible. Again, violinist, a very fun character and strong in the later rounds, but it's specialty characters are they're good to see at some point in these rounds, especially in situations where you don't need to get a lot of kills. But again, violinist is on a Sacred Heart Hospital. It's almost impossible to get a 4-person elimination in a tournament setting as a violinist, just because of how strong the map is for survivors. Violinists can get looped for long periods of time inside that hospital. And they can find themselves in tough areas like ruins, like Shack, and it can be very hard to get down. So if you are this hunter here, I think you really need to play a winning hunter if you want a chance to stay in this. Whether that's Sculptor, whether that's Breaking Wheel, I don't think Dream Witch would work very well, because again, this is such a tough map for Dream Witch. The 2-story area makes it almost impossible to trap survivors in, and there's so many of the way the Cypher machine layout is, it's so hard to force the survivors into a 3-Cypher situation and pressure all 3 Cypher machines in the end game, because they're kind of laid out in a circle. If you look at other maps like Arms Factory, they're a little bit more congested, and it's a lot harder for survivors to finish those Cypher machines against a Dream Witch. But on Sacred Heart Hospital, the way the layout is it's really widespread, and on a large map like Sacred, you can't control all those Cypher machines. So I don't think Dream Witch would be an option that we're going to see, especially in round 2 on a good Priestess map, because you have to be able to ban Priestess, Psychologist, and Seer as Dream Witch to really push for a heavy kill. And on a Priestess-sided map, that is. So in round 2, you don't really have that as an option, because they can lock in one of those characters. And I just really expect to see either Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. That's probably the best course of action here for the EC Hunter.
Well, there are some instances in the earlier matches where actually what we were predicting actually happened. So who knows, maybe the players will actually listen to us and go for that Breaking Wheel and Sculptor pick. Then again, the survivors just might ban that Sculptor, which leaves Antonio's Vio to actually go for the Breaking Wheel, since that's the best option. So what do you think it's going to be? Do you have any specific predictions on the part of the hunter and the survivors as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're the survivor side here of WZ, I think you actually just banned I think you actually just banned Sculptor. You had a very strong performance against the Breaking Wheel in the first round, and that was a Breaking Wheel sided map. So I don't think there's any reason to ban the Breaking Wheel. It looks like they're very proficient in playing against this type of hunter. So again, there's no reason to go for that ban there. Banning a hunter that could surprise you. Sculptor is one of those characters. Even if you're not very experienced with Sculptor, you can kind of pull her out. Now, don't get me wrong. She takes an incredible amount of skill. You have to be very accurate in placing those statues, and you have to get those right in the palace, right in the windows. There's a lot of mind games and timing that's required to play Sculptor, but it is a character that can be very hard to deal with, even if a player is new to that. So even if this player doesn't actually play Sculptor and the survivors opt to ban Breaking Wheel, I think it might actually be a good idea to just try to pull out the Sculptor here and push for a 4-person elimination. Also, yeah, let's talk about the survivors as well. I think for the survivors, It's going to be tough for them because they really need to. It's actually, I lied. It's not very tough for them. It's going to be pretty easy for them because, again, they only need a one survivor escape. But it's going to be a situation where they're probably going to go for more of a Cypher Rush strategy. This hunter really needs to ban Mechanic because Mechanic is just like such a strong tie character. Even if you down the Mechanic instantly and the bot's in play, the survivors can easily still secure a draw because of how strong Mechanic Cypher Rush is. By the time that first Mechanic is eliminated, even if they didn't have snooze, which most instances they would to increase that share time, the survivors are able to pop 4 Cypher machines and already get into an close to end game situation with a quick down on a Mechanic. So I think that this hunter is 100% going to ban Mechanic, and these survivors are probably going to be able to have more support and kiting characters like Seer and Priestess because they're forced to go into a kind of a decoding banning situation. But moving forward through this match, yeah, it's just really it's really difficult for the hunter, and the survivors have a lot of options to work with.
That's right. And depending on who's gonna get banned, I'm actually expecting the priestess to be banned this time because this is the hospital after all. We've seen in the previous match how the priestess was able to at least hold her own in the church, in the hospital rather. So I was kind of wondering why the priestess wasn't banned in the previous match, but I guess that also speaks volumes for the skill level of Goated. So this time, I am expecting Antonio's Vaio to ban the priestess and the mechanic as well here, if not the mercenary. So I guess we're just gonna have to wait, and we're back again in the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah.
While
Yeah,
waiting.
yeah,
I love these picks and bans. When we're waiting for it, it just keeps us on the edges of our seats, and I can't take this uncertainty. The suspense is there. So please give us those bans as well. Oh, look at that! Not wanting to risk the violinist getting brought out by Antonio's Vaio. I think it's an understandable decision on the part of the survivors here. But here are my predictions. As I've said, the mechanic and the priestess. Understandably so.
Definitely. Violinist ban, I'm not too sure the idea behind this. I mean, I guess banning the specialty character for the hunter, it could make sense, but I think the survivors acknowledge they're in such a good position. The hunter ban isn't too relevant as long as they play, a good game here. So, still giving Breaking Wheel. They played very well against it in the first round, but it is still risky just because of how strong of a character Breaking Wheel is. We actually see Psychologist get eliminated here from the survivors options, which means that I don't believe we're going to see Wheel anymore because there's no reason to really ban Psychologist as a Breaking Wheel. Again, Psychologist is one of those characters that can take, actually is the only character that can take 3 hits in a row and not really suffer any consequences. So Breaking Wheel is a character that can make it so that option is no longer available by getting that instant down. It looks like we are going to see Patient as well. Patient, not a bad character overall. There's a couple cool tricks you can do by pulling yourself into the hospital through the birdcage window. We saw that actually happen in the earlier rounds. Seer and Mercenary, just 2 standard meta characters, and Forward definitely in there for that support to deal with a Breaking Wheel style of character. But again, we may not see the Breaking Wheel because of the Psychologist ban. It looks like we're going to see the Naiad.
Well, this is something that you don't see every day, definitely, especially not in tournaments, because she is a relatively new hunter, and we do know that players are still getting used to mastering her and making use of her skills at their full potential. So I'm really curious as to how she's gonna use these puddles to establish her danger area to be able to contain these survivors here. But I think this Naiad has got his work cut out for him because these are some really hard survivors to chase after. We do have the Patient who can transition towards that birdcage using that hook, like you said. That would greatly put distance between himself and Naiad. We have this Forward who can use the ball to quickly leave that area of effect, as well as this Mercenary who can use the elbow pads. So I guess the best target in this case would probably be the Seer, even if he can be kind of a headache to chase after as well because of that owl. And if Nayad does decide to chase him in the open areas with the low pallets, he just might be able to stack up one more Al as another layer of protection to again absorb another hit. So I think it's gonna be a challenge for both teams, because we both know that Nayad is has some killer potential as a hunter as well. Oh, sporting the limited S skin, I see. Really nice. So now we have Nayad already going for the ruins and finding 2 survivors in the area, or just 1 if not 2. The mercenary is making his way towards the shack, and now here is the forward trying to contain her as best as he can. And he does, yes.
Immediately baiting the forward into using a bit of football there is pretty nice for this hunter. You may see them transition towards shack. What a lot of Naiads will do is they'll go towards that shack, loop the entire shack area, and force the survivor to leave. Oh, looks like we're gonna have a pause here. Maybe a little bit of technical difficulties or lag. But yeah, looking through this match so far, we have a decent start for the Naiad. They did find the forward, which is not great, but they already have, caused them to use a little bit of the football. They can easily transition towards the shack and pressure whichever survivor is in there as well. So yeah, pretty good position. Again, they're going to need a 4-person elimination, but with Naiad, that's not easy. But it's not a bad start so far.
That's right. And also on the bright side, the football was used already just a little bit, so that does it does have its good side, and it'll pay off probably in the later part of the match. Then again, the survivors are able to successfully find their ciphers at the other end of the map. I'm pretty sure that the Naiad wouldn't chase a mercenary early in the game, so he can safely decode at the shack. So based on what we've seen so far, I think the course of action here is to transition towards the inside of the hospital, especially because I don't think anybody is decoding in that area yet. So the forward is free to use that area to kite Nayad as best as he can, because he does really need to buy a lot of time. This isn't the best decoding team out there. They don't have a decoder, so he needs to buy more time, just for the mercenary at least, to be able to finish a cipher.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, the hospital is such a dominant kiting area for survivors. We talk about this a lot. So if the forward's able to transition through those double doors and make it to that upstairs area, that can be very challenging for this Naiad to deal with, and maybe cause them to even transition targets. We've seen a lot of hunters just leave that hospital area throughout the course of today. We saw, MRH Nico finding the Mind's Eye inside hospital earlier on, and he actually opted to leave the Mind's Eye inside hospital because of how strong that kiting area is, which really goes to show, the dominance of survivors on this map. So yeah, forward already. They did leave the ruins area. Ruins is also the second best kiting area in the map besides the Sacred Heart Hospital. So I'm a little surprised Forward opted to leave early, but I think they were just trying to avoid, taking any water hits or anything. We're back into the match here. Forward is going to transition towards shack. This is right where the mercenary is, though, so a little bit risky here. You really want to leave this if you're the forward, and they are going to go ahead and change targets. Maybe no, lost sight of the forward, it looks like, and forward's going to make it all the way back to ruins.
Right, and now Antonio's Vio is gonna need to find a new target, and does just that, because it looks like she's able to find 2 survivors here at the front gate area at the triple pallets and the T wall. So not really sure why somebody would be decoding at the T wall so early in the game, but they must have something planned out. This is the Seer after all. He does, nice pallet stun right there, stacking that out, standing for a few seconds right there. See what you're doing. And that was an empty blink. Amazing job on the part of the Seer here. Will now transition towards the hospital to extend that kite, and will already waste no time to drop that pallet.
Interesting decisions from the Seer here. They actually could have owled that first hit, but instead is going to hold on to it. They also had an option to continue hiding within the hospital area, but instead they're going to go ahead and leave and go towards the statue area. This is nowhere near as strong, so We're going to see the Naiad try to loop this entire area. Still has a little bit of distance to go here, trying to force the Seer out of this. Beautiful job from the Seer, staying out of range of those bubbles. They are going to go ahead and use that Owl there. And it looks like the Naiad's going to go ahead and take that hit. This will allow the Seer to get to this window here and possibly transition back towards Birdcage.
That's right, and if he does get to the Birdcage and makes... Okay, still using this one pallet here at the L area next to that. Oh, nice terror shock right there. I do believe that would have been inevitable because of the distance between the Hunter and the window. But look at this. 3 ciphers already remaining, and the Seer is going to the dungeon.
Even with the basement play
the
here,
basement, rather.
It's not too strong for the Naiad, unfortunately. Again, the Naiad needs a 4-person elimination here, so the survivors don't have to go for any rescues. And they're gonna go for a rescue. I'm actually very surprised to see this. I would not have expected a rescue in a situation where you only need a 1 survivor escape. Beautiful play from the Naiad. Is going to clip that mercenary there with no attack recovery because of that ability. Seer is able to get a second Owl here, but the Naiad can simply just wait it out. Again, Tide Turner is almost out here. Will they try to pop it with this water effect? And does get that pop there, but beautiful stun from the forward.
Wow.
It's going to allow this Seer to transition all the way to Shaq.
Amazing coordination on the part of the survivors here, because look, only 1 cipher remaining and there's just 50% left on that. The patient is already taking care of it. So of course we would expect the forward to be providing as much support as he can just to be able to get that cipher primed and at least rescue the Seer from the chair. I do believe that he can be chaired one more time.
It looks like the forward still staying in this area, harassing, able to stay out of the water range, which is a beautiful job from them here. And Seer's self-heal probably is almost available. Forward's going to go for that stun. Does get the instant stun off as well, and a pallet stun from the forward. Beautiful 1-2 punch there from this character, and this is going to allow the Seer to stay alive with their kites. They're still in a pretty bad area, but I think they might have actually gained another Owl here. So that's the downside of allowing Seer against this Naiad, is that this is the type of character that can farm Owls so easily against, this is the type of hunter that allows Owls to get farmed a lot easier compared to other hunters.
That's right, and I actually am expecting that Owl as well, and it looks like he's actually positioning himself for that end game kite, but it looks like Antonio's bio is not gonna buy it, will go instead for the front gate, not chasing after that Seer, and will instead go for the mercenary. But look at them disperse just like that, going towards the Shack gate already and leaving it up to the patient to do the kiting this time. Let's see if he can do that cool move that you were talking about.
They do have, it looks like, no, not going for it, just going to try to transit. Maybe they will this time. And the Naiad's going to give up on the chase here. Yeah, patient was able to pull themselves into that hospital area there. We're going to see the teleport. The exit gate already open, unfortunately, for this hunter, which means that this is going to secure for the win for WZ. Again, they only need 1 survivor escape. The Naiad's still going to try their best here, going to try to push for at least 1 more kill, but unfortunately at this point, I don't know if it's going to matter. We see the mercenary transitioning in towards this gate here, and the patient still around. Mercenary can take 1 more hit. We're going to see them pull back that trident, unable to get that. Just going to hit the mercenary, going to force them out. These 3 survivors will escape, and the patient probably will push for the dungeon. And I think, yeah, this is going to be a 4 survivor escape here for WZ. Beautiful job from them there. Another 10-0 victory, and they're going to be moving on to the next round of competition.
Amazing sweep on the part of WZ here. It looks like in the matches to come, we're going to see some tight races here in between points between the teams that were able to advance, because they really worked so fast, and it's really impressive. Congratulations to WZ, and still a job well done for EC here. Of course, we're going to want you to come back stronger. We're going to want to see more of you, and we're going to want to see your improvement for the tournaments to come.
Definitely, EC definitely giving it their all. Unfortunately, WZ was the team that did come out on top here. 2 10-0 victories, so that really goes to show the strength of this team. Again, we didn't really know what to expect from these players. They have not been around the game recently, so yeah, really coming out to show their skills was quite impressive. And yeah, you see the containment time there. A few of survivors in triple digits, which is quite impressive. Very good containment time. Very good support from the forward. That's something that really was a game changer in the match. It allowed the Seer to be able to rebound Kite plus that pallet stun. The Seer was able to get that third owl in that time. The third owl didn't end up mattering in the long run, but it still was very beneficial for buying a lot of time for the survivor side.
And let's not take away from the patience endgame. Kite right there was able to do that move that you mentioned, being able to use the hook to get into the birdcage, because that really did throw the Naiad off and was and forced her to use teleport instead towards the shack gate. And because it was the mercenary who was left out there able to still take a hit, that patient was able to get out through the dungeon. And that is just a display of amazing coordination on the part of Week 0. I'm really excited as to how they will fare against the other teams in the next round.
Absolutely. Week 0 really coming out with some incredible gameplay. You see a very strong hunter on their side, very strong survivor side. We talked a lot about how high up ranked the hunter is, and we didn't talk too much about the survivors other than they were strong players that came back. They really came back. They had some incredible communication, incredible gameplay, and just for players that haven't been around for a while, are new to this newer sort of meta. They played it very well. They had very good communication. You could tell there's a lot of practice, a lot of work put into to this team that came out to play today against Eclipse. And Eclipse, again, trying their best, a newer team to this competitive scene for sure, trying to make a name for themselves. They put up a good fight against a very strong team, but ultimately Week 0 coming out on top with a 20-0 victory in 2 rounds. And again, they will be moving on to next week's competition against the winner of the next round.
Right, and we are definitely excited to see who that is. And now here is our MVP, of course, goated no less, with his Sculptor, with an average remaining cipher of 2.5, total pallets destroyed 5, total strikes 46, 1 Terror Shock, that blink Terror Shock, how could we forget? That was really amazing. 50 knockdowns and 4 average eliminations, the perfect score, Eli. I'm really excited to see more of Goated in the matches to come.
Yeah, absolutely. 2.5 Cypher machines remaining in 2 different rounds. That means that the survivors never got below 2 Cyphers at any point in any of the 2 rounds. I believe it was 3 and 2. So there's just no way for them to really push past that because of how strong Goated was, how quickly he moved through those matches. Did not miss a lot of statues at all. He went for a few blind statues with the full presence, was still able to hit those. Quite impressive overall from him. So so just beautiful gameplay overall from these players. We are going to be going on a short break. The next round will be coming up. We have the 4th round, Fusion versus EVA. That's going to be very exciting. 2 teams that should have a pretty good matchup. And Week 0 again, congratulations to them for moving on to the next round. We'll be back with you guys shortly. Stick with us, and we'll see you all soon.
desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
Criminals engrave their evil intentions on their faces, forehead, pupils, cheekbones. The beast within cannot hide from science. These wax statues are my vessels to imprison evil, but in my sister's innocent eyes, they are merely works of art. And so, I left her all alone. I received invitations to conduct my research across continents. My shaping fueled my theory, and my theory shaped the world. How was my sister doing? The thought rarely crossed my mind. But when I come home, I bet I still see that same happy face, the face of an artist immersed in her work. I have returned. Only too late. The escaped beast wrought its sin upon an innocent lamb. Late justice is a sin for which I must atone. The wax has been heated. The model has waited long enough. This time, let's do this together.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 4 of our long day of competition today. We have a very exciting matchup for you today. We're going to have Fusion versus EVA. This is one that I personally been looking forward to. I know a lot of you have been looking forward for this as well. My name is Eli. I'm joined here with Kahel yet again. Kahel, I'm very excited about this matchup. What do you expect to see out of this?
Well, you did say that these are some top players that we are expecting today, so maybe we're gonna see finally a round 3 for the first time in the competition. So if this is a tight race between the two teams, we just might be able to get that round 3 and those non-meta picks that we really love to watch.
Definitely. I know EVA is a bit of a newer team to the competitive environment, so I'm not actually sure how well they will perform. But again, seeing these newer teams come out and play is always very exciting. Fusion, definitely a big team here, definitely a fan favorite for some of you. We're going to see a little bit of a different roster than we usually would have seen from Fusion in the past. Again, we talked about this earlier. Players like Disrespect, Lucky, Joggy will not be competing in this tournament due to some age restrictions and things like that. So we have a little bit of a newer lineup from Fusion. So yeah, we're going to see some newer players from them. And it should be very exciting. Definitely a high-level competition coming up here. Also, Dreamer will be the hunter for Fusion as well, which is a newer hunter. Originally was on Arachna and is now playing for Fusion. So that should be. We should see a lot of meta. I think is going to come out in this. Again, Dreamer is one of those meta hunters. I'm not entirely sure on the side of EVA, but I would expect them to try to go for meta strategy against a top team, like FCN. Trying to match up, trying to see how this will play out. Again, they're newer to this environment, and I'm, again, very excited to see how they're able to play in this sort of competitive scene.
That's right. And looking at the number of players here, it looks like Fusion they just have a 5-man team, which speaks volumes about how every person counts in the team. So every person can hold their own. They are fully coordinated. They have trained lots of times. It looks like they have been prepared. And like you said, these are top players, so they know their stuff. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out, especially because they are going to be up against a new team. So we do have some predictions as to how the results might be. Then again, I like these players to surprise us. So here is Dreamer, Bossy. How do you pronounce
that's Sussy Staken, also known as Sally.
Staken.
Everyone refers to her as Sally. That's a name that she has to match with one of her friends, I believe. We also have Polars, who many of you know Polars. He was the #1 survivor about 2 seasons ago, I think #1 forward and #1 mercenary during that time as well. So definitely should expect to see some high-level competition, high-level gameplay from him. Also, K-Trash is a player who has competed quite a bit in the past. I believe a veteran of this game is actually known for playing Mind's Eye in ranked matches, but I don't think we're going to see that here in a competitive setting. But it's definitely possible. And again, yeah, Dreamer, known to play the meta hunters, loves the Sculptor, loves the Dream Witch. Looking on the side of EVA here, we're going to have Wave is the hunter for EVA. I believe they're a Sculptor player, if I'm not mistaken. I think I've actually seen them around the leaderboards for Sculptor before, so I could be wrong, but I think they are a Sculptor player for sure. We also have Yuma, Mio, Asuka, and Rindo players. Again, I'm not quite too familiar with, but again, these newer teams coming out to play is always exciting, so let's see how they're able to fare against a team like Fusion. I think also, I think there's something I wanted to talk about a little bit is also the map. I think that's very important just because it depends on what we're going to see again in these first 2 rounds. Looking into this here, it is Ever Sleeping Town. This heavily suggests towards Fusion's map selection. They really love that Ever Sleeping Town map. So it would definitely make sense for that to be their map selection. Depending on what Dreamer opts to play here, we're actually going to see a mechanic ban right away from Dreamer, so this could suggest one of the chip hunters that he sometimes will play, but could also lean towards the Dream Witch. We know Dreamer is a nice Dream Witch player as well, so it really does depend. It looks like Priestess and Ford will be the 2 characters locked in for EVA here.
And here we are finally at the picks and bans. Dreamer banning the mechanic right off the bat. Of course, we really don't want to be dealing with her early in the game. And it looks like we're having it in Ever Sleeping Town yet again. And this is just as exciting because this might be a chance for Dreamer to probably break out either a sculptor or a breaking wheel. But look at this survivor lineup, more focused on rescue and support rather than decoding, because we do have the prisoner, but look, we have the mercenary and forward dynamic duo. And here is the sculptor yet again. Of course, still a very dangerous hunter in Ever Sleeping Town. I am expecting to see a bit of a mirror match with the ones that we've seen before. It just comes down to how Dreamer will be able to take control of the situation, or how the survivors will be able to counter him.
Yep, absolutely. We do see the prisoner being utilized yet again. Again, prisoner kind of fallen out of the meta to the postman. Postman has taken over with that decoding letter, but a couple of these teams are trying to stick with that prisoner, really trying to utilize them here. We are going to see the no man's land spawn again from Dreamer here, immediately heading towards middle. That is the location of, it looks like the prisoner. Yeah, this is a really good start for Dreamer here, instantly finding that main decoder. Most likely going to use that shock to get through this pallet. Oh, gets the attack recovery canceled with that shock there. And Dreamer already with a quick hit on this prisoner. Going to use his broken window speed. He's trying to transition towards graveyard. Let's see if he's able to cut him off with these statues.
So I'm seeing a bit of coordination here for the prisoner, bringing the sculptor here towards the graveyard where the forward is. But look at that forward. He just took a hit and may potentially not be able to provide support because of how things turned out. But look at that. Prisoner was able to pull off a pallet stun. Nice move right there, but there isn't really much to move towards, because this is already an open area, and there we see that prisoner is already down with 5 ciphers remaining and barely 50% on the cipher of the mercenary here at the corner house. So things are looking really good for Dreamer, working fast as well and not giving these survivors any time to decode.
Using that chisel, trying to pressure down this corner house cipher. This is going to force the mercenary away here. Mercenary is going very far to get away from this. You typically don't have to leave the range of the chisel because you don't have full presence yet. There's no way for him to really hit you with those statues unless you stand still. So mercenary being really safe there, leaving that chisel. That's going to waste a lot of decoding time. Very good play from Dreamer to spot out this portal as well. He's going to go ahead and take it down. Acknowledges these survivors are probably not going in for a rescue. He most likely sees multiple cipher machines moving. Does have wanted order on the forward, who is the one who's transitioning towards the chair for rescue, but Dreamer knows that the forward's up here because of the wanted order. It's interesting that they're sending the forward because he does have that wanted order, like we had said. It looks like, yeah, forward's going to just actually do the cipher machine instead. Oh, could they get a free rescue off? Mercenary sneaking in here. Dreamer might have gotten a little bit too aggressive here, and it looks like that is the case. Forward with that broken window is going to transition away, and Dreamer now acknowledging that this rescue was performed from the mercenary. He's going to be forced to go back after this prisoner. Still has blink available, but the prisoner with a lot of distance because of that rescue. Beautiful game sense and communication from Eva to allow for that mercenary to get in for that save. Prisoner staying in the area, though, did not opt to leave here, and it looks like Dreamer's going to be able to get the down without even having to use the blink. Gonna get shared. Here comes the forward for the stun. Oh, misses the stun. Dreamer's gonna get the balloon hit forward. Unfortunately, not able to make that sharp turn. And it looks like he's gonna be placed on the rocket chair for the final time, as he is going to be sent back to the manor. Still 4 cipher machines remaining. The forward is injured. Dreamer's gonna take the time to break this connection. And he does have a most likely trump card along with this blink. Gonna try to pressure down this mercenary. Full present statues available. Beautiful job from the mercenary, able to avoid these full present statues so far. And it looks like he's changing targets onto the priestess, who already has a portal set up. So a nice little setup from the priestess there. Really using these portals to transition away, getting to this next pallet. This is a very strong pallet, and wow, excellent job from the priestess, not giving up any free statue hits whatsoever, and unfortunately does absorb that first hit.
Well, now that the prisoner is finally out of the picture, it's going to be up to these non-decoders to try to finish 4 ciphers. Not looking good on their part, but instead looking really good for Dreamer because this Priestess is already one chip damage away from being down. One forward is injured. We have a Mercenary. Oh, wow. A nice use of Blink right there on the part of Dreamer. Priestess now going to the chair. These ciphers, they need decoding, but look at who's left to decode them. But the Mercenary and the forward, who now actually the Mercenary has no choice but to go for that rescue. And the forward is really left with a lot of work here. Oh wow, nice defense coming from Dreamer, getting those statue hits. It just might be able to defend.
Gonna go for the hit, unable to get it on the Mercenary there. Does get the save off, so excellent job from the Mercenary to get that save. And it looks like he's gonna be able to, wow, good juke from the Priestess, avoiding that. Can she get the portal off in time? Does get the portal off before the hit is able to register. Dreamer only needs one statue to down this Priestess here, but was able to make some distance, and there is that final statue to secure the down. Forward, not, I think, in the vicinity here. Oh, no. Yeah, no, forward not nearby here, unfortunately. So Priestess on the second chime on this rocket chair. Again, the survivors are going to try to heal up here. Let's see if Dreamer's able to spot them out. That middle cipher is almost done, but again, this Priestess will be being sent back to the manor. I don't think the survivors will have enough time to heal and get that rescue up, and he figures out where they're healing at. It looks like gonna continue after the forward, trying to flip all the way here. Good job from the forward, able to avoid that full presence statue, staying alive in this area. This is a very difficult situation for them. Dreamer looking very favorable at this moment. Does have corner house to work with. This is a pretty good kiting situation for this forward. Can Dreamer get the mind game? Beautiful mind game from Dreamer to stand still and swing through that pallet. Instead of walking through that, he's going to go ahead and switch to peepers here, which is going to allow him to slow down the forward's healing. And he will also know if the if the forward gets up, he's going to be able to see the forward transition away here. So going back to this middle cipher here, that has a lot of progress on it, so he's going to drop a peeper there just in case one of these survivors tries to pressure it down. We do see the Mercenary, using the syringe, trying to heal up. Did Dreamer spot him out, though? Beautiful game sense from Dreamer, checking out every area of the map, acknowledging I can't find this Mercenary anywhere. He has to be in the last remaining spot, which is this isolated graveyard area, and he does now get tinnitus, realizing that this character is here. Trying to mind game using this light. He's going to go for that spike, trying to find the Mercenary, does see him here, and forces him right into his direction. The question is, does forward still have self-heal? I'm not actually quite sure. It looks like, yeah, wow, beautiful statues connecting onto the Mercenary. Now one shot away. No freebies here from Dreamer at all. Every single statue landing on this Mercenary. Beautiful connections there. Going to drop a peeper on top of that Mercenary going down, and will head back to the forward. Limited football for this character. No longer self-heal. Excellent call from Dreamer to spot out the forward in the distance. Beautiful statue dodges. However, from this forward, it's not easy to dodge those full presence statues. Staying alive here, really forcing Dreamer to go all the way up to him to get him down, wasting a lot of time. Excellent job from EVA Yuma.
Wow, it looks like Dreamer was just able to work really fast in getting these survivors back to the manor, and now trying to find the forward here at the corner house. It's not gonna take a lot to be able to down him finally. And the basement is even here, but I don't think he's gonna need to use that for now, especially because the Mercenary is already back up on his feet, so it's just another back and forth situation. But let's definitely not take away from this forward. He's actually doing a good job at containing Dreamer here at the corner house, because he's been doing this since mid-game. He knows how to avoid these statues. He knows how to transition. He knows how. Oh, well, I actually spoke too soon, because he's now down. He can use another self-heal. He can use self-heal, and then again, the Dreamer will just have to go back and forth between the Mercenary and him before the survivors will just need to surrender.
A beautiful mind game from Dreamer, going through the charge attack, spin around the pallet, getting that hit on the Mercenary to get the down. I'm pretty sure the forward has used that self-heal, so the survivors may surrender here. I could be wrong. Yeah, there is the surrender. on the side of EVA. That is a 4-person elimination right out the gate here for Dreamer. Exactly what FCN needs to see. That's going to be 5 points for them immediately. Excellent job again from that forward, though, and the Priestess. They did some very good kites, especially against full presence sculptors. It's not easy. So good communication from EVA to get that sneaky rescue also with the Mercenary. However, Dreamer ultimately coming out on top with some excellently placed statues with this sculptor, and that's going to be a 5-0 lead after the first half of this first round for FCN.
And I think looking back at the match, Dreamer really did have luck on his side to find the prisoner so early in the game, at the middle of the map, no less. And because of that, he was able to down the prisoner so early in the game, which really does speak volumes for his skill level and really did put the survivors at such a disadvantage. But still, look at these numbers, okay? These are some decent kites right here that we've seen, like you said, and some good rescues as well. It looks like the survivors really did do everything they can to secure the best possible outcome. It's just that Dreamer stayed on top of it all, giving them no time to carry out their strategies and achieve these objectives, because that was a 4-man kill after all, and puts them at a very good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You really see right there the prisoner, no decoding whatsoever. Unfortunately, they did rotate towards the hunter at the start of the match. The sculptor able to find that main decoder right out the gate is so beneficial for any hunter. Again, this is a very survivor-sided game, especially in a tournament setting. However, if you are able to find the decoding character early on as a hunter, it's just so strong for the hunter because the decoder has a very hard time kiting because they're built to decode. They're not built to kite, and that can be very challenging for a lot of the survivor sides when that happens. And you see that in this instance, the sculptor finding the prisoner first was able to cut them off. Even getting a no attack recovery hit because of that shock was so crucial, and they were able to catch up so quickly and get that down.
I do think it takes a immense amount of discipline to be able to use that shock at the right moment. It's just that I think it was an overlap of decisions, and that's why that attack recovery was canceled, which did deny actually the prisoner that time to put some distance between himself and the hunter. But still, it was a good coordination for him to bring the sculptor to the forward. That could have been a different story were the forward not hit so early. He could have provided that much support in the earlier part of the game, and that could have extended the prisoner's kite. But I do like that pallet stun at the back of the graveyard. That was pretty that was pretty clever on the part of the prisoner. I did enjoy that. But then again, that was pretty much an open area right there, and there's really not much pallets and obstacles to work with. So you know that instance where I won, but at what cost? It's actually a funny thing to think about, being able to pallet stun but not being able to get away rather quickly, which actually really does look good on the part of Dreamer there, because that just allowed him to hamper the decoding progress that is the top decoder after all. So given that he was not able to connect those ciphers, that really does put a strain on the decoding progress, and that's why I think it was such a strong start from him all throughout the game, all the way towards the end, even with all of the nice decisions that the survivors were able to make.
Yeah, absolutely. So, moving into this next half of this round, pressure is on for the EVA Hunter. They're going to have to return with their own 4-person elimination here if they want to tie, get a draw for this round. I think, again, I believe WAV Hunter, this hunter here is a sculptor player. So I think that's what we're going to see here. Yeah, Mechanic Ban would indicate that as well. That is definitely a character that would get banned here in a situation if you are playing Sculptor. Also, if you need a 4-person elimination, Mechanic is always a nice ban because that character is so proficient in securing draws for a Survivor team. It looks like we are going to have Forward and Priestess immediately locked in from Bossy and Sally here. And Mercenary, yeah, and the Postman, something I actually didn't get to mention yet was Fusion loves using that Postman. We're going to see that from K-Dead here. And yeah, Postman, just a very good replacement character to the mechanic when it is banned. We talked about how much Prisoner is getting used, although typically we would see the Postman. In this case, Fusion sticking to the hardcore meta with that Postman as the main decoding support, and it looks like it is the Sculptor here from EVA WAV.
It looks like we're seeing something a bit of a mirror match, except that the Postman has replaced the Prisoner. So I hope it's not the same start, because if ever, it'll be up to the Postman to try to pull off a better kite of the Sculptor at the middle of the map. So there is a chance that that might actually happen, but for entertainment's sake, I'm really hoping that it's a different spawn point this time. And I really want to see more of this Postman. I want him to survive, at least towards the middle, if not the end of the match. Let's not take away from the Survivor team. You did say these are top players. They know what they're doing, so they should be well coordinated. They have something in mind. They have a plan that they want to carry out. It's all gonna depend on how WAV will want to counter this in his attempt to get a 4-man kill.
Yeah, absolutely. And another reason why we've seen Postman kind of take over as that decoder replaces the mechanic is Postman is a good kiter. It's a character that supports with the decoding, but also can kite with that Postman dog. We're going to see the corner house spawn here. Postman going to go ahead and take over this fake gate cipher. The Hunter is going to go ahead and go towards middle. This is the location of the Mercenary, so a good start here for Fusion when you have that rescuer getting found. It looks like WAV's actually going back over towards this fake gate. This is going to reveal the location of the Postman here. So this is a pretty good find for this Hunter. Let's see what the Postman's able to do in this area.
That's right, because this is the edge of the map. We know that there is a Mercenary at the middle. So this is actually some good coordination, because if he does get shared in this area, it'll give the Mercenary enough time and distance just to make it in case he needs to get rescued. So this is already 1 chip damage and 1 normal hit landed. It's just gonna take 1 more statue hit for him to get shared. But look at that! Oh, was not able to
He gets a dog on the way back. On the way back, it came back and got him, it looked like. But he gets the statue and gets it down.
Oh wow, that happened so fast. So what just happened there was that the Postman did send the dog out. We thought that it missed, but it did come back. Still grant that speed decrease on the Hunter, but he was able to hit with those blank statue hits. So still, that is 1 survivor down with 5 ciphers remaining. Pressure is now on the survivors. What do you think will be their next course of action?
This is a pretty good situation for the Sculptor. However, we do see 5 ciphers remaining, but a lot of these ciphers do have progress already. So this is still sort of a draw situation. We see the Sculptor not carrying Blink, which means that it's going to be hard for them to get it down if there's any chance of a rebound. We see the forward providing Tinnitus here. Will they go for a rescue, or will they continue to provide Tinnitus? It looks like they're not going to take any risks here. Fusion just going to play for the draw again. They only need 1 survivor out to secure a win for this first round, so there's no need to push for any excess sort of points here on the side of the survivors. It looks like we are going to see the Chisel being used on Bossy, the forward. Will Bossy try to go for a stun here while the Hunter is in this form? No, it looks like he's going to come in for the rescue and does get that first statue, and I expect him to... Oh, they're going for a double save. Beautiful communication from Fusion, acknowledging that against a good camping Hunter like a Sculptor, we don't want to go for anything too risky. Double hit on the Mercenary, and they are able to make the save, but the double hit is going to come into play here.
That's right, and actually that was a good decision on the part of the survivors, because it is the best outcome possible. That is how they ensure that safe rescue. But then again, the Postman is hit once more, and the Mercenary has been double hit. That will greatly decrease their decoding speed, because the Mercenary needs to heal up. I'm wondering if we have the forward in the vicinity to try to pull off something, or will they just focus on decoding?
It looks like the Mercenary using that heal here. There's the spike onto the forward. Will they use this teleport here? The forward does have the corner house to work with, so you may actually just change targets. Yeah, going for this priestess instead. Beautiful job from the priestess to leave early, though. They're going to have a lot of distance to get towards this graveyard area. We see the sculptor trying to go for a blind statue, unable to get that there. And priestess has made their way to graveyard. Still 3 Cypher machines remaining, though, so this is still a possibility of a 4-person elimination. We do see 1 Cypher get popped there. Mercenary still on the ground, but a good job from the priestess to start looping this graveyard area.
That's right, she's really making good use of this terrain just to be able to loop the hunter while giving the mercenary time to finally be able to heal up. But it looks like the forward over there is going to grant him that heal just so he doesn't use that self-heal just yet, saving it for endgame, which is really good decision on the part of the survivors. Meanwhile, the priestess here holding her own, doing a really good job containing here at the graveyard, because look, although WoW brought confined space, she was able to use that window in time just to continue looping the sculptor. And look at the Cypher progress. 2 Cyphers remaining. I think they might just be able to pull this off. Go for a tie.
We do see the down on the priestess there. Beautiful statues from EVA WAP here to get 2 hits on the priestess. You saw every single one of those hits on the priestess were statue hits. That really goes to show the power of the full presence. Mercenary still back up to full health here. Is going to try to pop this Cypher machine, but it doesn't look like they're able to do it here. Fusion took a lot of time to go heal up there, and we have 2 rescuers as the last decoders, which means the decoding progress will be significantly reduced. Beautiful elbow pad from Polars to get by this character here, dodging that statue as well. Ooh, does get clipped there, but it looks like he is going to be able to possibly make this rescue in time. Oh, unless they go for the teleport.
I was expecting WoW to use that teleport just to get back to the chair, which is really good because that actually equates to some really outstanding chair defense. And it looks like the mercenary will not have any choice but to just leave the priestess alone. But look, we still have the forward here. Look at that dash going towards the chair, exhausting the rest of his football just to be able to save the priestess. Will he make it? I actually think he won't, but if he does, that would have been really nice. But it looks like indeed our priestess will be flying back to the manor with 1 Cypher remaining still.
We're going to see that chisel get used on the mercenary. Is able to get the down on the mercenary as well, which means the only character left here is the forward. Now the question is, did the mercenary use their self-heal or not? We actually don't know, because the forward did heal up that mercenary after they were half health. So again, I'm not really sure if they used, if it was the forward that picked them up or they used the self-heal then went to the forward there. We're going to see a statue hit on that forward. Wow, 2 statue hits on that forward there, which means he will go down to 1 more. About a quarter football left, not a lot to work with. He's going to use this to transition towards this graveyard area. And there is that final statue. That's going to get the down on the forward. Mercenary still healing here, so I think possibly still has the self-heal available. Will the sculptor go ahead and share this forward here, or will they go... Oh, they're going to share the forward. This is a little bit risky in case that mercenary does still have the self-heal available. We're going to have to see.
That's right, and I'm pretty sure because they were healing in the immediate vicinity of the dungeon, they know where it is already. So now there is that self-heal that we've been waiting for on the part of the mercenary. Amazing choice of Cypher to teleport on, because this is where the mercenary at. It's not gonna take much to down this mercenary anymore, so all that's left to do is just probably try to... Okay, I thought he'd go for the dungeon, but it looks like he's gonna go for the rescue instead. Amazing coordination on the part of this dynamic duo that I believe so much on. Oh, wow. Mercenary is down. The forward is back up. What is going to be the outcome of this?
Looks like the mercenary no longer with self-heal available. I think the smarter play would have actually just been to the mercenary tried to kite out until they get to the dungeon. I don't know if going for that. Beautiful move from the forward, getting that pallet down and avoiding that hit. But this sculptors put themselves in a very good position. Not much FCN can do left here. There is that last statue, and still a little staying alive, but you're gonna have to kite until this mercenary bleeds out, and I don't think that's going to happen here.
That's right, and like I said, this area is relatively open, and it looks like history repeats itself, bringing the sculptor to this area, the back of the graveyard. At this point, it's just a matter of time before these survivors surrender, which they already have. And wow, for the first time, I think we finally get to see a round 3 in the tournament. Thank you so much for that amazing match, because uh, we live for those round threes. We're finally gonna get a round three. So now it's basically 0-0 with that tie.
Yeah, absolutely. Fusion had a pretty good start with the hunter finding that mercenary early on, but going towards that postman got caught in a kind of a rough area. He was kind of pushed into the open with that statue, beautiful statue there from the sculptor, to force them into a bit of a tough situation. So yeah, it's very tough. It really goes to show the power of this sculptor. I know that does read Manicore too, but if I do remember correctly, this hunter has been on the leaderboards for sculptor. They have been up in the top tiers. So yeah, so this is a top tier hunter going against a top tier survivor team. So a very close matchup indeed. But yeah, again, beautiful job from EVA WAB to get that 4-person elimination. Survivors put him in a bit of a tough situation, but he's able to turn it around. So you really see the containment time not very high yet again, the longest one with that forward. But yeah, a huge shout out to the Priestess though. Priestess able to loop that graveyard, even if the containment time wasn't racking up because they had so much distance. They did a beautiful job of at least giving the survivors a chance to come back. But it really goes to show the downside of rescuers being the last decoders because they decode so slow in the end game.
That's right. And actually, that is something that has been simulated lots of times in earlier matches. We do know that, yes, if there are 2 rescuers left to decode the remaining ciphers, it's really not going to progress as much. But here we have an amazing tie. Finally, we get that tie. We get that round 3 that we've been waiting for. I'm excited to see how this is going to push for more creative picks depending on the map. I really want to see more of those non-meta characters, but I do understand if the hunters and the survivors do choose the meta picks. Of course, you cannot deal with a hunter without a mercenary if not banned. You have to have that forward, have to have that priestess and seer if available. So it's really exciting to see what the picks and bans are going to be after this amazing round.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving into the second round here. Again, the map most likely was selected by Fusion. I know they like to go with Ever Sleeping Town in their in the early rounds, so that definitely would make sense. I'm not sure what EVA WoW plays after Sculptor, so that's going to be very interesting to see. I know that Dreamer does have quite a few options. A lot of the meta, again, Dream Witch also can venture into things like Bloody Queen or Bon Bon. Or maybe even the Breaking Wheel. So we could definitely see some of those things come into play here. And yeah, it was looking good for Fusion after the first round, but an excellent job, again, from the EVA Hunter to turn things around. They were under a lot of pressure and were able to get a 4-person elimination in a very tough situation there. So yeah, we're all tied up 5-5. You can see this is going to be a pretty close matchup, already off to a very exciting start.
Yes, and actually, it being this close, who knows, we might even witness a round 4, which is going to be super exciting because they'll be left with no other choice but to use those non-meta picks, and we do love those non-meta picks. But so far, so good. Good job on both the hunters and survivors of both teams. This is the first time that we get to witness a round 3, so thank you so much for doing your best because now we are looking forward ever more on the later rounds. So we've seen Ever Sleeping Town. I have yet to see Leo's Memory. We haven't seen Leo's Memory yet, have we?
No, we have not. Leo's Memory is not a map we would typically see in a lot of competitive situations, whether it's over in the Asia servers or whether it's here. Leo's Memory is just, it's such a weird map in that it's very unfavorable for hunters and that it's also not exactly strong for survivors. And the reason why is the factory area is so strong for survivors to kite it in, for survivors to loop in, especially for something like a priestess or entomologist. However, there are certain areas on the map, if you get caught in a bad area as a survivor, your kite will be very short just because there's not great kiting areas. For example, 3 Pallet or over near the Christmas Tree Gate area, it's just so hard for for a hunter to or for survivors to kite in. So it really just depends on where the hunter finds the survivors on that map. But because Leo's memory is so unfavorable for both survivors and hunters, it's just not very good for them overall. Also, expect us to see, depending on who has map selection here. Again, we don't know who it's going to be, but I think it's probably going to be EVA in this next round. They may try to put Dreamer on a map that is unfavorable for something like Dream Witch, which would most likely be Moonlight River Park. However, if they do that, that plays right into Dreamer's Breaking Wheel. So it's really difficult to see or to choose here what map you're going to go with if you are EVA.
Well, I am for the second round. I am still expecting to see half meta, and half non-meta. That would be such an interesting mix, because finally we get to see more kiters other than the patient, which has been rising in popularity at least for this tournament. Also depending on the map, but I'd really like to see more of those kiters. We have yet to see the painter. We have seen him in previous matches, but I'd like to see him a bit more. I would also like to see entomologist. We haven't seen that much of her either. So since we're sure to witness a round 3, maybe this is the one matchup that will finally give us what we've been waiting for. I hope that the survivors really do get creative when the time comes that more bans will be in place. Well, while waiting for the map, based on how you know these teams, what do you think the pick is going to be on both sides?
Well, again, it depends on the map. I think depending on who has map selection here, I think if you're EVA, you definitely want to go for a map that would probably favor your hunter. Unfortunately, with Dreamer, he plays hunters that are strong on any sort of map that you select. If you go for a large map, they can easily go with Breaking Wheel, or if you go with a smaller map, you can easily go with Dream Witch. So I think if you're EVA, you want to go for a map that heavily favors your hunter. Again, we don't know what EVA's second character for hunter will be. We only knew about the sculptor ahead of time, so I'm very interested to see what they go with, but. If you're on the side of Fusion here, for the Survivor side, you kind of have to be prepared for anything. Again, I doubt they know what to be, unless they've done their homework. I doubt they know what hunter they're going to be going against either. Again, because this is slightly a newer team, although Wave had been up on the leaderboard for Sculptor. So, yeah, it's really just up there. I don't think we're going to see a lot of off-meta characters. I think. A lot of these teams like to stick to the meta, whether it's Fusion or EVA. We saw that in both the first rounds. We saw the Prisoner, which is not a character that's really considered to be much of a meta character anymore. Again, Postman's kind of replaced them, so that's a bit of a surprise. But again, so far, these players have used a lot of meta characters. I think we're going to continue to see that through the remainder of these rounds.
Well, if I were to pick which map I'd like to compete on, given that I want it to be for the hunter, I think I would probably pick Arms Factory indeed. Or am I just saying this because we haven't seen much of Arms Factory? But if we do, I'd like to see that Dream Witch, definitely. I'd like to see who else? A Blood Queen? Because she is pretty feasible in that map. She can ignore those walls, and as well as the terrain. And what else? I think I'd also like to see. Well, I'm not gonna say Gamekeeper because we've seen a lot of him already. But right at this point, it's anyone's game. Like you said, we don't know who else WAV will be able to take out. But on the part of Dreamer here, since you did say that he is such a versatile hunter, we do have those meta picks in place. So there's nothing much to expect there, if not the meta. If ever, I'm really curious as to who WAV will bring out in case the map is indeed Arms Factory.
Yeah. Again, we're not really sure. I think that not having this information is definitely unfortunate, but I think that we will most likely see. Looks like I think we're gonna have Fusion playing Hunter first, and it looks like we're told it is Moonlit River Park. So this is most like
Oh,
again.
great.
We actually, again, we don't know whose map selection this was because Moonlit River Park favors Dreamer's Breaking Wheel, and it also could favor whatever hunter Wav will go with. We don't know what Wav's going to play, so yeah, we're not sure who selected this, but this is going to be a very exciting round two yet again on Moonlit River Park. We actually don't see a lot of Moonlit River Park getting utilized over in the Asia servers, but it does get used quite a lot here in NAEU. It's sort of a favorite for a lot of these teams because it's very good for specific hunters. It's also good for rotation, and a lot of NAEU teams love to abuse the roller coaster strategies. You may see if someone spawns over near the first stop area, they'll bring that roller coaster to second stop. And if anyone kites near the 2-story, they can easily push that roller coaster and take it the rest of the way across the map. Or you can simply hit the stop sign and kite towards first stop and just take the roller coaster to the other side of the map, lose the hunter that way, and it can be very beneficial for a lot of survivors. So yeah, Moonlit River Park map I love to see. I love to see interactions within the map, like whether it's taking the trim or whether it's taking the roller coaster. That's always very nice to see from survivors. Also, I think that from EVA here, if they are preparing to play against a Breaking Wheel or a Dream Witch, it really depends on what they have to kind of decide which they'd rather go against because you know, with a psychologist, that could be very strong against something like a Dream Witch, but then it's also very weak against something like a Breaking Wheel. So it's really kind of a tough decision for them. Whether they want to go with either of those two characters. But yeah, psychologists could be strong, but if it is a Breaking Wheel, it could also be not as strong. It also depends on what Dreamer bans. Depending on what his two bans are, it could indicate a Dream Witch or it could indicate a Breaking Wheel. If we see a Mechanic and a Seer ban, we're most likely going to be seeing a Breaking Wheel from Dreamer. But if we see something along the lines of Seer and Psychologist, it most likely will be a Dream Witch. So you can really get an idea of what hunter you're going to be expecting based off of the first two bans of a hunter.
That's right. And while waiting for those bans, what do you think would be the best possible lineup in Moonlit River Park that doesn't that takes into consideration the fact that the mechanic could get banned, the psychologist could get banned, maybe even the forward?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't expect Ford to get banned. The only reason why is because Ford, of course, is a very good character. On a map very widespread like this, it's hard to have the Ford get there in time to go for some supports. Of course, Ford's very good overall, but Ford wasn't a huge factor from either side in the first two rounds, so I don't think any of these hunters will be worried about banning Ford. It could definitely be the case, but we'll have to see. I think again, if you're a Dreamer, you just go for standard bans if you are playing the Breaking Wheel with the Seer and the Mechanic. And I think if you're WAV here, again, we don't know what hunter they're going to play, but I think they go for again, Fusion's going to be hunting first, so depending on whether or not if it's a 4-kill, they would definitely want to ban Mechanic, and if it's not a 4-kill, then they can go for more bans to remove supporting characters like Seer or like Priestess, something along those lines.
All right, so given that the mechanic will probably get banned, we also know for a fact that both sculptors from both teams may probably get banned. I'm really hoping it's going to be a Breaking Wheel because if ever, it would be such fun to see him in Moonlit River Park, just scaling the map, looking for those survivors and denying them of that cipher rush. And it's really going to be up to the survivors just to be able to work around that and try to transition or at least finish their ciphers to secure that cipher rush. So with the sculptor out of the picture, we're left with the Breaking Wheel in Moonlit. Do you think it's gonna be another mirror match, given that we don't have that much data on EVA?
It could be possible, but again, Breaking Wheel is one of those hunters that's just very challenging to play. It takes a lot of practice to learn. So maybe if the EVA hunter has put in the time to learn that character, we could definitely see it get utilized here. But yeah, on the side of Fusion here, we are going to see Dreamers Breaking Wheel as expected. The Survivors didn't lock in forward, which is very surprising. I would have expected them to know that a Breaking Wheel is coming, but it looks like they opted to go for a different strategy. Prisoner and Prospector, I'm not quite sure what they were trying to counter, possibly trying to counter Bonbon. Prospector is a pretty good character for kiting against the Bonbon because of the small hitbox. We actually see a pretty strong spawn from Dreamer here. Most likely we'll head over towards that bridge. That is the closest Survivor and a very hard place for Survivors to kite with. We do see the Prospector picking up Tide Turner, but it looks like he has caught wind of, I think that's the Priestess. So an excellent find from Dreamer here, caught in a bit of a bad area, and is going to be able to get that first spike on them here. And the Priestess, unfortunately standing still. Looks like we are going to get a pause. And yeah, it looks like a little bit of lag issues, but a quick spike out the gate here for Dreamer. Good sportsmanship as well. The Hunter was actually the one that paused the deduction when it looked like the Survivor was lagging, so we always love to see that. But yeah, a bit of a tough situation for EVA out the gate. Not a very good spawn. This is why Breaking Wheel is so strong on Moonlit River Park. There's so many difficult spawns for Survivors to play against a wheel on this map because there's so many open areas where the Survivors spawn, and in this case, that is the Cypher Bridge.
That's right. And those areas are actually quite easy to maneuver around if you've really mastered the breaking wheel. And let's take into consideration the fact that you don't even need to camp, and you have this high mobility that even if you chair your first Survivor, you are able to patrol relatively far away from the chair, just to put pressure on those ciphers and come right back if ever somebody does try to go in for the rescue. Now, it's an entirely different scenario if it was, for example, a bonbon, because based on my experience, if a Survivor gets cheered within 5 ciphers, you really wouldn't want to rescue before half, especially because Bonbon is such a great camp hunter. So now that we have a breaking wheel who doesn't camp at all, it does change the game a bit, and they're gonna need to really adjust to make things work should the first kiter be cheered early in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking through the rest of this match here, I didn't actually see if Dreamer had excitement or blink, but I'm pretty sure it is blink because no forward was locked in. Sometimes you'll see players bring excitement for something like Prospector, but it's very, very rare. Prospector is not quite a good enough harasser to you know, be worth bringing the excitement for. So I think that we'll probably see blink from him. And already an immediate spike on the Priestess is just so strong. She's caught in a pretty bad area here. One portal down. So Dreamer off to a good start. But again, who knows? Maybe they're able to transition towards one of these windows, which would turn them into a good kite. So it could go either way at this position. Again, it just comes down to that spawn, and it's so unfortunate that EVA was not able to get a better spawn there. It's when you get caught in the open there against the breaking wheel, it's very difficult. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. As you were mentioning, Cahel, this is a hunter that doesn't necessarily need to camp. They can go out and pressure these cipher machines, and then they can go back to the cipher to the chair with ease because of their mobility. So I think that if you can get it quick down as a breaking wheel, it'll put yourself in a good position because you do have that mobility to go pressure these ciphers and prevent the cipher rush. But let's see what the Priestess is able to do with the resources they have.
That's right, and only one spike has been landed on her. She still has the chance to make use of the portal. She is at the bridge area after all. So, putting yourself in the shoes of the Priestess, I suppose the best course of action, knowing that you've spawned there, would be to install those portals early in the game. But from what we've seen, it looks like the breaking wheel was able to spot her right off the bat. So that doesn't give her much time to be able to do that. So what would have been the best possible outcome for this? She was spotted at such a bad place after all.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. The Priestess actually took an interesting route. Typically, when you spawn at the rocket chair, the Cypher Bridge there, you want to rotate over towards the slide next to the broken carousel. If you go there, slide is the hardest area for a breaking wheel to deal with. You were mentioning portal setup. Normally, that would be very strong against a lot of hunters, although setting up portals early against a breaking wheel can be a bit of
Yeah.
a downside because they can go through those portals and burn through them pretty easily. So as a priestess there, you really want to push towards that slide near the broken carousel. Unfortunately, the priestess did not do that. They went around the backside of that bridge, which caused them to get a quick spike. You saw some very nice controls from Dreamer to get that. But yeah, if the priestess, maybe they're able to transition. They have one spike on them currently. Maybe once we resume this match, they're able to transition towards the slide there and get up that slide near the broken carousel. That would be the best place to go originally with that spawn, but still not out of the question just yet. They can also go towards the 2 windows near the tent with that spawn as well, but good controls on the breaking wheel can still get spikes, and it's also near the prospector cipher machine, so that's maybe not quite as ideal. So typically with that spawn, you can go towards that slide. Once the breaking wheel is able to catch up to you, you can portal across the bridges and maybe make it towards more windows on the other side of the map after that. So yeah, with that spawn, definitely looking for the slide there. And let's see what the priestess is able to get to one of those good kiting areas.
That's right. And while waiting for the match to resume, I'm also assuming that, of course, these the survivors that are currently decoding are gonna want to, of course, at least achieve 80 to 90% decoding progress. So it's really going to depend on that first kite by the priestess. Otherwise, it's also going to dictate on whether or not they are going to rescue her before half should she get cheered. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out. Then again, looking forward to how Dreamer has all of this planned out in his head and how he's going to work for the best possible outcome as a hunter. So what do you think on the part of the hunter this time would be the best course of action should the priestess be able to make it to that slide?
Well, you definitely want to continue chasing after the priestess. What a lot of breaking wheels will do is they'll throw a trap at the bottom of the slide. So
Right.
when the character goes down that slide, they can prevent them from making some distance. Although, if you are Dreamer, I think your best bet is probably to stay in wheel form. Go up to that slide, force the priestess to slide down while in wheel form, and then turn around and go back and get the priestess on the other side of the slide after they go down. Probably is their best bet, especially because they consider they had Blink. We're only about 20 seconds into the match, so Blink's not up for about 40 seconds at this point. So Dreamer has plenty of time to work with before that Blink comes online. And as long as you're able to get a kill within the first 60 seconds as Breaking Wheel, you're in a very good position to win the match. So I think that Dreamer really needs to pressure this priestess to get away from those areas, get away from that slide, or at least waste the slide early on. If you're the priestess here, as soon as you take that second spike and the wheel gets out of wheel form, you want to be near one of those bridges so you can portal away, and the breaking will have to walk through it in human form, and it's going to be a long stun from the portal because of how widespread those bridges are.
That's right. If she does bait the breaking wheel to go through there on foot, then that could buy her a bit of time to be able to transition to a stronger area. Then again, she has to be very careful with her decisions as to where she will actually go, because you do not want to be disturbing your teammates who are decoding. And then there's also, of course, the option to transition for a bit or to adjust, just to be able to grant the priestess that area to be able to contain the hunter, because the first kite is important after all, but we shall see. And
Right.
this is actually what I was imagining what would happen. But look, the priestess seems to have
They
been...
restarted the match, I believe. Yeah, it looks like the match was restarted. Interesting.
Okay.
I would have it. I guess because the match was within 60 seconds, there is a possibility to restart. That's usually what happens. Wow, 2 quick spikes from Dreamer, so this might even be a better situation for him because he's able to find this prospector early on. He's going to get that stun off to prevent that trap there, and let's see what Dreamer is able to do against this prospector.
Well, it looks like this prospector also knows his stuff, was able to do just what you said, brought the hunter to those 2 windows here, and unfortunately there isn't one cipher. Was put in a trap, and will now take that hit. Prospector is down and will be going to the chair. 5 ciphers remaining, and I'm seeing the progress on the prisoner here. Not that much to begin with, but look, there is a portal here. Looks like they... Oh, I spoke too soon, so that portal was destroyed, thus denying the chance for a portal rescue. So since this is, yeah.
Just unfortunately for EVA here. Wow, good spike to get that before the elbow pad activated. They did die on top of that cypher machine that the priestess really wants to decode. So that's not ideal whatsoever. It looks like he's going to be able to go after this prospector. Staying in human form, he has the blink available, so expecting to go for that. Oh, unable to get the blink off, it looks like, and prospector's going to be able to make some distance. So this is a pretty good position here for EVA.
Probably saving it for a rainy day, that blink, but it looks like the chase still continues. Laying that trap, was not able to make it and took a magnet instead. So looking good for EVA indeed. Oh, there's that blink. See, that's where the conserving the blink pays off. Used it for that opportune time to just send the prospector straight back to the chair.
That blink is so important. It's actually a lot more important than it looks, and the reason why is because not only did it prevent the prospector from making to that pallet, it prevented the magnet from even activating. It looks like we're going to see Dreamer try to pressure down this rescuer, which might be the priestess here. Another spike on the priestess. Going to completely change targets here. He's going to hope that the mercenary can't make the rescue, and they can't. The mercenary's not able to get there in time, so it looks like he knows he can now transition targets to this priestess. 3 cypher machines remaining. Goes for that trap there, but the priestess able to use that portal to stay alive. Beautiful job from the priestess avoiding these traps. Looks like we're going to see another portal get used, but the wheel form is going to come into effect before the priestess can get away, and the priestess caught in a bit of a bad area. There's the trap from Dreamer. Can he get this hit on the priestess before they're able to get to a new area? And there is the down on that priestess. 3 cypher machines still remaining. Dreamer, usually we would see the Breaking will go for a slugging strategy here, but with the cypher rush being so far behind, Dreamer knows I have time to chair this priestess and go pressure these cypher machines, and the only one that can rescue here is the prisoner, and we expect the prisoner most likely to not have tide turner.
That's right, and things are looking really good on the part of Dreamer here, but also they can still turn this around, in my opinion, but it looks like the prisoner will now be going for the rescue. Hope they will be able to use that, was able to get that snap in there, but able to go through that portal. Actually good going on the part of the priestess here, because he did walk through it on foot, so that did buy a bit of time, allowed her to circle the stairs and make it towards the other side, but was baited into dropping that pallet and receiving that pallet hit.
Yeah, we're gonna see the priestess get shared for the second time here, which still 3 cypher machines remaining. We see the prisoner putting in a lot of work with that decoding, getting a lot of progress on these cypher machines here, but unfortunately still 3 remaining. They're gonna have to finish all of them. I think they still need 1 more to go here. Dreamer not gonna camp. He's gonna change targets onto this character over here. I think this is the mercenary, and no one can go for a rescue. He knows the prisoners at this bridge area here, and no, it looks like he doesn't. He's actually gonna go back, make sure the rescue is not performed by the survivors, and we are gonna see the priestess being sent back to the manor. Still 2 ciphers remaining. 1 spike on that mercenary. Will he go for the mercenary or the prisoner? It looks like it is gonna be the mercenary.
That's right. Was able to pop that cipher. There is some 50% left on that last cipher, so I think rescuing at this point is going to be really challenging. But it looks like Dreamer has caught wind of this and is making his way straight towards the prisoner, not sharing that mercenary because he does want that 4-man kill. He needs those points for. So now here is the prisoner at the cipher bridge. And look, he's already doing that what you said is the most effective way to kite the breaking wheel at this point.
Looks like the prisoner trying to make use with these pallets as much as they can. It's so hard though in this situation. Dreamer's actually going to go for 2 spikes and not go for full presence. This is very smart because the prisoner can actually cancel the full presence ability with that shock. So Dreamer knows this. He's going to go for this trap here and does miss it, and he still has snap available. Yeah, so it doesn't matter. He's able to get the down here. Going to drop a peeper on this prisoner and head right back to the mercenary before they can self-heal. Going to try to place them on the rocket chair, and this is looking like a 4-person elimination here for Dreamer.
That's right, and I would just like to commend his use of Peeper because he's such a mobile character. He can afford to use those Peepers, and that's why the mercenary was not able to heal in time even with Mac's sticker on. Those peepers are really pesky, so all that's left is to get this prisoner right here, and we may potentially see the survivor surrender, which they already have. And congratulations to Dreamer right there, landing another 5 points for his team. Now, I hope it's not going to be the same outcome for this round, because if ever, I think we may witness a round 4 if this keeps up. It's exciting, all right? It is.
Yeah, definitely possible. And this is Moonlight River Park is such an interesting map. You know, on paper, it seems like it would be survivor sided because of how large it is, but then these hunters like Breaking Wheel just thrive on them because of the lack of windows, because of the open spaces that can be very difficult for survivors to avoid the wheel form in. So, yeah, it's just, it really goes back and forth depending on what hunter you see. Looking at the containment time, we got 3 survivors above 60 seconds, but nobody passing the 70-second mark. That goes to show how quickly Dreamer worked in this match, how quickly he was able to get those downs. I think the big turning point in this match was definitely just right out the gate. The early game was so crucial because Dreamer was able to find that Prospector early on. We saw the Prospector, interestingly enough, taking the bridge cipher. You almost never want to do that against a Breaking Wheel because there's nowhere to go. There's no windows to utilize, and it's such a risky play from the Prospector there. Unfortunately, it did not pay off, and Dreamer was able to get a quick down on that character, and from there on, the tide shifted into the Hunter's favor.
I actually agree with you. I mean, as a player, I myself wouldn't decode at the cipher bridge so early in the game, especially if I'm a decoder or a containment type survivor. Maybe it would have been better if I was maybe a forward or maybe a wildling, but it's actually interesting why the prospector would choose to contain him in that area. Also, what you said earlier just really stuck to me. Going towards the slide to start your kiting route that will best contain a breaking wheel. We didn't see this early in the game, but we saw the prisoner try to attempt towards the end. And I just really like to commend the prisoner on that, because he did try to do what is best at the moment. And actually, him making running around like that was able to at least avoid such a quick down from the breaking wheel, and I think that's something to commend as well.
Yeah, definitely. Being able to stay alive as long as possible. Unfortunately, once you get to that situation in a match where you have 2 survivors down, prisoner using that slide to their advantage, it's definitely useful. But again, 2 survivors already out of the match, and the mercenary, I think it was the mercenary that was downed. There's not much you can really do. It doesn't matter how long you kite for, because once the prisoner goes down, the mercenary, we'll just go back to the mercenary, down the mercenary, and secure that 4-person elimination. The kites are so crucial in the early game. We talk about this so much, but early game kites, early game support is the biggest factor in determining whether or not a survivor side is going to be able to secure a win or not. And in that situation, the prospector got found in a really bad area, took 2 quick spikes, and Dreamer was able to get them down very fast, and that is a huge deal breaker there. On top of that, he was able to eliminate the World Portal. The World Portal is always so strong.
Yes.
Against the breaking wheel. Maybe not as relevant, but it's still important to waste time. And in a situation where the prospector died on the priestess cipher, forcing the priestess to go start a new one, slows down the cipher rush, and it allowed him to eliminate that world portal, which is the best form of support for the survivors in that current situation.
I think it's such a hassle that the hunter can see the outline of the world portal. Then again, it would have been so unbalanced if he couldn't. So for him to find it that near is actually quite disadvantageous on the part of the survivors, because if had the priestess placed that at the right time, probably not too early, it could have been a different story. Maybe reserved it for that time when they were actually going to rescue the prospector. Given that they were coordinated and they knew that the prospector would bring the breaking wheel towards the back of the tent. So now, here we are once again at Moonlit with the second half of this round, and now we're gonna see Wav trying to do his thing, and the survivors try to tough it out against him with the ban of the sculptor. So that's actually quite expected. I was expecting this. What I'm not expecting is the banning of the forward.
Yeah, forward ban, interesting here. This would be bans that would possibly suggest a breaking wheel, but typically you would see Seer being the other ban here. So this might actually be Bon, just because forward is very strong against Bon. It's a character that can actually guarantee the rescue against Bon. And we are going to see the Toy Merchant. This is a character that we've talked about throughout most of this weekend and haven't really seen it be utilized that much, especially to its fullest potential. But it looks like, we're going to see Geisha. Interesting. Did not expect that at all. It looks like we're going to have a broken carousel spawn from EVA WAP here, immediately going towards this tent area, acknowledging that one of these survivors does spawn behind tent, and that is the location of the Toy Merchant. So a pretty good start for the Geisha if they're able to locate this character.
Looking at how they have placed themselves so far, not sure why the mercenary would try to decode at Godkite, but they probably has something planned out, because that really is a far point in the map. But now here we have the Toy Merchant trying to do the first kite. I wonder if she will be able to fare well against this Geisha, especially because it does take a lot of discipline and a lot of mastering the controls on mobile to actually efficiently kite this Geisha. But look at the Toy Merchant here, just dropping these pallets.
Teleporting.
Oh, forcing her to teleport. What do you think about this, Eli?
A beautiful job from the Toy Merchant, who was just getting kited a little bit too hard there. Does find the Postman, will eat a hit here, it looks like. And Postman's going to vault this window, transition towards the first stop area, maybe trying to make it towards that roller coaster. The Postman dog was used up here. Seer Owl back online. Let's see if the survivors will utilize it to help this Postman make it to this roller coaster. That could be very crucial. This hunter has already used teleport. If this Postman makes it to this roller coaster, there's the Owl. This could be very big for them here.
That's actually really good decision on the part of the Seer here, and really good coordination on the part of the survivors, because now the Geisha will be switching targets yet again. So I spoke too soon about that mercenary. I think it's the opportune time for him to be at the Godkite, because he can rescue should the Seer go down. And not taking a hit yet, might be stacking owls as we speak. I'm really excited to see that second owl, if it will come out. Was able to land that hit right there. Of course, the Seer will try to transition as far away from that Cypher, because you don't want the Geisha to be placing that on. I was kind of hoping that he'd make it to the roller coaster in time with another owl, but I guess it's just that WAP is quick on his feet here, wasting no time to cheer these survivors.
Something interesting I wanted to point out is WAP actually opted to hit the owl when the Postman was on that first stop platform. Instead of hitting the owl, they could have actually gotten on the roller coaster with the Postman. The owl would have ran out, but instead they went for that hit, allowing the Postman to take that coaster there. So now 2 Cypher machines already down for fusion. Again, they only need 1 survivor escape here. This is already looking like a tie situation. I think there's still, it's going to be very difficult for them to win here. We're going to see that hit on the mercenary. Beautiful rescue from Polars here. We're going to see the Seer going in the open, just trying to farm as much of an owl as possible. There is the hit. I actually am very interested to see how close they are to getting another owl, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and die away from all Cypher machines while putting themselves in a good position to secure a draw here. But again, they're going to need a 4-person elimination if they want to try to get a tie for this round.
That's right. And now that the Seer will be going back to the chair, he is far from those remaining Cyphers, which kind of looks good for the survivors as well, but not if you still want to rescue this Seer, which is actually the logical thing to do. And just 1 more Cypher remaining, things are actually looking good. If somebody could just give the Seer the support he needs, they could be able to manage a win just in time for that last Cypher to pop. Almost there. We're almost there. So just need to wait a bit more, tough it out just a bit more to be able to get that last Cypher.
I see them trying to body block the last Cypher. I think about 80% of the way done. And there's the hit on the Postman. That's not the Seer, which means that this character will not be being sent back to the middle. He's going to continue after the Seer. The Seer has an owl as well for the end game. The Cypher machine is primed. They're going to be able to pop it and push for the exit gates. The Seer still has owl to work with because they were able to farm another one, and no teleport available for this hunter. This is looking very good for fusion. This Their best bet is here to get this seer down and maybe try to go towards 4-stop, but I think they're opening the first stop gate instead.
That's right. Actually, they are already making their way towards the first stop gate, and there's that owl that we've been waiting for. No wonder he hasn't used it yet. He has been saving it for endgame, and that's what we keep on saying. It does pay off to conserve your resources, because it looks like the seer here will still try to stack up another one, if not at least buy enough time for his teammates to get out that gate. Wow!
Wow, beautiful move from the seer, avoiding this, skill checking constantly. Let's see if they're able to get another owl. He's gonna go up here instead. They have an owl! They have another owl, and the dungeon is here. There's the owl. Seer knows. Seer knows the dungeon.
I think he's gonna make it. He is going to make it towards that dungeon. Wow. Oh, that got us really excited just there. We were just losing our heads here. That was such an amazing play on the part of the seer. Really admirable Kite being able to stack 2 owls for the whole of the match. Oh wow, that was I'm still in over my head here. I can't get it out. I haven't wrapped my head around it. It was just such an amazing play, and that part where they were both trying to body block him, that was the greatest display of teamwork ever. I really love to see that.
Absolutely. That was definitely the turning point in the match. You know, I know I like to talk about the turning points in the match, but that was a very important one because you had that last cipher machine about 60% of the way done. But keep in mind, it was the mercenary, I believe, that was decoding the cipher. So not very fast with the decoding. Yeah, one of the slower decoders on the team. So it looked like for a while that they were going to sell that last character. But as soon as that postman popped the cipher machine over near working carousel, it looked like the cipher progress was starting to wind down, 60% of the last one, and the postman making a sneaky rescue there, causing the geisha to burn their teleport. And you see overall a beautiful job from this year. 144 seconds, 3 owls farmed throughout that match, was able to allow them to secure that dungeon escape. And just beautiful communication from Fusion overall to take that roller coaster. The geisha did good. They had a good start. They had a quick hit on the postman after teleporting away. And it was looking very good after getting that seer down. But the seer, with a beautiful rebound Kite, getting those multiple owls, really shifted the momentum into Fusion's favor.
That's right, and that teleport of the geisha towards the seer is actually it speaks volumes for the potential of the postman to kite her, and that's why you really, as a hunter, you wouldn't chase after a survivor you know can kite you for a really long time, and that's why I believe that was the reason for the teleport. And now here are the match results, with Fusion taking away 10 points for the whole of the round. Okay, it looks like we spoke too soon, and although there will be a round 3, we do want EVA to come back from this. They still can. We've seen their hunter pull off some amazing hunter gameplay. They can still bring that to the 3rd round. Finally, we're getting a 3rd round. I'm really excited. I can't contain myself.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be, it's not quite as difficult as a situation as some of these other teams had to face, having to go 15-0. However, EVA still will have to go 10-0 in this last round because they did tie that first round and Fusion did win the second round. So now, even if EVA manages to win this 3rd round, that it would then go down to the points, and Fusion has a 10-0 lead in terms of points. So EVA is going to need to go 10-0 in this next round. They're going to need a 4-survivor escape as well as a 4-person elimination. We did see WAV able to do that in the first round with that Sculptor. However, again, moving into the later rounds, it's just so much harder because you have those less meta hunters to work with, and those are harder to get 4-person eliminations.
That's right. So this is when it's gonna start to get creative. This is where the lineups are gonna start to diversify. So I'm really excited to see how this is gonna play out, especially because this is the first round 3 that we will be seeing in the tournament. So much for that. I think we will be having a short break just to prepare for that make or break round. And we're really excited to see that. Oh my god, I just... Okay, so we'll be back after this break. More Identity 5 action when we return.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
Criminals engrave their evil intentions on their faces, forehead, pupils, cheekbones. The beast within cannot hide from science. These wax statues are my vessels to imprison evil, but in my sister's innocent eyes, they are merely works of art. And so, I left her all alone. I received invitations to conduct my research across continents. My shaping fueled my theory, and my theory shaped the world. How
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day 2 of IVT NAEU 2021. And guess what? We are seeing round 3 for the first time here in the tournament. I'm really excited. This is between Fusion and Evangelion. I'm really excited because I've been looking forward to this so much. Eli, talk to me. What are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm very excited, just as much as you, Kahel, to see this last round play out. This is going to be very intense, very close. Definitely a big, it is a third round, but it's going to be a big hill for EVA to climb up here to get over, to get a fourth round here. They're going to need to go 10-0 in this last round, but it is a very exciting gameplay nonetheless. If it's any team that can do it, it is EVA. We saw them perform very well in that first round, very well, especially from Wave the Hunter, having some very good gameplay with that sculptor. Now going into round 3 here, let's see what the map is going to be here. It really is dependent on that, I think, for sure. I actually would highly expect us to see Dreamer go with the Dream Witch here, just because is a hunter that he likes to play in the third round, especially with 3 bans. You can ban that Priestess, Psychologist, and Seer. The 3 hardest counters to Dream, which will no longer be an option. If he opts to go with that, he may also just go with the Bloody Queen, considering, you only need to get 1 kill here. I think we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well in a situation with Alien where he only needed to get 1 kill. Going with that Bloody Queen would definitely make sense. So yeah, Dreamer could go with either of those. As on the side of EVA, if you're Wave here, you really need to go with a hunter that has winning potential. Geisha is a good hunter and can win, but is more of a tie hunter for sure. Not quite as meta. It's always nice to see a hunter like that. We actually have seen Geisha pop a little bit up in the Asia servers, but not quite as much. So yeah, if you're Wave here, I think you really need to play something that has 4 kill potential. What hunter do you think we could expect to see here, Kahel, if you are going for that 4K?
Well, actually, I don't know what to expect at this point. It's anyone's game. Plus, you do have 2 more hunters to ban. So I'm pretty sure, depending on the map, they are going to ban the best hunter for that map. Like if it's a big map, they're probably gonna ban Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. If it's a small map, they're probably gonna get rid of Dreamer's Dream Witch. So on the part of WoW, though, depending on the map, there are some really ideal hunter picks. It's just that he's not going to be left with much to work with. So he's going to really need to work extra hard just to secure those kills. Depending on the map, I suppose the best option would be, I'm not gonna say Gamekeeper again because we've seen him a lot in the tournament. But if he does come out, that would be understandable. But again, it's gonna depend on the map. Probably Dream Witch if he can use. If it's Arms Factory, indeed, yes, it could be feasible. I do like to watch these Dream Witch matches anyway. So far, that's it. What about you, Eli? I have Dream Witch. What do you think?
Yeah, I think if you're wave here, you're 100% not going to have access to that sculptor. So the question is, does Fusion opt to ban the Geisha? They played very well against it the last round, able to get a 4 survivor escape. So yeah, I don't know if they're going to go for that ban there. We'll have to see. It also depends on the map. There are some maps that Geisha can struggle on. Really good on the Moonlit River Park, and I actually think that EVA probably had that map selection in mind when they went with that with Moonlit River Park. I'd imagine that EVA probably picked it for Geisha just because Geisha is so strong. Not only is Geisha able to get around that map very quickly because of how open it is, you can also dash across the bridges with that butterfly. You can actually throw the butterfly across and go between the bridges very quickly. And on top of all of that, there's a lot of walls throughout Moonlit River Park that have little cracks in them that Geisha can actually dash through. Yeah, so that's why Geisha, we saw Geisha there. Unfortunately, it did not work out in Wave's favor. So I mean, I think they have to pull out some sort of Wind Hunter, something like Bloody Queen, something like Bon Bon probably won't cut it here. So I really think if they're going for a 4-person elimination against a high-level survivor team like Fusion, you have to pull out a trump card like Breaking Wheel or the Dream Witch. Again, it is going to depend on the map. Normally in the situation, if you're EVA, you could probably go for something like Arms Factory and give Breaking Wheel as an option to Dreamer because Arms Factory is such a bad map for Breaking Wheel. But then you also need something that favors your hunter as well. And if you do go with the Arms Factory and you ban the Sculptor and the Dream Witch, for example, Dreamer can just play Bloody Queen and get a single kill with Bloody Queen. So what do you do here? Do you go for a map that's weak for Breaking Wheel or do you go for something else? It's really up in the air for EVA. They're going to have to think a lot about this one. And they are going to need to play characters that allow for 4 survivor escapes.
So speaking of those 4 survivor escapes, who do you think at this point we know for a fact that Seer is out the window, out the door. We know that Mechanic also not going to get available, and we also have Priestess or Seer. Who do you think is the best possible non-meta lineup to at least secure a tie, if not a 3-man escape?
Well, it's tough because, again, EVA has to go for 4 in both of these rounds. So it's, I don't know if Dreamer's going to ban Mechanic here just because Mechanic is not a character, again, that's very good for 4 survivor escapes. I think they're most likely, I would expect Dreamer to possibly ban Forward, although we haven't really seen a lot of Forward from EVA, so I don't know if that's something that it's worth banning. It's really up in the air from EVA Wave here. It looks like we're going to see Mercenary, Mechanic, and Priestess. These are very good bans. The only downside of this, if you're Wave, I think you have to ban Forward. I don't think you can give a team a Forward in a situation where you need to get a 4-person elimination because Forward is one of those characters that's just so good at supporting and pushing for getting to those last ciphers. It's one of those characters that can shift a loss into a win for any survivor team. So I think if you're Wave here, you have to ban Forward. But it looks like instead, going with the Mechanic, this is a very good ban. Just because Mechanic is one of those characters that's very good for securing draws. And it looks like it is the Arms Factory, so maybe EVA is going with that strategy where they ban the Dream Witch and they ban the Sculptor and allow the Breaking Wheel out because it's such a weak map for that wheel.
Really good decision making here, and to have that foresight, it means that they really planned this out. And look at this lineup. This is No decoder lineup. This is more on containment and support and rescue. And we do have the forward here not getting banned as you'd hoped. But here we have a Soul Weaver coming out for the first time in the tournament. Nice to have this Soul Weaver here again. We have seen her excelling in previous tournaments, but let's see how WAV makes use of the Soul Weaver at the Arms Factory, already going towards the shack, and that earmark is triggered, so he knows that somebody is in the vicinity. Breaks that pallet. I don't think he's gonna want to chase this forward, so he will instead transition towards triple pallets.
Yeah, so the reason behind this comp, Gahel, is that basically what Fusion's going for here is they're playing an anti-breaking wheel comp. They banned Dream Witch, they banned Sculptor, and they're countering, they have Arms Factory to work with, and they also have an anti-breaking wheel comp. So the 3 hunters that are very good at getting core person eliminations are not going to be an option for WAV. So that's essentially what Fusion was going for, eliminating those, every single one of those as an option. We do see chasing after the Perfumer here. Beautiful perfume from K-Dead here to absorb that first hit. Is going to get to this window and transition away with that broken windows. Let's see if the hunter can catch up in time before the next perfume comes back online. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Well, it looks like that perfume was baited quite well there, but it does give her the chance to transition a bit. And here we have the owl granting her that support and thus extending her kites. She does have one more perfume left there. She might be able to use it correctly, and that would be great for the survivors because that is really a lot of time. But look, already transitioning towards the forward here.
Beautiful web shot dodge there from the forward. Going to use this football to transition to this next pallet. The hunter does have teleport. They're going to teleport away here, and they find the Gravekeeper. This is such an unfortunate target for Wave to pick up here. You really want to chase that Seer. That's your ideal chase target, but yeah, Gravekeeper not quite the best one because it's such a strong kiting area. Let's see if he can use his web shot to shoot the this character out of its shovel form. And no, just going for the swing, it looks like.
It looks like the Gravekeeper is doing some excellent maneuvering here. Of course, taking that hit. But look, the Cyphers are really progressing so well, and Polars is actually pulling off this really great kite so far because of how he is able to transition from the factory and now towards the shack where the forward is. So he could be able to provide support.
I see the webs get used from the Soul Weaver. Can they catch up? No, not able to catch up in time. Polar's just able to make it at this pallet. Let's see if he's able to revault it. Is going to vault that. Gets the speed boost and able to avoid the hit with that speed boost. Beautiful move from Polars here. Trying to kite in this area. This is such a tough situation. There's the charge attack and doesn't get it yet again. And I think he's so slowed down here. I think this might be it for Polars. And somehow staying on and gets the pallet stun while slowed down from 2 stacks of web. Incredible gameplay from Polars. Let's see if he's opting to go back into shovel form. There's the web shot to slow him down even more, and he's barely able to move at this point.
I think at this point, yes, I was expecting that terror shock, and there's no way that's not gonna happen. He is moving really slow after all. So now all that's left is to actually rescue this one survivor, and that Cypher is already going to be popped. This is such a quick match right here, Eli. Look at them. They're just surrounding him already ready to provide that support.
The Seer coming in, trying to farm an owl. They know the Cypher machine is pretty much primed in this instance. So what they're going to try to do is the Seer's going to come in, farm as much of an owl as possible, and distract him so the forward can get this rescue. And the Seer still doesn't have an owl. He's going to teleport on the last Cypher. It's not quite primed. So Wave not out of this one just yet, although it's still going to be very challenging. We're going to see those webs go off. Does he have the perfume? Does not perfume! It looks like he is not able to get that perfume off in time, and Wave's going to be able to get this hit. And let's see if he's able to cherub on the last Cypher. If you're K-Dead here, you need to transition away from this Cypher, die as far away as you can from it. And it looks like Fusion has acknowledged this. We're going to go ahead and start a new Cypher with that Gravekeeper. And Fusion, again, trying to put themselves in a winning position here.
That's right. So all that's left to do is for the Seer and the forward to be able to provide that support for this Perfumer, who is actually doing well on her own. And although she has been hit,
there's the pop.
Have already been popped, and it'll be up to the Perfumer to contain the Soul Weaver here at these ruins. Look at that perfume, already made use of that. Oh wow, look at that. I think that was a mini taunt right there. But so good, so far so good. Being able to kite at this far a position from the gate as possible. Because look, 3 survivors already out that gate.
3 survivors out the exit gates here. That is going to secure a 3 survivor escape for Fusion here, and that will advance them to the next round. They have enough points to surpass EVA here. Excellent job from Wave there, really trying their best with the Soul Weaver. It's such a tough situation when you find yourself in when you have to go for a 4-person elimination, especially in the 3rd round. You see the kite times from Fusion just so good overall. I mean, the first survivor went down. There was still there was 1 Cypher machine left when that last survivor went down, and it was already 50% of the way done, and the Gravekeeper still had an extra shovel to work with that he was saving for the end game. That just goes to show how beautiful Fusion's rotation was. A huge shout out to that Perfumer. Excellent kite from the Perfumer, using up those 2 perfumes, and Fusion with a great communication, giving that owl to allow the Perfumer to get that perfume back in time. Wave still doing their best, though. Excellent webs there. Excellent web shots from Wave throughout that entire match. I mean, those web shots are sometimes very difficult to hit, and you see hitting a lot of the Fusion survivors from a pretty good distance there with that, and that definitely made the difference for them. Unfortunately, not quite enough there, as Fusion is able to come out on top with a 3-1 survivor escape here.
That's right. You basically said all there was to say, but I'd just really like to highlight how that Gravekeeper was able to pull off that pallet stun even when moving so slow. You almost don't see that, not in rank, not in competition. So to be able to witness that really does bring a smile to my face. That is something you really do not witness every day. And I'd just like to commend Fusion on their excellent use of skill and that discipline that they are exercising, just to be able to save their resources for that right moment in end game when it's really going to count. So that perfume at the shack ruins, that was such a good use on the part of the Perfumer, where she teleported back and it did a bit of a a mini taunt there. Not intentional, but still it was a fun thing to watch, because she did do it right in front of the Soul Weaver through the window. And then we also have that shovel that you mentioned that wasn't used all throughout. The kite was still conserved until end game. Really good discipline on the part of the survivors here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just goes to show how difficult it is. Again, we said this a lot, but how difficult it is to get a 4-person elimination in this sort of situation. We actually see Wave bringing teleport instead of blink, which I really think in that situation you have to bring blink. It's very much of a risk to go with blink because you have slow pallet breaking speed, but it is a little bit more consistent in terms of the early game for getting those downs, and especially with a team comp like Perfumer and Seer, characters that can take up to 3 hits. You really need that blink to get that extra hit to get that down within a reasonable amount of time. If you have that blink as Wave, you're able to blink that Perfumer while that perfume's on cooldown and get that hit before they get the perfume back, which means you can get them down pretty easily after that. Same with the Seer. If you find that Seer, they use that owl for the first hit and you get a follow-up second hit, you can instantly just blink to get that kill after that instead of having to go for a 3rd one using expending a lot of webs to do so. So again, in a situation where you have characters that can take multiple hits, you really want to utilize that blink, but unfortunately Wave going for the teleport instead. It did help. They were able to find the Gravekeeper, but at that point it was just too late. Too much Cypher progress had been gone for Fusion there, and you did, of course, teleport on a Gravekeeper, which is not the best target to find, just because Gravekeeper is such a proficient kiter with those shovels.
That's right, and he did use that teleport once again to put pressure on that last Cypher, was able to spot out the Perfumer at the sandbags. So that was also a good decision. I do believe that Wav couldn't have done it any better, because he did need to stop that last Cypher after all. And he did force the survivors to get started on a new Cypher. It's just that the Perfumer was able to take the Hunter as far away from that Cypher as possible. And that's why somebody was able to pop it. So still, the coordination of Fusion is just so on point, and that is why they were able to secure this win. And I'd really like to congratulate them again for a job well done.
Yeah, excellent job from EVA. Just the fact that a newer team like EVA was able to bring a very highly competitive team like Fusion to a third round just goes to show
Yes.
a testament for their skill and their and what they were able to do here today was just very impressive. So, yeah, just a great gameplay overall. And I'm not sure if we play. I think we are going to have one more last half of the round here, but yeah, beautiful job from both sides. Again, I really want to say EVA did an amazing job just bringing again a high level team to a third round. Excellent job from Wave. Actually able to four-man a team of this caliber is just so impressive to see. And yeah, just great gameplay overall. So yeah, it's so it will ultimately be Fusion moving on, but EVA did play this one very, very well. And I'd love to see them come back for future tournaments.
That's right, and not just EVA, also the teams that will be coming out. We've got EC, Maleficent, and PBM. We really want to see more of you in the tournaments to come. So let this be a form of inspiration for other teams to try to do their best as well and try their hand in Identity 5 competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, it's very long day. I think we saw a lot of good action from these teams. We're gonna get a little bit moving forward. I just want to talk about moving forward into these to this next weekend. I think we're gonna see some very close matchups coming up in these future this future weekend. Just because there's going to be these high level teams are all going to now be playing against each other. These ones that we expected to do well. So it's going to be some very exciting matchups for sure. But yeah, I'm really excited to see what characters come out, what new strategies will come out, and again, a lot of like these top teams like to stick to the meta. However, when you're playing against other top teams, maybe to just get that little edge, you might push ahead, pull out a trump card, use some unique sort of strategies that they can use to propel past that. It looks like we are going to have the last half of the third round coming up. So I think because this round doesn't matter, maybe we'll see some fun characters. I always love to see that in rounds where the match has already been decided. Sometimes we'll see some fun characters come out to play, or maybe we'll just see some continue with the competitive gameplay, the close matchup that we've had so far, throughout today. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, speaking of fun characters, I do have some characters in mind that I want to see, but I'm actually more curious about what's in your mind.
Yeah, I don't know. So Dreamer will be playing Hunter here. I'm not really sure. I know Dreamer's a good friend of mine. I talk with him a lot. He said if I ever get the chance to play Hellumber in this tournament, I might go for it. So maybe we'll see him play Hellumber. I don't know. That could be very exciting. We might also see him just stick to one of his normal characters as well. So if you're on the side of EVA here, I'd love to see that Prospector come out again. Prospector is a character I love. I always love to see get utilized in competitive gameplay, because I actually think Prospector is fairly strong and is a little bit underused. But we did see Prospector get used by one of the EVA players in the last round. So maybe we'll have it. Maybe we'll see it get used yet again in this one. It could definitely be the case. Yeah, we'll have to see. So yeah, I think if you're EVA, you just kind of come out here and again, you're just trying to make a name for yourself. Come out here in this last round, give it your all, and see what you can do against a high-level hunter like Dreamer.
That's right. It's definitely an honor to be competing with these top tier teams. But since, like we said, this match is more for fun rather than for points, or rather for sportsmanship, I'd really like to see, for the last time, at least for this weekend, the team up between the psychologist and the patient. So we do have that open area that they can utilize. Actually, we haven't seen this in the competition yet. We haven't seen matches where both psychologist and patient are selected. We haven't seen much of that. We've seen it at least once, but I think I'd like to see it again because I haven't witnessed that dash yet. So for that to actually happen, it's kind of a unique occurrence. It really needs top coordination on the part of both the psychologist and the patient. So if I were to see that in this last match, that would be really nice.
And that'd be very exciting, of course. Again, it rarely does occur just because I was talking about this a little bit earlier with Grizzly, but it rarely does occur because a lot of the time, as a main kiter, you're going to kite away from other Survivor Cipher machines because you don't want to, disrupt that decoding progress. You don't want to die in any of those Cipher machines. So it's very rare to see the patient and the psychologist actually kiting near each other. You never really want to double kite. But yeah, if it ever comes up, sometimes we will see a patient and a psychologist kite towards each other, even if it does mean to slow down the Cipher progress a little bit, just to help support that kiting and transition away from that hunter a little bit. We are getting into the character selection here. It looks like it is going to be Mechanic, Seer, and Mercenary bands from Dreamer. And we are going to have Sculptor and Dream Witch getting banned. So yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to expect again from Dreamer. It could pull out anything. Let's see what EVA opts to go for.
That's right. I'm actually expecting to see that Hell Ember you were talking about. But look at these picks. Looks like these players just want to have fun with it already. We're seeing an Explorer. Yes, very strong in this map, actually. So quite understandable. But I was not expecting the Acrobat and the Embalmer. Really fun lineup we're seeing here, guys. Also not expecting the Toy Merchant, actually. Especially because you can't really give items to your teammates.
Yeah, typically you would play Toy Merchant with characters that you can item swap with. And once they use up their items, the Toy Merchant can hand off an item. But it looks like they're probably just playing for fun here again. Oh, we're going to see the Hell Ember. I'm pretty happy I called that one right. That would have been awkward if I didn't. So it looks like, yeah, we're going to see the Hell Ember from Dreamer here. Which is very exciting. I'm very happy to see this. But yeah, going over the character selection from EVA, again, they're just going to be having fun here. Acrobat, Embalmer, and Toy Merchant, all very weak on this map. And wow, it looks like Dreamer's sporting the this skin. I don't even know if it's A or S, or it just looks cool.
It's actually an S skin, if I recall correctly, from the earlier Call the Abyss costumes. So, oh wow, look, we have here the very rare Persona 5 skin. I love this skin. So now here is Hell Ember just having fun with it, going towards the Acrobat here. And while this is, I wouldn't exactly call this a strong area for the Acrobat, but we'll see how this plays out. I mean, this is a nice paladin area after all. Take care not to stun the Hell Ember because you don't want him to be building that Phantom early in the game.
We do see that first hit on the Acrobat. Unfortunately, they actually had an option to use their ball there to possibly avoid that hit, but they opted not to go for it. We see the insolence kicking in now from Dreamer. Does have a flame available as well as that puppet. Let's see if he's able to get the trap off. Beautiful job from Dreamer going for that. Oh, nice flame bomb here. There's the blink, and that's going to get the down on the Acrobat. A quick kill with Hell Ember is exactly what Dreamer would like to see here early on in this round.
And I'm actually quite excited to see how this is gonna go towards late game because we know how dangerous Hell Ember is and how strong he is, being able to teleport in between gates without actually having to use the trait. And it looks like he won't be camping this Survivor after all. He does have those dolls, so probably looking for a Cypher. I do believe somebody ought to go for the rescue.
Yeah.
Cypher machine right there.
It looks like Dreamer does acknowledge, I have a puppet on the chair, there's no need for me to camp. If any survivor opts to go in for a save. Oh, does he see? Goes for the Toy Merchant, able to get that jump off in time. We actually see that is the Embalmer going for the rescue. I think Dreamer's probably going to teleport back to his puppet here once he picks up sight of that. Yep, there's the teleport back to the puppet. They are able to get the rescue on the Acrobat. And nice body block from the Embalmer. This is going to allow the Acrobat to potentially rebound kite here. This is one of the ways Hell Ember can lose, is they can get rebound kited quite a bit. He does have a flame available to work with, though.
That's right, and all that's left is for him to plant that puppet correctly. But look at the use of skill here. Not being able to pass through it is actually an advantage in itself, but this is already the factory area. I wonder if the basement is here because this is a really good chair to be putting a survivor in. This is one of my least favorite chairs right here outside the factory, Eli. I really don't want to be either rescuing or rescued from here. So, but since it was already past half, Dreamer can move on to the next survivor. I wonder who it will be.
Gonna go ahead and take the time to just knock down this little catapult here, and he's gonna throw a puppet. He has a red puppet here. There's a cool trick that you can do, what we call the red puppet trick, where you get a no attack recovery hit if you switch places with the puppet and swing at the same time. We are gonna see the pallet stun. This is risky. Again, Cahel, you mentioned you don't want to pallet stun the Hell Ember because you're just feeding him those abilities, and the Embalmer can't be the pallet, maybe a little bit of messed up. We see, wow, beautiful setup from the toy merchant here to get on that glider and transition away.
Actually, I would expect that she would do just that, because you really don't want to be decoding and feeling unsafe, so that there's that catapult. She was able to take a hit though, so it's just gonna take one more to get her down. But look, only one more cipher remaining.
Oh, goes for the
an empty
blink.
blink. Really good effort on the part of Dreamer though.
Unable to get that blink off there. It looks like he's going to continue after this toy merchant. Dreamer maybe getting a little too fancy with that one, but it looks like he's going to swing at this pallet, trying to bait out these survivors to drop the pallet here. Goes for another pallet stun. EVA camping a lot of these pallets is, again, very risky. You're just feeding more and more flames to this hunter. Beautiful mind game from Dreamer to get that hit through that pallet. We see the red puppet's going to go ahead and continue after him here. He's going to switch places, gaining this speed boost. Let's see if he's able to catch up to this Explorer in time.
That's right, and not just the Explorer, but the Toy Merchant is also making her way towards that last cipher. You really don't want to bring the Hunter to that last cipher, especially because there's hardly... Oh! Explorer is hit, and now somebody has to go for the rescue, but unfortunately, it's the Embalmer who is decoding that last cipher. Oh, there's your red puppet trick, Eli.
It looks like we're going to see him pressure down the cipher. He's going to go right back over towards the middle area here. I think he wants to probably just chair this Explorer. It looks like they're going to rush down this last cipher machine. You really want to try to take down the puppet beforehand. Oh, he activated the puppet with that flame there. You see the downside of EVA going for all those pallet stuns earlier on. Dreamer has a lot of flames to work with, and that's going to be very challenging for them in the end game. This forces them to remove that puppet, or else they will absorb a free hit. So it looks like he's going to switch places with this one to just create a little bit of distance, get that speed boost, and possibly go towards this last cipher machine.
And now the Embalmer is making his way towards that rescue and leaving the Toy Merchant to prime that last cipher. He needs to be very careful because there is a puppet in the vicinity. Was able to do that rescue all right, but oh my goodness, there's a lot of hell going on here. We have the puppets and we have the Phantom. I do believe that the last cipher is primed. Oh,
beautiful play. Beautiful play from Dreamer.
In time, and that's why he was able to down that last cipher. He will get embalmed though. He could use his coffin, and he's out. He is free and about and going towards that gate, but I don't think that is the best course of action to take. You need to take the hunter as far away from the survivors as much as possible.
Does he get the hit? Wow, beautiful play from Dreamer. Getting that drop down hit. That's the play I was talking about, where you switch places with that puppet, go for that swing, and you get that no attack recovery hit on that Explorer. What an incredible play from Dreamer there. He's going to get that down. Still has map pressure to work with because of these puppets, and he can pressure both execates at the same time. That's just the power of Hell Ember. Once you have that full presence, once you have all those puppets to work with, he's going to switch places yet again, going right back to the middle area here, trying to find this Toy Merchant. Does have blink available. Will he use it? Goes for another fancy blink and does get it this time. That's going to get the down on the Toy Merchant, and this is looking like at least a 3 survivor elimination, unless Dreamer can
oh my goodness,
gets the puppet kill for the last kill there. That is a 4-person elimination with the Hell Ember. That was just a very fun match. I'd love to see that in the end there.
let's talk about 4v4 there with the 2 puppets, and we have that Phantom and the Hell Ember himself. Such a strong hunter in my honest opinion, and really dangerous in late game. I think they could have extended that a bit had they not gone straight for the exit gates. So, but they did, because that urgency, we have that urgency. You really want to get these gates open to at least get one person out. But that puppet there, that last hit there at the end, imagine a puppet defending the chair. Amazing stuff on the part of Dreamer.
Absolutely. You really see Hell Ember's endgame potential. I mean, we don't talk about, you never really talk about Hell Ember having any potential at all, but once you get it down within 60 seconds as Ember, which he was able to do utilizing that blink, Ember can kind of push for a win from there. I mean, it's one of those hunters where it's like, it gets kited so hard in the early game and it gets rotated so hard, but he got a quick find in the Acrobat and a fairly quick kill on him as well. So that really made the difference in the match there. And again, EVA feeding those flames with the pallet stuns unfortunately worked right into Dreamer's favor because you saw so many different flame hits, different puppet hits with those flames he was able to utilize. So not only was he used the flame in the end game to down that Embalmer and then get that free hit with no attack recovery, he was also able to use that flame to prevent that rescue at the very, very end to get that 4-person elimination. And yeah, EVA going for those pallet camps, unfortunately, again, worked into Dreamer's favor. But again, EVA playing that match very well. They almost able to secure the draw there, but that end game skill with the puppets from Dreamer there just really worked into Fusion's favor.
That's right. And now that you mention it, I actually think that Dreamer actually wanted it to happen. He intentionally walked towards those pallets to absorb those pallet stuns because like you said, it works in his favor. He needs to farm those flames, and that's why he just ate those pallets. He's that one hunter. Hell Ember is that one hunter in the game that actually wants to get those pallet hits. So amazing stuff on the part of Dreamer, but still, let's not take away from the survivors. They really did their best in terms of that rescue from the first rescue. Remember, the Embalmer was able to pull off a nice body block, and then I think they still made a good effort to be able to pop that last cipher.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting to the end game against the Hunter of Dreamer's skill is just very much an improvement over these last few rounds. You saw EVA getting closer and closer towards the end. Unfortunately, Dreamer was able to get that last kill in the end there. But yeah, again, a great try from EVA. They played very well. Yeah, that's gonna conclude that match. So Fusion will be moving on with the rest of the teams in this competition. We are going to see, looking at the post-match data here, we do see that overall containment time from the Toy Merchant was pretty good. We saw those throughout the match, the Toy Merchant having those catapults set up, which allowed them to go into that glider form and transition away from the Hunter when the Hunter approached them. The first kite from the Acrobat, 70 seconds, plus that rebound kite. It was a bit of a tough situation. Acrobat got caught in a bit of a rough area, and that's just how it goes sometimes, unfortunately, with spawns. But yeah, overall, great job from the Toy Merchant. The Toy Merchant played beautifully that round, always having some sort of setup, not really going for a lot of pallet stuns. The Toy Merchant actually threw the pallets down early to force the Hell Ember to break them, which was a very good job from them. And again, just having everything set up for them. They had their glider ready, even in a map without a 2-story building, to utilize that glider by jumping out of the 2-story building. The Toy Merchant was still able to create a lot of distance by having those catapults set up. So great job from them overall throughout this match.
Yes, actually, it does take a lot of foresight also on the part of the Toy Merchant to be able to set up those catapults. And that was a good display of foresight indeed. And here are the match results. Amazing. Again, let me just highlight the fact that we have witnessed the third round in the tournament. Amazing stuff from both teams. Congratulations to Fusion and to EVA as well for a job well done. Not just for moving on to the next round, but for actually having the third round. Just for making it possible.
Just making it to the third round against a high-level team like Fusion is very impressive from EVA. So just excellent job from them overall. It's just really nice to see that one of these newer teams came out and was able to perform at a high level like this. So again, great job from them. And overall, the final score, Fusion going up 2 rounds, 2-0, and 1 tie as well, with a score of, did my math properly, 23-6. I'm a math major in college, so I should be doing this properly, I hope. Yeah, so it looks like that's going to be the final score. Again, Fusion advancing to the next round. I really like to see these. We had some very interesting map selections. Arms Factory not getting utilized a lot, and not a lot of Moonlight River Park as well. But it looks like, looking at the MVP here, it is going to be Dreamer overall. Average eliminations 4 per round. That goes to highlight 4-person eliminations in all 3 rounds from Dreamer. Average remaining Cypher Machines always won, except for that last round, of course. And yeah, just it really goes to show, I really want to highlight the stat of average eliminations. When you have 4 eliminations from 3 straight rounds on average, that means you eliminated every single survivor in every single round. And
That's
that
right.
really does go to show why Dreamer deserves the MVP in this situation.
A well-deserved win on the part of Dreamer here. Flawless gameplay all throughout. We really commend you and your pro hunter sense. Because of that, we were able to witness some really intense matches. Amazing. So, although there were no terror shocks, there's some really good decisions on the part of Dreamer here, and some moments and highlights that we're definitely going to remember in the days to come. I'm really excited on how Dreamer will be able to fare against the survivors of the teams that he will be competing with in the next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have that. Actually means that we're gonna go ahead and just recap the results from today. We have the first round, which was Monarch and PBM. 6-3 in both rounds in favor of Monarch, but again, Monarch being a high-level team, PBM coming out to play. They were not able to force the third round, unfortunately, but they did get 3 points in each round, so 6 overall. Again, against a very good team like Monarch. That's always very nice to see one of these newer teams going against one of the higher-level teams. Guardian of Eden able to take the win over MLF here by a score of 15-3 and a 2-0 in terms of rounds. MLF, again, doing their best, able to get a few points against a high-level team like Eden. Again, very nice to see. Very good gameplay from both sides. Eden's hunting really just showing the skill that they have there with Bacon, also known as Walmart, as well as Slade's Axeboy. The Axeboy played beautifully. I actually saw that match. Hitting those flames over and over were just very impressive.
Yes, and then apart from these 2 amazing matches, we have also the matches between WZ, EC, and then the one we just saw between Fusion and EVA. These are some great matches that we have witnessed, and I'm really happy to see how well these players still play even after taking a break from the game, especially on the part of WZ. You said that they left the game for about a year, but came back as if nothing happened. It's like they haven't gone rusty at all. So that's really impressive. But still, for Eclipse to be able to compete with them, I'm sure it is such an honor. But again, week 0, just not really losing any of their touch. And then we have that remarkable match between Fusion and EVA. Again, first, third round of the tournament. Really exciting to see. You know, I'm actually expecting more of these third rounds in the matches to come, especially in the next round, because these are now some really high tier players that are gonna fight neck and neck, and they're gonna ensure that it's gonna be a tight competition. And just look at what is in store for us next weekend. Take a look at this, Eli.
Absolutely. So looking into the first match of next week, we're going to have ICT versus B4U. This is going to be a very close matchup. We saw B4U, playing to their normal high-level standards against Phoenix yesterday. And they're going against ICT, a team that was able to get a 20-0 victory, which means that these two teams are going to have very high-level competition. These matchups are going to be very close next week. Hell, I'm very looking forward to this. LCY versus Iron Thorns. Iron Thorns was the team that got the bye because, unfortunately, there were some issues with Ace. So LCY versus Iron Thorns is going to be a fun matchup as well. Fusion versus Week 0. I'm very much looking forward to this one. This is another matchup similar to ICT versus B4U that's going to be incredibly down to the wire. You have one very high-level team that's been playing the game fairly recently, one high-level team that's been out of the game for a bit. So it's going to be very close, though, nonetheless. I think we're going to have a very exciting matchup between those two. That's one I'm very looking forward to. And it looks like Garden of Eden versus Monarch. Again, a very close matchup. Two high-level competitive teams going at it. We see Garden of Eden, a little bit of non-meta hunters with Slade up against Monarch's meta hunters, which is with Nico using that sculptor and the breaking wheel and things like that. So how these matchups are going to play out, we're going to have to find out. I think they're going to be very close. Next week's competition is going to be even closer. I think we're going to see a lot of round threes, a lot of very close matchup, possibly even some tiebreaker rounds. I think the best of NAEU of these gameplays is still yet to come. I think it's going to be very great and very exciting.
And that's why we want to tell the teams to prepare as best as they can. Bring your A game next weekend. We're going to want to see more of that. Not just the meta picks, but also the non-meta ones, because I'm really sure that these hunters and survivors are going to push for those round 3s and even those tiebreakers. So I can't wait to see how this is going to play out. Especially because these are actually players that we've been looking up to since the starting days of IdentityV. Some of the content creators here, we've watched them on YouTube. We really look up to them. So we want to see them at their best, just giving it their all and securing those wins. And at the same time, it's going to be such a show to watch. And I'm just really excited for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, very close matchups coming up for you guys next week. Yeah, how this is going to play out, again, I don't know. I think everybody's very much looking forward to this. Yeah, just to see some of these high-level teams come out and compete again is going to be very exciting. I'll be waiting for it all week. I got a week of school to get through before I can see these teams play again. So, that'll be difficult for me, but we'll make it, I hope. So it should be very fun, and we should have some very good gameplay for you guys next week. It's today, again, very exciting. We saw some very good teams compete. I think we're going to see a lot of the meta next week. Again, these high-level competitive teams love to play the meta, and I think that's going to be a common theme throughout the rest of this tournament.
That's right. And that will definitely give the audience and ourselves, you and me, a lot of matches to look forward to. But then it's time to wrap up the stream, and thank you everybody for tuning in. Don't forget to tune in again next weekend. More IdentityV action between top tier teams of NAEU. This is IVT NAEU 2021. I'm Kahel, and this is Eli, and we are wishing you a good night.